During the competition day of a special forces brigade in a certain military region, your squad collectively crossed over to the post-apocalyptic world with equipment. Here, monsters roam freely, and the remaining humans struggle to survive under terrifying threats. In order to fight against the monsters, the surviving humans here have abandoned everything. Human nature does not exist, and animalistic behavior is the norm. To defeat them, one must first become like them. You should have been like the people here, pursuing a crazy evolution. But when the tungsten core armor-piercing bullet pierced the monster's keratin armor for the first time, you suddenly realized that there might be another solution to staying alive. Where did this bring me? You hold the Vector 23 telescope, looking at a strange city in front of you, and you are completely immersed in deep doubt. Not only you, but your teammates around you also have a serious expression. The correspondent Shinyu once again opened the radio, continuously tried various channels to listen, and finally came to the conclusion, all communication with the rear has been interrupted. Not even receiving a response from LF longwave communication. Satellites are all out of contact, including Beidou and GPS, using a sextant for positioning, calculating by latitude and longitude. Our current position should be about 1 kilometer on the outskirts of Chuansha City, but it is obvious that this city is definitely not the familiar Chuansha to us. After he finished speaking, you nodded slowly. In fact, making this judgment is quite simple because the city ahead of you is not only impossible to be Chuansha, but also impossible to be any large city in your memory. The large cities you are familiar with, especially the large cities within the country, are absolutely impossible to be as desolate and dilapidated as the city in front of you. But strangely, whether from the surrounding terrain and landforms or from the Siang River flowing through, this is Chuansha. So what exactly went wrong? You turned to the other 3 team members, each with the same look of confusion on their faces. Obviously, they couldn't figure out why a simple training exercise that was fine when they left had gone awry when they returned. The unfamiliar environment has brought you immense pressure, and the only thing that can give you a little sense of security is the M1911 pistol loaded with live ammunition in your hand. You put down the binoculars, flip down the 20-style 4i thermal fusion night vision device on your helmet, carefully observe in the direction of the city for a moment, and say, I can't see anything. He Shua, can you see anything on your side? The sniper who heard the question, He Shua, moved his face away from the thermal imaging site, shook his head slowly, and replied, currently, no active heat sources are seen, no lights, no heat sources, this city is simply a dead city. As his words fell, the hearts of everyone in the 4-person team skipped a beat. Each person realized the seriousness of the problem, but it was under such extreme pressure that Shinyu could still laugh and say, I now believe this is not a conspiracy full of GZ. Even if he is extremely capable, he cannot possibly evacuate the entire city. After Shinyu finished speaking, the others couldn't help but laugh. Yes, just a few hours ago, when you first discovered the signal loss and communication interruption, you thought it was another sudden confrontation exercise, but now it seems that it's not the case at all. So now there are only 2 possibilities. The explosive expert on the far side said thoughtfully, either the enemy attacked while we were training, and within 24 hours they destroyed a city without us noticing, or we have crossed over, and this is no longer Earth, or at least not our era. So which possibility do you think is more likely? Is there even a need to think about it? You answered without hesitation, and after hearing the answer come out of your mouth, the others actually breathed a sigh of relief. You are all Special Forces members who have undergone high-intensity specialized training, and your acceptance of unexpected situations far exceeds that of ordinary people. Moreover, what you fear the most is not unfamiliar environments, but situations where there is no way out. Obviously, this is not such a situation. After a brief observation, you continue to speak. Prepare to approach the urban area and search for valuable information about people. We need to first understand the current situation. I will take the lead. Reggie will provide cover on the flank 30 meters away. Shinyu will follow Reggie to establish electromagnetic shielding, and Ishua will stay back 100 meters to observe and follow up. Objective, occupy the tallest building in front. Quickly disperse and establish defense upon entry. Let's go now. At the command, everyone immediately sprang into action. You were holding a 191 assault rifle equipped with an HM3X sight, and on your back was a heavy LG6 semi-automatic grenade launcher. These equipments were originally meant for live-fire target practice after the training, but it was clear that there would be no targets to shoot at now. Perhaps, these weapons may have to face new enemies. The thought flashes through your mind, only to be quickly dismissed. You continue to move forward, not in a hurry, advancing while constantly determining the positions of others through the real-time information displayed on the 18-style AR Smart Tactical Goggles. Although all satellite positioning systems have failed, The long-wave triangulation module carried by the IFF identification system still displays your approximate position in real time on the goggles. This allows you to focus more on the unknown area ahead of you, starting from your previous position. It took 7 minutes for the team of 4 to slowly advance to within 500 meters of the target building. Your breathing quickened slightly, and your right hand holding the gun began to feel a little sore. There was still no useful information visible in the night vision device. You raised your hand in front of your eyes and made a gesture. In an instant, the individual pad calculated the command using image recognition and then transmitted it to the goggles of the other team members. The 4-person team's positions changed silently. You continue to move forward. Xinyu and Lei Jie spread out to the sides, while Li Shua follows closely behind you, forming an arrow-shaped attacking formation. The pace quickened, and after a final check for any abnormalities, they began to advance rapidly towards the target building. 200 meters. You opened the insurance of 191 and advanced quickly with the gun. 100 meters. Jian Shen had already seen the front door of the building, and the depressed and dilapidated street was in full view. On each side, Lei Jie and Xinyu controlled both sides of the street, and according to the predetermined tactics, he was going to break in next. But just at this instant, a sudden loud bang came. Bang! Everyone immediately stopped to stand guard, while at the same time, the anti-sniper radar automatically recognized the noise that didn't belong to the 4-member squad, and with a millisecond response speed, it marked the noise's direction on the eyepiece. Jian Shen's muzzle turned to the direction from which the noise had come, and under the vision of the thermal fusion night vision device, the blackness of the night was no different from the day. It's something coming down. Mid-rise residential building 150 meters away. Behind him, He Shua spoke up. A big couch that fell off the roof. There could be someone there. Alert! Jian Chen immediately ordered, his left hand gripping the wood guard tightly. Almost as soon as his order was given, another slight, almost imperceptible thud came. This time, everyone had stared off in the exact direction from which the voice had come. But immediately afterward, everyone froze in place. What the is that? He Shua's horrified question came from the headset, and Jian Chen ignored it, instead quickly crouching down and diving, his finger half pressing the trigger, ready to fire. Meanwhile, Xinyu had flung himself to the ground and unfolded the tripod of the 201 general-purpose machine gun. Everyone realized that the opposite side was bound to be the enemy, because it was a monster with a body size of more than 3 meters tall, covered with horny spikes, and using anti-jointed legs like those of a praying mantis to constantly jump on the ground, silently and with great speed, rushing towards them. Jian Chen squeezed the trigger while shouting, "Fire!" Chapter 2, Full Fire. At a distance of 120 meters, the 201 machine gun opened full fire. 7.62 mm bullets poured out, striking the creature's hard skin without mercy. The bullets burrowed into its body one by one, and then later out of its back. With the roar of the machine gun, the bullets carried a huge stopping power that almost pressed the monster dead in place, and this gave He Shua the opportunity to aim his strike. Bang! Without the slightest hesitation, his finger lightly squeezed the trigger, and a 12.7 mm round discharged from the muzzle of the Type 10 sniper rifle, hitting the monster's head with unerring accuracy. In an instant, the blood mist exploded like fireworks. The monster's massive body lurched to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Target down, He Shua reported. And right after that, Riger, who had assumed primary battlefield observation responsibilities as a support hand, spoke up. More than one. Anomalous heat sources detected at 6 o'clock, 4 o'clock, and 9 o'clock bearing, 200 to 300 meters away, numbering 5 or more. Captain, you're 2 o'clock. As Lei Jie's words fell, Jian Chen immediately leveled his gun. Just as Lei Jie had said, a monster that looked just like the one he had just killed had crept closer to within 100 meters of him at some unknown time. Without the slightest hesitation, Jian Chen pulled the trigger. The 191 steady recoil allowed the bullet to hit the lower half of the monster's body at an extremely accurate speed, and after just less than half a magazine's worth of shots, the monster's mantis thighs snapped off abruptly before flopping to the ground. Jian Chen steadily adjusted his gun and hit the monster's brain with a single shot. The killing power of 5.8 mm bullets was far less than that of 12.7 mm large caliber bullets, but even so, the monster still fell to the ground after struggling for a few moments. Jian Chen let out a slight sigh of relief. His biggest fear is that this thing is bulletproof. But apparently, despite the seemingly thick cuticle, you're still a carbon-based organism after all. 22 Can an elephant? My 5.8 is still a grandpa beating his grandson when he hits you? He adjusted his gun once more, and by this time, Reg's side had taken over. The bad news is that what he is holding in his hand is just a 9mm caliber QCQ-171. Not to mention hitting this monster 150 meters away. Hitting an ordinary person is a bit of a struggle. The good news is that he's the team's blaster. And what he was carrying behind his back was a Clue 131 sniper duranium. While observing the battlefield, he had quickly set up his tripod, and at this moment, the muzzle of his single heavy weapon was already aimed at the direction where the monster was coming from. Boom! There was an explosion of bodies and bones. Flesh and blood flew across the crumbling streets and then rained down from the air. Completing one shot, Lei Jie didn't pause for a moment, but once again turned to the other direction, firing suppressive shots towards the monster that had just revealed a head. At the same time, Jin Chen gave a new order. More than 5. There's a lot of them, and we're too open here to defend. Retreat to the front of the building and organize your defense by relying on the building as backside cover. Understood. Everyone acted immediately. Lei Jie and Xinye used heavy firepower to suppress while Jin Chen and Hishua quickly retreated. Upon arriving at his position, Jin Chen first changed the 191's magazine, then removed his LG6 from his back and fired to take over from Lei Jie. The fire from the explosions continued to flash through the streets, and the figures of the monsters continued to weave in and out of the flames. Clearly in the midst of a fierce battle, Jin Chen felt a slight chill at his back. What the hell kind of monster is this? They are obviously huge, but they move incredibly fast. The dark-colored skin of the whole body, coupled with the thick cushion of flesh on the soles of their feet that Jin Chen saw at a glance. These monsters are made to hunt. To be precise, they were made to sneak up on people in the dark. Just one is hard enough to handle. And what's even scarier is that they seem to be group predators. Could it be that all the people in the city have been killed by such monsters? It shouldn't. Where's the army? Where are the tanks? Where's my big land shield 3000? It was too late to think about it. And no less than 10 abnormal heat sources had already appeared in Jin Chen's field of vision. He didn't even have time to prioritize, but instead fired directly at the nearest target without a second thought. Boom! Boom! Explosions went off in all directions, and the two monsters immediately fell to the ground. The situation seemed to be becoming optimistic, but Jin Chen was keenly aware of the anomaly. This is no way to fight. The other side is approaching too fast. Just let one over and we're dead. Shin Yu, block the shot and reduce the speed of the enemy assault. Reg, knock out the scaffolding on the right side and let it fall down to stop the front street. Hisaku, can't use 10. Use your 26. I'll hold you back and find the head to fight. Understood. Understood. The crowd once again changed tactics. Jin Chen copied the 191 on the side to aim at the monster close to within 100 meters to quickly point and shoot. The speed of the other party was immediately reduced, and also in the moment of the opportunity to fight, Hishua, who had long been ready, immediately used the CS/LR4 sniper rifle in his hand to aim at the monster's head to shoot. Bang! A 7.62mm caliber armor-piercing round ripped through the monster's skull, and after struggling for a few steps, it finally flopped to the ground. On the other side of the street, the scaffolding on the right side of the street began to topple towards the street, accompanied by 2 consecutive violent explosions. Sharp, ear-piercing sounds of metal scraping ran through the entire battlefield, followed closely by the loud, booming sound of something heavy falling to the ground. Smoke and dust rose in all directions, and the entire street was as if it had been covered by a smoke bomb. But in the field of view of the Type 20 thermal fusion night vision, all enemies are invisible. However, what Jin Chen didn't expect was that those monsters' movements actually slowed down. Are they planning to run? This thought flashed through Jin Chen's mind, but in the next second, it dawned on him. They're not planning to run. They're planning to lurk and attack. Their sight, too, can see through smoke. Lean. Jin Chen couldn't help but curse angrily, and immediately afterward, an even more terrifying thought rose in his heart. These monsters, they have intelligence. They can even try to capitalize on their strengths and physical fitness depending on the situation on the battlefield. You can't delay. You can't let them find out and see for themselves. Jin Chen no longer skimped on the small amount of ammunition, but instead, after adjusting his rifle to single-shot mode, he recklessly aimed and fired at the monster's head in the smoke. Bang 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 bang. The gunfire instantly became intense, and in just an instant, several monsters fell to the ground, and they seemed to realize that the smoke was not their cover, and their movements picked up speed anew. The distance between the two sides has closed to 50 meters. For those monsters, even with the scaffolding in the way, it would only take 5 seconds to cross that distance. It's too late. It was able to block before because the distance between each of them was not consistent, giving the squad a chance to break them down one by one. But now, it's 4 monsters, synchronizing their attacks. It's time to gamble with your life. Jin Chen picked up 191, and the fast and slow machine dialed to full automatic. Fire at full power. Chapter 3. It's human. Is it? The smoke cleared. The streets were silent, and the blood that flowed from the monster's corpse gave off a heavy, fishy odor. Jin Shen's hands were still shaking slightly because those last few shots were just too thrilling. He emptied his CS/LR4 and couldn't even aim after bringing up the Type 10 before firing a shot in the direction he was in. The bullet grazed less than a meter from his side, knocking the creature that had lunged at him hard. He himself had the time to kill the monster that had swung its sharp claws at Lei Jie with continuous point-blank shots, and Lei Jie was able to smoothly replace the nest of bullets and take out the monster that had already pounced on Xinyu, who had already emptied all his bullets from the machine gun and rifle. If Yishua's shot had been slower and more off, then what this squad is about to face is a very different end. Jin Shen reloaded and reinserted the magazine that had fallen at his feet back into his chest mount. What the is this? The distraught Xinyu replaced the last ammo box while re-zeroing his anti-sniper radar sensitivity, while Yishua on the side quickly released his drone and began to perform high-altitude reconnaissance. No more anomalies around. That's all. 12-13 heads. Aerial vision is streamed and ready to view, but the drone is a little low on power. I should have known it wasn't a full GZ up. I'd have used a hammer drone when I was in the woods. It's hard to say, in case we're not wearing them by then. Xinyu poo-pooed the words. When you think about it, it's still MGZ that's more relatable. Come on, it's not like you'd be happy if you really let him do it. Jin Shen quickly checked the high-altitude images that were streaming into his goggles, and it was only then that he felt how shocking that battle had just been. It happened suddenly when his side was unprepared, and he had just received the enemy in a short fight. Opposite them were completely unfamiliar opponents, and the only ones your side could rely on were a mere 4 men. Good thing this was supposed to be a trip to live fire target shooting. Good to be well equipped. Good thing it's your own squad. I'm afraid the same situation wouldn't have survived if any other team had come through. Jin Shen let out a long sigh of relief as he walked over to the monster's corpse a stone's throw away and crouched down. The creature's muscles were still twitching, and it had an almost uniform after-death reaction like all the beasts in his knowledge. He stepped around the sharp, horny claws and crouched down to take a closer look at the monster's wound from a 12.7mm caliber bullet. A moment later, he spoke with some confusion. The structure of the internal muscles and blood vessels doesn't defy common sense. Large arteries, veins, and capillaries are all present, and the structure of the muscle fibers and tunica is common enough that it feels like some kind of special beast. The only anomaly is the reverse motion joint structure of the knee. Are there any beasts that have this structure? Hearing his words, Ryger, who had always sat quietly organizing his equipment, spoke up and replied, "No, there are a ton of them in birds. But you're not going to tell me that this thing is a bird, are you? That's definitely not it." Jin Shen shook his head, getting back up before circling back around to the head of the corpse. He wanted to discern what kind of species it was from the bullet-riddled skull, but sadly, his hopes were dashed. The chaotic growth of horny layers completely covered the entire skull of this monster, and it could even be seen from certain details that these horny layers had crowded out the original bone structure, causing the monster's skull to literally become a bizarre sculpture as chaotic and crazy as the skeleton of a Cthulhu monster. The only thing we know for sure is that this thing has an incredibly large brain. Judging by its broad face, its brain capacity is at least on par with that of an orangutan. So what if this thing is a person? Jin Chen shuddered, but upon closer examination, this possibility was not non-existent. After all, the other party's intelligence shown in the battle just now was just too amazing. Sneaking, ambushing, cooperating, transforming. An orangutan can't make these fits, or if it can, it's not in such a fluid and unbelievable way. Jin Shen's face clouded over, and after pondering for a moment, he spoke, "Pack up your gear and retreat inside the building. No monsters popped up in the building even after the fight just now. It should be safe inside. After establishing a perimeter, Xingyu and I will search the building and look for any written or visual material left behind. Regardless, we have to at least figure out where we are and what the hell we're fighting first." "Understood. Roger that." Everyone answered immediately, and Yishua began to recover the drones. He was in a rather confused state at the moment, but even so, he flew around in a circle and made one last image update before retrieving the drone, and it was this lap that brought everyone's movements to an immediate halt. "Heat source found. Heat source found. Heat source found." The cold female voice of the intelligent terminal came from the headset, and the location of the heat source was instantly localized on the eyepiece. The team of 4 looked up at the same time, and as their eyes converged on the window of the high-rise where the heat source was located, and the sight of the flickering humanoid heat source, a thought flashed through all of their minds in unison. Someone. It's still friendly. Although it is impossible for the intelligent terminal to determine the enemy and self-category of the heat source, but combined with all the previous clues, that's right. Monsters whose entire body structure was evolving towards ambush hunting couldn't possibly make that much noise before the start of the battle. And the only explanation was that someone had given their side early warning by throwing out heavy objects before their squad discovered those lurking monsters. Jin Shen's heart instantly beat violently before he ordered, Drones approaching the window for reconnaissance. Pack up your gear and head to the building where the heat source is located. Depart at once. Understood. The squad immediately turned, and after circling halfway around the street, the four of them quickly reached the building's floor. It's a residential building. Jian Chen stayed close to the doorway, and the four of them set up a double-column CQB breakthrough formation, and Lei Jie on the opposite side had already begun to prepare the directional explosives used to break down the door, and as long as Jian Chen barked an order, he would immediately blow open the thick iron door that looked solid and unbeatable. But it was at this moment that Jian Chen's mind suddenly flashed with a bright light. If it's the enemy in there, then why are we going in there and wasting bullets? If it's not the enemy, what's the need to blow up the door? He came to a realization, then pulled back and shouted, "Old folks, open the door. We're PLA. It's safe out there already. Open the door. We're here to protect you." The empty streets echoed with Jian Chen's voice, and he pulled up his drone in case any monsters following the sound sneaked up on him. Everyone didn't feel that there was anything wrong with Jian Chen's shouting, as if at this moment, this was how his shouting should be. Of course, they don't know if such shouting has any effect. What if the people in the building don't eat it? What if they have no idea what this passage represents? Suspicious thoughts rose in the minds of the crowd, but it was at this moment that Jian Chen keenly heard the sound of hurried footsteps coming from inside the door. Immediately afterward, the heavy latch was opened from within. The iron gate opened slowly. What appeared in front of Jian Chen was a people? Chapter 4 The Matrix. The moment he saw the face of the person opening the door, Jian Chen's hand almost subconsciously went to the trigger. Compared to the monsters that had killed him before, the creature that looked like a human being in front of him brought more fear to him. Skin that drooped in layers on the face like melted ice cream, protruding eyeballs with bare eyelids, lips that seemed to have been torn by an external force and hadn't fully healed yet, and a nose that didn't exist at all. Only two black holes remained. Further down, there is a bare and gnarled muscular body, thighs as thick as a bodybuilder's, and huge feet that are grossly disproportionate. Is this still human? Perhaps it's more like one of those creatures called ghouls from Fallout 4, but the ghoul is more or less humanoid, and at first glance you can tell it's a normal person after being hurt. And this one right here? He's like a randomly compiled humanoid creature made of genetic gibberish. Jian Chen took a slight step back as the other party's mouth let out a blurred sound. You guys actually took out those praying mantises. Who are you guys? P.L. What is it? For a moment, Jian Chen was happy and surprised. Happily, the man was speaking clearly Chinese, although he was slurring his words, shocked that they didn't know about the PLA. So what the hell is this time period now, given to drying out a few hundred years later? At this point, the obvious danger has been lifted, but the latent threat remains. It was too late to give it too much thought as Jian Chen replied, "We are the regular army. Yes, we just took out 13 heads of mantis. We need to rest. Are you guys safe here? It's not safe. You guys need to get in here fast." The visitor couldn't wait to get out of the way, and Jian Chen held his gun in his right hand, his left hand behind his back in a warning gesture. And after receiving his order, the rest of the team began to change tactics without moving. Lei Jie moved the shock rounds to a concealed hangpoint on the side of his thigh. Shen Yu stowed his machine gun tripod, and He Shua operated the pad to do an infrared signature recognition on the lead man, so that if a fight ensued, his drone would also be transformed into a weapon that would automatically carry out an assault. Although everyone in the squad had a relaxed demeanor, practically all of them were on high alert. Even when crossing the corners, Jian Chen would quicken his pace and clip the lead with Shen Yu one after the other to prevent any possible sneak attacks. They had to do it because they didn't know what they were about to face. The man's footsteps were light, as were the other four, climbing all the way upwards. Jian Chen opened the team's communication channel with the help of the eyepiece's eye-following function and typed out a line on the screen silently. Very physical. Keep an eye out. Hostile detected. Permission to fire. 1. Indications of the news received came in turn, and at this time, the crowd finally reached the topmost floor of the residential building. Dim light filtered out from the hall not far away, and Jian Chen gripped the 191 rifle in his hand tightly. If the other side is going to make a surprise attack, then now is the last chance. Fortunately, no. A group of 5 people entered the hall, while the sight before them caused Jian Chen to let out a long breath of relief. Finally meeting a real human being. A bonfire was burning in the hall, and beside the bonfire stood 4 people who were no different from normal human beings in terms of both their faces and their physiques. Ordinary people. They were holding clubs and machetes that could barely be called weapons, staring straight at the squad of 4 that had stepped into the hall. Don't be afraid. They are the proper, regular army. They are not hostile. They just took out 13 mantis. The lead man's mouth stuttered in a voice, while the woman standing at the front of the room couldn't help but exclaim after he finished. 13 heads? Then we have to hurry. The Matrix must be cruising. Close the window. As the words fell, everyone moved. Jian Shen didn't know what they were panicking about, but it was clear that after hearing that his squad had taken out 13 mantises, the people here, in addition to surprise, were more of a fear in the flesh. The threat has been removed and they are still afraid. That means there must be something else hiding behind them that scares them even more. Jian Shen made a snap decision and gestured to signal Lei Jia and He Shua to release the drones, and the two CH-847 microdrones quickly took off, sweeping out before the window was closed. Chart transmission stabilized, one rising 800 meters, establishing 3D map. Unit 2 is patrolling a low-level maneuver with a 500-meter radius, using the current point as the center of the circle. Organize your gear and get ready for battle. Understood. At the word of command, the team of 4 immediately began to move. Meanwhile, the other locals are busy with their preparations. The flames were extinguished, the door was locked, and all the windows were completely closed with foam wrapped in tin foil, which was subsequently wetted with an unknown liquid in a bottle. From the viewpoint of the thermal fusion night vision device, Jian Shen saw that the temperature of the window was rapidly decreasing. Anti-infrared measures. Jian Shen spoke in a low voice, and the usher immediately raised his finger in a silence gesture, signaling him not to make any more noise. Jian Shen nodded his head in silence and raised his hand to signal the rest of the team to maintain their battle positions and wait quietly. He had no idea what he was about to face next. Matrix? He had heard the word a lot in various panspermia movies, but when the possibility was presented to him, he realized that he had no way of imagining what the so-called Matrix actually was. At that moment, a 3D map from the high-altitude No. 1 drone was being generated, while at the same time, the No. 2 was rapidly skimming across a 500-meter radius circle at a speed of more than 140 kilometers per hour, reconnoitering an area with a 360-degree encircling view of the inner and outer circles for a total of 1,000-meter radius. Images were constantly being transmitted to the eyepiece, but neither the system nor Jian Shen himself found anything unusual, until the moment drone number 2 turns northwest. Heat source detected. Target locked. Target locked. A mechanical female voice came through the headset. And the next second, the real-time image arrived. Jian Shen was shocked beyond measure, and the others were just as shocked. What appeared in front of them was a huge beast as large as a tall building. It had reached a standing height of at least 20 meters, with countless tentacles protruding from underneath its cuticle-covered skin. The sharp triangular head was topped by a huge muzzle, and in its mouth were dozens of rows of sharp serrated teeth like those of a seven-gill eel. The ground shook slightly with every movement it made. Every high-rise building swept by its tail trembled as if it had been swept by a hurricane. This is the Matrix. Jian Shen sucked in a breath of cool air as a thought suddenly arose in his heart. I'm afraid a monster like that can only be pierced by a 125 gun, right? Chapter 5, The World Has Gone Mad. Half an hour later, the Matrix, which had not found its target, took away the bodies of the monsters on the ground. It was only when they could not hear the footsteps, feel the vibrations, and confirm that it was far away, that the few locals hiding in the hall finally relaxed. The bonfire was rekindled and the closed window was opened. The air mixed with the fishy odor left over from that female body rushed in, but it made Jian Shen wake up a few moments from his trance. The scene captured by the drone just now had already broken through the limits of his cognition. Even if he knew that he had crossed over, he would still find it difficult to accept the fact that such a monster that completely did not conform to the basic laws existed in a short period of time. A 3 or 4 meter tall monster is not outlandish, and the largest individual of a brown bear can stand up to be close to 3 meters. But 20 meters? Monsters of this size have appeared on Earth, and that goes back to the Cretaceous period, right? Jian Shen's brows furrowed as he turned his head to look at the usher on the side, who also happened to be walking towards him. My name is Du Hu, and I'm a hunter. It's safe now. The Matrix parade is over. Hearing his words, Jian Shen nodded slightly and opened his mouth to ask, how often does a parade like this happen? Du Hu froze for a moment, seemingly surprised by Jian Shen's question. Is there anyone in this world who doesn't know when the Matrix parade is? If they don't even know that, how did they survive? His heart was filled with questions, but as soon as he recalled the kind of strong fighting power that the other party had shown on the streets, he felt that he had nothing to hide or to be afraid of. So he answered honestly, it comes out about once every 5 days to feed, but if the mantis dies too much, it comes out to collect the body. Where do ye come from? Do ye not know the Matrix? Jian Shen's expression changed slightly. I don't even know the Matrix. I don't even know where this place is. Theoretically, I just got here 2 hours ago. Okay, what do you expect me to know? Looking at Du Hu, whose face was full of anticipation waiting for his answer, Jian Chen gently exhaled a breath and said openly, "We just got here. We don't know anything." Hearing his words, all the locals in the hall froze in place. Their expressions were quite complex, and besides surprise, there was more of a vague disappointment. Duhu still wanted to open his mouth to pursue the question, but a short-haired woman who walked up to him patted his shoulder and directly interrupted him. The woman then opened her mouth at Jian Chen and asked, "You are not of the sacred blood, yet you come from the north, so you are the mechanical god cult? What the hell?" The woman's two words directly dried out Jian Chen, the holy bloods, the mechanical theocracy. The impact these two religiously charged words brought to him was on par with the beast, even making him wonder if he was still on Earth or not. But the moon and the stars don't lie, and the sextant even less so. So he asked a vital question. "What year is it now?" The woman looked at Jian Chen with a perplexed expression and asked rhetorically, "What do you mean a couple of years?" Done. Even the most basic calendar system has collapsed, so you can imagine how difficult it is for humans in this world to survive. Jian Chen took a deep breath and continued to ask, "This world, from how long ago did it become like this?" The woman shook her head again and replied, "No one knows. I've been like this since I was born. But then, there were a lot more of us. Then the monsters got more and more numerous, and there were fewer and fewer people. There were over 100 of us. But now, there are only 5 left. There's no point in continuing to ask. Judging from the age of the 4 normal people within this small stronghold, they must be second, or even third or fourth generation people born during the apocalyptic wasteland period. Due to the drastic reduction in the number of people in the colony, the vast majority of the information died out before it could be passed on, and it was almost impossible to get any more useful information about the origins of the disaster from them. Thus, Jian Chen decisively skipped over this topic. He would have gone on to ask more specific questions, but by now, the carcass of an unknown animal was roasting on the campfire, and it was time for the natives to eat. The man in charge of the barbecue respectfully invited the 4 members of Jian Chen's squad to go over and eat, but out of caution, Jian Chen waved his hand and refused. Only sitting in a corner relatively far away from the fire and taking out the only remaining emergency rations to eat, the two teams looked at each other across the sky, sizing each other up. On one side, there is a special forces team armed to the teeth. On the other side, there are stragglers who are struggling to survive. Each of the two sides held something that the other side desperately needed in their hands. So even though suspicion and doubt were already out in the open, everyone tacitly maintained a relatively friendly contact. It was just that Jian Chen didn't know how long such a friendship could last. At this moment, the intelligent terminal had all the intelligence summarized, and the 4 of them were biting into compressed cookies while discussing their next plan. It is now pretty much certain that we are in a post-apocalyptic world. The main threat to humanity is the monsters, but the monsters are definitely not what led humanity to this point. There must be a stronger force majeure, perhaps a virus, perhaps something else. This force majeure should have died out already, because the woman just now said that the cause of the sharp decrease in the number of people in her colony was the monsters, not some other incomprehensible factor. It's a tough problem. What are your thoughts? Hearing Jian Chen's words, Xin Yu opened his mouth and replied, "First and foremost, the problem of survival must still be solved. We've run out of food and water and have only 1 base of ammunition left. It's a good thing we brought more this time, or we'd be out of ammunition by now. I have 1.5 bases left." He Shua interjected. "You even out some 7.62 for Xin Yu. Machine guns are much more useful than sniper rifles in this situation." "Understood." He Shua nodded and continued. "There's also the key point of the matrix. That matrix is clearly more powerful than the so-called mantis, but we can't determine, for sure, what the relationship is between the two. There's still too much missing intel, and we have to stay in touch with this straggler squad." "That's what I thought." Jian Chen nodded and added, "The subsequent long-term goal we should put on the matter of finding larger settlements. The larger the colony, the more information there is. As for weapons and ammunition, if they are not replenished in a short period of time, then we will avoid unnecessary battles as much as possible. They survived by relying on cold weapons. We should be able to survive with limited use of weapons." "Understood. Copy that." The team answered one by one, swallowing their emergency rations in a few gulps. And by now, the stragglers across the street had finished their roast. Jian Chen observed their movements with a few moments of curiosity, wanting to figure out as much as he could about how they were surviving on this apocalypse. It was also excellent teaching material for his squad's future actions. However, something happened that left him completely confused. All 4 normal people took off their clothes, except for the mutant named Duhu. Immediately after that, 3 women and 1 man, just like no one else, did those indescribable things in the empty hall. No one made a sound, no pleasant expression, not even a superfluous movement. The scene was bizarre to the extreme. Not only was it not charming, It even caused Jian Chen to have a physiological regurgitation. The reason is simple. In doing this, those men did not look like men, or even like beasts. They, like insects, no feelings, no physiological feedback, just parasitic insects on this earth, controlled by the ultimate, simple instinct to reproduce. Jian Chen turned his head and spoke with difficulty. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The world's gone mad. Chapter 6, The Graveyard. One night later, at 6 o'clock in the morning, after standing the last shift, Chen Jian moved his somewhat sore limbs and took off his smart goggles. It shows 60% battery left, which is good for up to 3 days based on full-time use. The situation is quite serious. Not only are supplies bottoming out and ammunition running low, but now even power is starting to run out. Once the power ran out and all the electronic devices could not be used, the combat power of one squad would probably face a precipitous drop. Of course, Jian Chen does not rely on electronic devices, even if they put aside all the electronic equipment. Just in terms of tactical literacy and personal ability, the 4 people in the squad were definitely the existence of the ceiling on Earth. But the question is, who would refuse to be stronger? Lose the vision of the drones, lose the aid of night vision and smart goggles, and perhaps some of the less dangerous fights become crisis-ridden. Jian Chen frowned, but after getting a good look at his face, those locals instead looked surprised. I thought, you guys were hunters too. The woman who had initially struck up a conversation with Jian Chen walked over and said after carefully looking at him for a few moments, "You're pure bloods, just like us." The woman's tone revealed a bit of excitement, but Jian Chen keenly noticed a hint of loss in the eyes of the mutant named Du Hu on the side. He's a hunter. He's not a pureblood. So the two. What's the difference? Jian Chen looked at the woman and opened his mouth to ask, how did he get that way? You don't know? I don't know. Jian Chen replied frankly. There was no need for him to hide, because through the night's observation, he had already thoroughly figured out the strength of this straggler squad. The forces stuck at the Cold War stage, with no electronic equipment whatsoever and a complete lack of ability to communicate externally. With such a small team, seeing them as a potential threat was a bit of an overestimation. If they were to be put aside in their own previous era, these people would be purely objects to be protected. So, with a serious lack of intelligence, it is better to communicate directly and openly rather than try to test the waters with a lot of wariness. Only in this way can sufficient information be obtained in the shortest possible time, and it is also possible to make rational planning for follow-up actions. Upon hearing Jian Chen's reply, the woman first looked back at Du Hu before slightly lowering her voice to reply. He drank the monster's blood, but not holy blood. All hunters must drink the blood. Only then will they become stronger. But, not everyone survives. He was lucky, but unfortunately not enough. Understood. Jian Chen nodded thoughtfully and made a gesture to Yeshua beside him. And a few moments later, several new pieces of information were quickly updated in the briefing system. The mutation is blood-related, with a high likelihood of a virus. The human body is strengthened by the mutation, and the holy blood is more useful or has fewer side effects. Humans fight monsters through mutation. The odds are that the source of the monster is related to mutation. With just a few words exchanged, the basic framework of this post-apocalyptic world has been established, and all that has to follow is just filling in the details into that framework. After pausing for a moment, Jian Chen continued to ask, is there any place in this world where monsters don't exist? I don't know. The woman sighed and replied, if there is, it's up north. The north is the territory of the sacred bloods and the mechanical god cult, so perhaps there will be fewer monsters in their place, but they've long since given up on this place, and they're not going to come to our rescue. We would have been dead. It's a good thing you guys cleared out the mantis here. At least we can go out and gather food before the next parade. We can last at least another month as long as we hunt. As the words fell, Jian Chen instantly frowned. Stick around for a month? And they're going to stay here? Why don't you guys leave the city? We didn't find any sign of monsters when we came in from outside, and it's probably a lot safer there than in the city, isn't it? As Jian Chen's words fell, all the gazes of the stragglers all gathered on him. A bitter smile spread across the woman's face. Then she opened her mouth to reply. As long as the Matrix remains, we can't go and neither can you. The Matrix's territory is much larger than what we can see. And in its territory, it sees everything. It's omniscient and omnipotent. Those who try to walk out are dead, and only those who stayed here are barely alive. The woman's words were clouded with a religious undertone. It seems that in her eyes, this so-called Matrix has also taken on the skin of a mythical creature. Jian Chen was not eating this at all, because after carefully studying the infrared feature maps taken down by the drone he realized that everything about that monster looked so familiar. Both the thermal image formed by blood transportation and the muscle groups wrapped around the bones. Whether it's the characteristic whip-shaped bony knobs on the tail or the vaguely visible hairs on the tentacles, all the details speak an unmistakable truth. This thing is weird, but it's a pretty standard carbon-based creature. Carbon-based organisms can never have special powers beyond the laws of physics, so even if you say it's strong, it's really strong when it comes to unarmed people. But you want to say it's omnipotent and omniscient? Didn't it fail to find us 4 culprits who killed a dozen of its minions last night? Jian Chen looked at the woman suspiciously, and the woman seemed to be at a loss as to how she should answer, eventually only saying, "You should see it for yourselves. There is a place, and after you have visited it, you will know why." "What place?" Jian Chen pursued. "A graveyard." The woman took a deep breath and replied, "A graveyard made by the Matrix. There are answers there that you want, and after reading them you will know why we can't leave." Still answering in the clouds, Jian Chen's head was full of question marks, unable to guess what exactly the woman meant by reason. It seemed that he had no other choice. Not to go is to face completely unknown dangers, and possibly even to be trapped in this city forever. But if one were to go, the dangers of venturing out to explore unknown regions are not necessarily any lower. Jian Chen was a bit hesitant, and at that moment, the woman spoke at just the right time. "We'll be there soon to gather food. If you guys are going, can come along." As the words fell, Jian Chen slowly nodded his head. He then opened his mouth to address the rest of the team. "Gear up and get ready to go." Chapter 7 Traps. Half an hour later, the squad of 4 plus the stragglers of 5 were all ready. Jian Chen noticed that the stragglers had done a pretty good job with the anti-IR camouflage piece. Not only would they wrap themselves completely in tin foil, they would also wear a cloak of waterproof material over the tin foil, followed by an additional layer of wetted fabric over the cloak. In this early winter, when the temperature was already below 10 degrees, even with the sensitivity of the thermal fusion night vision device turned up to the maximum, it was almost impossible to detect a significant infrared signal. Such a level was already on par with the squad of 4 wearing full anti-infrared combat suits. These people have a lot of experience in survival. So in a world like this, it's these experiences they live by? Maybe it's not just that. Jian Chen put on his tactical goggles again and calibrated the anti-sniper radar sensitivity, then followed behind Du Hu and led the squad down the stairs and out of the building in a single bound. It wasn't until then that he really saw what this dead city really looked like. The vast majority of the tall buildings have tilted and crumbled, and cars parked on the street are buried in dust, revealing rusted skeletons. Judging by the signs of rusting metal, those cars had been parked here for at least decades, if not centuries, without being moved. But the weird thing was that there was no greenery to be seen at all in the entire city, and only in the cracks in the ground could the occasional hard-growing moss be found. It's very out of character. It was important to realize that just less than a kilometer away, on the outskirts of the city area, there were countless giant trees growing. His own squad of 4 people had even experienced a difficult trek before finally burrowing out of the jungle and arriving here. 2 areas, like 2 worlds. What the hell was that for? Is this difference the result of the so-called mother? Jian Chen wanted to open his mouth and ask, but obviously this was not a good time. Thus, he had no choice but to suppress the questions in his heart, intending to wait until he returned to the shelter and then find a way to ask for clarification. Meanwhile, Du Hu had already led the entire squad on foot through 2 alleys and into another wider street. Immediately afterward, Du Hu walked towards a collapsed hole in the ground. Jian Chen's eyes twitched as he opened his mouth to ask, "Look familiar?" "Couldn't be more familiar. Subway station." Xin Yu nodded slightly, then approached Jian Chen and asked, "Gathering food to go to a subway station? It's not supposed to be to catch rats, is it?" "I don't know." Jian Chen turned on the 191 safety, then directly converted to English and lowered his voice to speak. "But something doesn't feel right to me." The streets were so quiet and they moved quickly, like they were completely unsuspecting. Coupled with the physical characteristics of those monsters' infrared vision and the like, it can obviously be deduced that the probability is that these monsters are only active at night, or in the darkness. If that's the case, why risk going underground? Is it really impossible to find any food at all on the surface? Regardless, get ready for battle, and as soon as you enter the underground, start building a roadmap for the retreat, updating it in real time to the PDA. I'm not saying they're screwing us over, but the odds of an accident is high. Understood. Copy that. The other team members replied one by one. Goggles and PDAs all turned on, and the entire squad was once again in combat readiness. All the way down along the entrance to the subway station, the air in the cavernous tunnel became progressively more humid and the light grew dimmer. Du Hu, who walked at the front, lit a tiny torch for illumination, and from time to time used hand signals to indicate the direction of advance. And as you explore deeper, the terrain becomes more complex. The subway station that had been ravaged by age was very different from the kind of modernized subway station that Jian Chen had remembered. and in the absence of any guiding signs, even if you were no longer well trained, you would be completely lost in the chaotic cavernous path. After walking for half an hour, Du Hu's footsteps hadn't stopped. The uneasiness in Jian Shen's heart grew stronger and stronger, and he also realized more and more that this operation was not that simple. This instinct from danger is the result of long training, honed after several real-life battles, and it has never been wrong. He then gestured decisively, and the entire squad's stance changed silently. The two-man double column converted to a four-man single column, with Jian Shen still following behind Du Hu while the others fell behind everyone else, completely separating the stragglers' five-man team. This would have been a common variation for a rainy day. However, right after the squad of four changed their standing position, Jian Shen clearly felt that the entire team's traveling speed had slowed down. The vigilance in his heart peaked at this moment, and he subconsciously wanted to stop advancing to observe and wait. But at that instant, the Du Hu in front of him suddenly stopped. Immediately afterward, he turned around and pulled something out of his arms. Next, boom! A loud noise erupted into the cavernous tunnel, followed closely by his hoarse cries. Run! Jian Shen felt as if he had been solidly hit by a shock bomb, a strong sense of dizziness instantly surging upwards, and immediately afterward, the vision in the night vision device also turned a ghastly white. He immediately realized that Du Hu's run was definitely not meant for the four strangers. They had already made plans to finish themselves off here. Fire! Chen Xian ordered without hesitation, while almost at the same time, the thermal fusion night vision device had automatically switched from shimmering mode to white light fusion mode. The vision in front of him instantly became clear, and Jian Shen saw Du Hu's figure flash past, and immediately pulled 191 the trigger. Bang bang bang! The sound of gunfire echoed through the cavernous tunnel, and the three men behind him opened fire at the same moment. In the flickering fire, Du Hu fell to the ground head first, followed by the other four who wanted to run to the side of the hidden cave, but were accurately killed by Lei Jia with his super flexible QCQ-171 replacement gun. Cease fire! The battle started and ended in an instant. He Shua, release the drones and establish a map to find favorable battle positions. Riger, set up the trick mines front and back to block the enemy's attack route. Shen Yu, set up your guns and prepare to meet the enemy. Understood. The three of them immediately took action, while Jian Shen held 191 in his hand and stared dead ahead at the cave passage. Taking a standard battle-ready stance, he knew that it was definitely not these five stragglers that could truly threaten his squad. When they go through the trouble of bringing themselves in, they are bound to be hiding a backhand. They were planning to run away when they detonated the shock bombs. So, what are they planning to run from? Jian Shen's heart was beating violently, but at this moment, the cavernous passage was plunged into a suffocating silence. Only the moans of Du Hu, who was still not completely dead, echoed in the cavernous tunnel. You guys, why can you guys see? Impossible, impossible. Tell me what I'm coming for and you can live. Jian Shen calmly opened his mouth, and Du Hu coughed twice and replied with difficulty. It's too late. It's too late. We can't run from anyone. His words fell, and in the next second, a violent scuffling sound came from the depths of the passage. Instead of being foolish enough to wait in place, Jian Shen immediately ordered a retreat in the opposite direction. The four of them took the road, relying on the map on their goggles to guide them, and were incredibly fast. The friction grew louder, and Jian Shen heard a scream from Du Hu from behind him. He looked back and an incomparably horrifying scene appeared before his eyes. The Matrix, which he saw yesterday, is crowding the subway tunnel in an eerie manner. Its entire body had been squeezed and deformed, as if it were an octopus that had been forced into a glass, and what that octopus is holding in its mouth is the only half of Du Hu's body left. Chapter 8 Escape. Jian Shen didn't look at Du Hu more than once, as he knew that the current situation was actually quite clear. It's a trap. The opponent's purpose was to lure his squad into the narrow terrain of the subway tunnel and then use the so-called Matrix to take out everyone. Whether it was pure malice, or coveting the equipment on the squad, it didn't matter. The most important question now is how to escape the Matrix. According to the map, they are close to 800 meters away from the subway exit in a straight line. Even if the intelligence system has already made the shortest path planning, it will still take at least 5 minutes to reach the exit. That is, their average speed of travel was no more than 100 meters per minute. And that monster behind them could be much faster than them. The wider the cave, the faster it travels. In narrow places, it can also use its tentacles to climb the walls and squeeze itself out of the can. There is no more choice but to either find a narrow enough hole to hide in for a while or meet the enemy head-on. At this point, the squad had pulled away from the Matrix by dozens of meters, and the trick mines that Lei Jia had set up in the rear were also working. Boom! After a violent explosion, over 400 steel balls completely covered the entire cavern with a huge conical striking surface. The Matrix's movements were momentarily impeded, but Only for a moment. The steel ball was deeply embedded in the cuticle of the mother's head, but failed to penetrate and did no substantial damage at all. Quite the contrary. The enraged Matrix became even more furious and sped up a few points. Broken concrete smoldered under the collision, filling the air with fishy gases and suffocating dust. Jian Chen decisively opened his mouth and ordered, "Wear gas masks and activate emergency breathing apparatus. Shen Yu cover, Lei Jie deploy sniper durations and find a way to knock out its tentacles." Understood. Understood. The squad that was rushing forward immediately stopped, and Shen Yu pounced on the ground and quickly pulled the trigger of the 201 general-purpose machine gun after roughly aiming. Bang 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 bang. Bullets poured out. But the scene that Jian Chen had expected to see of flesh and blood flying about and the mother of all bodies collapsing to the ground did not appear. The small caliber 7.62mm bullet probably did do some damage when it hit the mother load, but the damage was too shallow. That's what's normal. How could the strength of the body tissues of a monster that could rely on its muscles and bones to support a massive 20-meter body be compared to that of a minion that was merely 3 or 4 meters tall? The increase in strength from 5 times the size must be at least 2 or 3 times, if not 5 times. Reg, hurry! Shen Yu shouted. At this point, the distance between the mother and him was only down to the last 30 meters, and even those elongated tentacles were already less than a mere 10 meters away from him. A few more seconds of delay and he could have been pierced through by those tentacles with sharp barbs. And it was in the nick of time that Reg finally set up his sniper durations. Keep your head down. After a shout, he pulled the trigger. Bang! The grenade trailed white smoke across the entire cavernous passage, followed by a single spark that burst at the end of the cavernous passage. In the Matrix's massive mouthpiece. Boom! The fire flickered as the Matrix went into a frenzy of writhing and struggling. Attack effective! Lei Jie shouted, and Jian Chen immediately turned around and looked in the direction of the Matrix. The Smart Goggles Destruction Determination module went into effect immediately, but due to the incomplete data from the previous night's scan, the modeling was not yet complete, and the results of the determination were rather vague. Jian Chen could only rely on the naked eye to discern just how much damage the monster had taken from the power of this sniper durasteel. However, the scene he saw completely overturned his perception. If there is smoke and no injury, the monster is not at all. Chen Jian feels normal. It would be acceptable to say that there is an injury, but it is repairing quickly. But none of them are. A large hole had obviously been blown out by the sniper durations near the mouthpiece of that Matrix, but those broken muscles on the trauma were still writhing rapidly as if they had self-awareness, and after only a few moments, they had already covered the fragile wound. Gecko! A word flashed through Jian Chen's mind. After a gecko's tail is detached from its body, the muscle groups there repair wounds and contain bleeding in the same way. What this Matrix is doing cannot be said to be somewhat similar, only identical. Keep firing. Prioritize the attack on the tentacles. Shen Yu retreat. Alternate cover retreat. Jian Chen ordered again, and at the same time, he pulled out his LG-6 and fired at the Matrix. There were only 5 rounds of grenades left in the nest, the last of his stockpile. He had to control the tempo of his fire precisely to avoid gaps in fire between the 2 heavy firefighters, himself and Reg. Explosions continued to ring out and the squad was moving quickly towards the subway exit. Boom! Boom! Each blast halted the Matrix's movements for a fraction of a second, yet after each blast echoed, it managed to regain its mobility with amazing speed. It had indeed become weaker, and Jian Chen could clearly see this, but just being weak wasn't enough, and if they couldn't completely take it out, or get rid of it, before the grenade hit empty, their own squad would be in for a rude awakening. Jian Chen's heartbeat was as violent as a beating drum, and the exit indicated in his eyepiece was less than 50 meters away, but in his hand, he was down to his last grenade. Bang! Green smoke flared up as the grenade slammed into the mouth of the Matrix once more. Jian Chen instantly threw LG-6 behind him and turned his head to run toward the subway exit with a big stride. As he passed the receiving Shen Yu, he shouted, "Retreat!" Understood. Shen Yu picked up the machine gun and ran wildly in a standard field maneuver transfer maneuver, while he Shua, who was further ahead, had already set up his 10 sniper and fired the last 2 rounds in the magazine. Bang! Bang! The highly penetrating bullets went straight through the Matrix's entire torso, and Jian Chen clearly saw the sparks from the 2 bullets hitting the wall. This brought a bold idea to his mind. If this monster is controlling its injuries by writhing muscle groups, does that mean that the caliber doesn't need to be too big to give it a grind with any weapon that can do damage to it? Maybe there will be a chance to validate the idea later, but not now. At this point, the exit is in sight. Jian Chen shouted to Lei Jie, who was running at the front, "Prepare for demolition. Seal the exits." He then quickly ascended the already semi-collapsed steps and took 1 step outside the subway station. It was a moment that seemed like a lifetime ago. It was too late to lament the fact that Reg had already finished deploying the blasting charge. Next, Boom! The upper portion of the subway station entrance collapsed completely, and the heavy, but rusted and weathered concrete came down hard. After the smoke and dust, the horrible vibrations from the ground seemed to have been completely isolated. Jian Chen gasped twice, and without the slightest pause, he continued to shift in the direction away from the entrance with the 3 members of his squad. And just after they ran out less than 30 meters, a loud crash came from underground. Bang! It was followed by a second, and a third sound. Bang! Bang! The sound that was as heavy as a beating drum was as terrifying as if it had directly hit Jian Chen's heart. And before he could turn back to look at the rumbling ground and decide whether to withdraw and hide or fight to the death, the change had already taken place precipitously. Boom! The ground shattered and smoke rose. The massive, terrifying mother of all things had broken through the ground. Chapter 9, Kites. It was only when the Matrix stood upright in front of Jian Chen that he truly felt the sense of oppression from such a huge object. Huge lower limbs trampled on the concrete floor as if they were going to stomp on the top of his head the next moment. When looking up, Jian Chen couldn't even see the Matrix's head. All sight was obscured by the tattered tentacles that waved haphazardly in the air. He sort of finally understands why humans worship and fear giant things. Because such things, even if it looks weird, as soon as you see it, you'll immediately catch that hint of the out of the ordinary and bizarre. Aesthetics. That's right, it's aesthetically pleasing. It was as if the gods had descended in beauty. Unfortunately, the current Jian Chen is completely in no mood to feel it in detail, because the other party is an enemy who wants to put him to death. He quickly ran to the back of the building, with the Matrix's tentacles close behind. Bang! A loud crash sounded, and the building, which had long been fragile, instantly fell apart. Release the drones! Establish aerial vision! Jian Chen ordered loudly, and the squad members immediately responded. In an instant, the 2 drones rose into the air at breakneck speeds, while images from high altitude were immediately refreshed on Jian Chen's intelligent goggles. Can't should be spelled. Reg, report remaining ammo. I still have 5 grenades and 2 fragmentation grenades. Plenty of ammo. It's useless to have as many bullets as you have there. Shin Yu, how many rounds are left? Less than 200 rounds. The cartridges are running out. Once Regal's grenades ran out, all that remained in the squad's hands were small caliber weapons. And it was clear that these small caliber weapons were not going to be able to do an effective kill on this mother. What to do? Jian Chen's brain was spinning rapidly, but before he could come to a conclusion, a tactical directive had already been sent down as if by instinct. Everyone spread out and hold, relying on aerial vision to avoid direct conflict. Utilize the building as cover. Layer up and ladder back. Find the target's weakness and find a way to take it out. Understood. With a command, the 4 members of the squad immediately dispersed. One good thing about urban terrain is that it is bound to impose serious limitations on the travel speed of large carriers. And apparently, this female is considered a large carrier. As the 4 members of the squad continued to weave through the streets, utilizing various side streets and narrow streets to make transfers, even the Matrix, who also possessed high-altitude vision, was in a daze. It's visible, but it won't pass. It's just a monster. After all, not the kind of monster in Ultraman Godzilla. The threat to the squad was instantly reduced. And the better news was that the drone's thermal imaging system sensed no other unusual heat sources at all. Those mantises did not follow the attack. Perhaps just as Jian Chen had judged. Their evolutionary direction was originally to hunt in the darkness of the night, so the strong sunlight at midday must have prevented them from moving. The situation is great. The advantage is mine. Jian Chen instantly came to confidence as he drilled headlong into the narrow alley, and after making sure that the Matrix hadn't moved in his direction, he stopped to catch 2 breaths and said, "It seems to have no way to take us. That's why Duhu is trying to lure us underground. And he also knows that the Matrix can't even step on us on the ground. Just like an elephant can't step on an ant." "True, but we can't help it." Shin Yu's voice came from the headset. His breathing was a little short. It was obvious that as the player with the heaviest load in the squad, he was already a little physically exhausted after the high-intensity exercise. Run or fight? Must decide quickly. No weaknesses to fight? Jian Chen poo-pooed the words. This thing doesn't even look like an animal. It's just a shapely mass of fungus. How can it still move around when its head has been blown from a triangle to a pentagon? Its brain doesn't grow on its tentacles, does it? There aren't many tentacles left. Ray J interjected. "Captain, I see its lower limbs are just under 2 meters in diameter. Should we break them for it?" "Yes." Jian Chen's eyes lit up before he ordered. "Shin Yu, fire at point blank to attract the target's attention." He shua, hit it in the head with a Type 10. If visual organs are found, prioritize hitting the eyes. Reg, aim and fire at its lower limbs and try to break a leg in 2 shots. Understood. Tactics change and so do the positions of the 4 men. Jian circled out of the alleyway and found a firing angle before firing without hesitation at the weak part of the Matrix's head that had already been bombarded with sniper durations. The Matrix's attention was immediately attracted, but just the moment its head had turned towards Jian, Shen Yu, who had pulled away, also opened fire. Bang bang bang, bullet after bullet penetrated deep into the muscles of the Matrix, and the cuticle covering its surface had been completely destroyed. Perhaps the damage caused by the bullets was limited, but at this point every bullet that hit it was like a spike that had been inserted into the skin one by one. It must have had a sense of pain, for it had been thrown into utter confusion by the harassment of the spikes. Reg, chance, Jian shouted. Bang, bang, just as the Matrix stopped moving, 2 grenades were fired from the side, hitting it in the joints of its lower limbs. Flesh and blood, bones encased in blood and mucus appeared for the first time to the small team of 4. The Matrix stumbled and nearly fell over, but then immediately pulled at a high-rise building with its tentacles to maintain its stance. But he sure won't give it a chance. Bang! A 12.7mm round was fired from the rear, hitting the female's leg bone with unerring accuracy. A dull explosion sounded as bullets and fragments of bone splattered out. Next, the Matrix completely lost its balance and planted itself completely on the ground. Reg, the other leg. Roger that. Boom! Another grenade shot. As in the same process, the mother's other calf separates from her body and she completely loses the ability to stand up. Down. Jian steadily advanced, interrupting a flailing tentacle with a series of point-blank shots. The Matrix's massive body was still struggling on the ground, and that amazing muscular reaction was still going on, but it didn't have a strong regenerative ability, and after the limbs were separated, it couldn't move again anyway. Safe. Keep looking for a weakness and find a way to finish it off, Jian calmly ordered. But just at that moment, an alarm suddenly sounded from its headset. Humanoid heat source detected. Humanoid heat source detected. Jian's eyeballs moved slightly, and the graphic transmission screen immediately zoomed in. And in the picture, a cloaked figure was standing on top of a tall building, quietly overlooking the battlefield. The roof of the building. The man held a walkie-talkie, ravaged and old through the years, in his hand, and spoke as he looked down the street at the struggling Matrix. I just got to Kawartha. Yes. The monster is here. The body size is probably around 20 meters, and it's determined to be at least level 4. Yes, it's strong. The evolutionary orientation is clear, the means of combat are varied, and the survivability is equally amazing. But, things aren't quite what we expected here. That monster. Dying. Chapter 10, The Holy Blooded One. At this point, the ground. After determining that the Matrix had been completely paralyzed and had temporarily lost its ability to attack, all 4 of the squad's attention shifted to the man on the rooftop. Jian's 191 was already pointing in the man's direction, and one of the 2 drones climbed in altitude to maintain surveillance, while the other approached the man, trying to figure out the other's intentions. He operates the drone and swings it from side to side in a friendly gesture, but it was clear that the man didn't understand the meaning of the gesture. He just gazed curiously in the direction of the drone, as if trying to figure out how the thing worked. Given that the drones had no long-range communication capabilities, Jian below could only shout out, "Who are you? We mean no harm." He was not unaware of the threat that the humans in this apocalyptic wasteland might pose to the squad. The stragglers to which 2 who belonged had already taught him a lesson, but he also knew very well that the squad should never give up contact with others of its kind just because of one danger. The only result of this would be for the entire squad to lose all chance of getting assistance and eventually die of slow suffocation in containment. So contact and trial and error is a must, in case there was an unexpected situation. The 12.7mm caliber sniper rifle in his Shua's hand would teach him to be a man. What the Matrix can carry, a humanoid gargoyle can't. Thinking of this, Jian continued to shout, "Can you hear me? We are not enemies." The man on the roof remained unresponsive, and at this point, through the images coming back from the drone, Jian had noticed the walkie-talkie in his hand. It convinced him even more of the man's worth and his determination to make contact with him. Having a walkie-talkie, knowing how to use it, and possibly even repairing and maintaining it, meant that this man, and the group behind him, had retained a fairly complete color of human civilization, and was definitely a very different existence from the previous straggler squad. However, the man didn't seem to give Jian face. He glanced downward and took the walkie-talkie back into his arms. Immediately after that, he pulled out something from his waist. "Guns! Gun!" Jian shouted out, and almost instantly, his Shua had pulled the trigger. Bang! At this point, the straight-line distance between his Shua and the man was no more than 200 meters. A flight speed of 900 meters per second means it takes less than 0.3 seconds for the bullet to hit the man. It's almost impossible for anyone to dodge that shot. But men did. In the intervening 0.3 seconds, he tilted sideways with amazing speed, raised his right hand, which was holding the gun, and pulled the trigger on the drone in the air. Bang! The distinctive sound of gunfire came from the drone flying through the air, which narrowly avoided the shot by relying on its survival enhancements to autonomously initiate an evasive maneuver after recognizing the gun in the man's hand, and at the same time, the large caliber bullet that he shot would pass through the man's armpit. That's even empty? He was dumbfounded, while Jian Chen had already aimed a series of short point-blank shots at the man's still body. Missed. The opponent quickly righted himself after a sideways tilt, and Jian Chen hit just the right amount of advance to avoid him. If the first time was luck, the same luck could never happen twice. Jian Chen instantly realized how different the man was. Such reaction speed, such physicality. Perhaps he is what those people call sacred-blooded one? Not being able to think too much, Jian Chen quickly ordered. The other guy has shown hostility. Finish him off. Drone raises altitude to follow. Streams location information in real time. 4 of you take one direction each and surround the target building. Understood. The squad moved quickly and the target changed immediately. The poor female was still lying on the ground struggling at this point, as if she were a dehydrated fish. A few minutes ago, it was the most powerful creature in the area. The top of the food chain. After a few minutes, it had actually become invisible to the ants, which would have been regrettable if the mother had been aware of it. Obviously it was the first one to start. Unfortunately, at this point, the 4-member squad had already completely regarded it as a non-threatening secondary target, and didn't even give it a second glance as they continued to march forward again. The only thing in their eyes was the man on the high floor. Jian Chen clenched his 191 and locked onto the street in front of him. He wasn't sure if the man was alone or if he had other teammates, but regardless, since the drones have been warned of a new heat source, they won't terminate the operation. The pace of the men was quick, and in no more than half a minute they had finished closing in on the building. Chen Jian had thought that the next attack on the building was the main event, but never expected. The man leapt from the roof of the building. Then, in the drone's view, he landed with a thud on the roof of another building that was more than 10 meters apart and had a drop of at least 6 meters. And he, unharmed. Is this still human? Jian Chen was dumbfounded, then continued with his order. Continue tracking. Drones maintain surveillance. Don't lose your vision. Once we do, we'll never find it again. Understood. Already in smart tracking mode, data flows between 6 combat units and 6 smart terminals, making tracking movements fast and efficient. The man was still on the roof of the building and kept leaping, each of his leaps shocking Jian Chen. But sadly, such a move would bring about much less tangible results. Without aerial vision, perhaps the 4-man squad would have lost them after the second leap. But can you jump as fast as a drone? Like shadows, the 2 drones were dead center on the man, even anticipating the direction the man was about to leap. The squad of 4 on the ground didn't even need to expend physical energy running to follow. They just needed to keep maneuvering to get to the most advantageous interception position with the shortest and fastest path. After a few jumps, the man finally realizes that this is not the way out. He turned around and entered the building, trying to obscure the drone's aerial view. But what he didn't know was that the drone was equipped with a miniature Doppler radar detection system. And the most important role of this system, besides real-time modeling of the terrain, can detect targets behind corners. It's supposed to be the big killer in CQB combat, and indoors is its home turf. And so it was that the man realized, to his horror, that the ghostly drone was always following him, keeping a corner away from him. He couldn't attack the drone, but apparently the other guy could see him. The man felt fear for the first time, and after descending a dozen steps in a row, he took a panic leap out of the glass-shattered window and landed on the ground. Thus, he was once again exposed to the view of another drone that was always keeping an overhead watch, and to the crossfire of the 4-man squad. Fire! Stop! Jian Chen and the man's voices sounded almost simultaneously, but in fact, there was no need for Jian Chen to open his mouth, as the muzzles of the 4 guns were already sprouting flames at the same time as well. Bang! Bang bang bang! Ta-da-da-da! The man's body twisted in a bizarre stance then lunged forward, dodging the absolutely lethal large-caliber bullet, as well as a few short point-blank shots from Jian Chen and Xingyu, but in the end he hadn't been able to dodge the high rate of fire QCQ-171. Blood and flesh exploded as the man fell to the ground with a cry of pain. Jian Chen still wanted to make up for the gun, but the man spoke again. Stop! I'm not hostile. Jian Chen calmly raised his hand and ordered, stay alert and aim for the vitals. He then shouted in the man's direction. It's not up to you to decide if there's hostility or not. Prove it. Chapter 11 Rewards. Half an hour later, Inside the temporary shelter that originally belonged to the stragglers, Reg had already tended to the cloaked man's wounds and bound his arms and legs with a dragging strap. Considering that his strength and speed were far above that of the average normal human, Roger directly used all 4 of the team's toe straps, and even uneasily moved several chunks of broken concrete to press on top of him. It was as if the man had been buried alive at this point, and he looked down at the concrete on his body and cried and laughed. "Are you afraid I'm cold? Do you want to shovel some more dirt to tamp it down?" Just after his words were finished, Jian Chen immediately sensed the difference in him. Those stragglers can talk too, there's no doubt about that, but all their language is rote, mechanical, even rudimentary. And this man? Whether it was in the wording, the tone, or the vague sense of humor, it was a world away from the stray squads he had encountered before. This is definitely not the difference between a holy-blooded person and an ordinary person, but the difference between a normal person and an abnormal person. Thinking of this, Jian Chen opened his mouth and asked, "You're not like the ones we've met before." Hearing his words, the man shook his head in amusement and asked rhetorically, "You guys don't still think of those converts as people, do you? It's adorably naive. It's no wonder you guys were tricked into the subway by them, so I'm curious. Who the hell are you guys and how did you escape?" A religious word popped out of the man's mouth once again, but Jian Chen immediately understood what he meant. Converts. In other words, that straggler squad was actually dependent on the Matrix for survival. This may explain why they say they can't leave while the Matrix is still there. Of course, it also explains their attack on their squad, and the loud bang before the monster called Mantis attacked. Originally, Jian Chen had already defaulted to that as a kind of warning. Think back, that is indeed a warning, only not to their own side, but to the monster. Jian Chen gently exhaled a breath and said as he looked in the man's direction, "You shouldn't be asking questions. The way things are now, I should be the one asking you." Sure. The man shrugged. "Before you ask questions, perhaps I should explain my situation. My name is Su Hunter, from Jinling. As you can see, I am a holy blood and a hunter. I was commissioned by a big shot in Jinling City to come to Chuansha with my teammates to hunt this level 4 monster. My intention was to reconnoiter, but just as I entered the city, I noticed the signs of your aftermath of the battle, and then you. I noticed your equipment and thought you were another group of hunters from the mechanical god cult, so I was going to wait and see what happened, and figure out what you were up to first. But I didn't realize that you had gotten mixed up with the converts and were tricked into the monster's lair. I was thinking you guys were dead, and then, you all know what happened back there, and you don't need me to repeat it again, do you? Right. Chen Jian slowly nodded his head, not immediately pursuing the question. This man called Su Hunter contained a huge amount of information in just a few words, making him unable to fully digest it for a moment. Jinling City, big shot, hunter, level 4 monster. A range of details suggests that not only did a sizable human settlement still exist on this land, but even the settlement developed a complex functionality. Not only that, but the confrontation between humans and monsters has obviously developed to a very mature and professional level. Otherwise there would be no such thing as a monster classification. That's a different message than the one provided by the converts. So, from the beginning, they were ready to cheat? Jian Chen felt a chill run down his back as he looked at Su-hun with a skeptical look before continuing to ask, "So you've been following us since last night? If you knew there was something wrong with those converts, why didn't you warn us? Is there a rivalry between hunters and hunters? Or is there a conflict between you sacred bloods and the mechanical theocracy?" Neither. Su-hunter shook his head and replied, "It's you guys who have the problem. Don't you realize yourselves how strange you are? The weapons and equipment you use are very similar to the mechanical theocracy, guns, shells, heavy armor, radios, but it's clear that the ones you're using are more powerful than any weapon I've ever seen. Also, you guys have a lot of stuff I've never seen or even heard of at all. That flying mechanical bird, the strange telescope-like but vastly different thing on its head, the glowing windscreen. In short, there have never been humans like you in this land. It never came up, at least as far as I can remember. So, do you think I should take the initiative to approach you guys? You took the initiative to approach the converts, and I don't need to tell you how that turned out, do I?" Jian Chen slowly nodded his head without retorting. At this moment, his mind was quickly combing through the information in Su Hunter's words, and from it, he discovered a rather strange, yet vaguely darkly logical situation. The man knew about guns but not body armor. He knew about radios but not night vision. Obviously, a portion of human technology, and even the terminology that describes it and the concepts it represents, has been lost in the ages. Something else, more effective and durable, has been passed down from one generation to the next. This was very true, and made Jian Chen certain that, at least in this part, Su-hun hadn't lied. So, he grabbed the gist of Su-hun's words and continued to ask, Where is the city of Jinling? How many people are there? You guys don't even know about the Golden City? Su Hunter opened his mouth in consternation. You guys are really too strange. You guys aren't sacred-blooded, yet you're strong enough to take down a class 4 monster with the strength of a mere 4 people. You know absolutely nothing about this place, yet you act as if you know the terrain like the back of your hand when it comes to combat. Wait, how the hell did you guys escape from underground? I mean, your weapons, even if they're strong, can't be. I see. Su Hunter took a long breath and said, the mirrors above your heads are some sort of instrument that allows you to see in the dark, right? Jian Chen nodded and didn't hide it. Yes, it's called night vision. Night vision. Very aptly named. That would explain it. With visibility and powerful weapons, you can do even more damage to monsters underground than when you're above ground. That's why it's so weak. Awesome. Su Hun sighed emotionally, then said, let's get back to your earlier question. Jinling, that's the biggest city in the whole south, and there's at least 10,000 people living there. It's an outpost on the border between north and south and one of the most dangerous places in the world. Merchants, hunters, holy bloods, churches, thieves, monsters. There's everything there. No matter where you come from, if you want to learn about the world quickly, you should go to the Golden Temple. Speaking here, Su Hunting paused and said as if he thought of something. No, not supposed to. You must make a trip to Jinling. Why? Jian Chen asked with a frown. Su Hunter shrugged and replied, you guys took down the monster and took the bounty. If you don't go there, who are you going to give your rewards to for nothing? Chapter 12 Cooperation. Jinling? Jian Chen looked at Su Hun, who was still bound to the ground and unable to move, and a hint of skepticism flashed in his eyes. From Chuansha, where they were, to Jinling, where they remembered themselves, a straight line distance of nearly 900 kilometers. Could it be possible to go there just because they wanted to, without high mobility carriers? Even by the standards of a hasty march, with no rest every day, that would be a 20-day walk. It's just too much time and too many variables. It was hard for Jian Chen not to suspect that Su Hun had other plans. After all, the previous stragglers had just given him a lesson, and now Su Hun had so generously put out the bounty information, which was really too absurd. Thus, he pressed Su Hun's words and instead asked him 3 of the most basic, but also the most important questions. First, where to get food and water. Second, where to find ammunition to replenish it. Third, how to kill the mother completely. With an unreserved look, Su Hunter answered one by one. You are unlikely to find food that is directly edible in the entire city of Kawartha, and most of the water sources here have been contaminated by the Matrix. But in the forest outside the city, there is plenty of food and the water is safe. As for ammunition replenishment, that's a question you should probably ask the mechanical theocracy. We hardly ever use guns in combat. Are you kidding me? Jian Chen asked in dismay. Without the use of guns or heavy weapons, is it possible to take down a 20-meter tall monster with just that fruit knife you're carrying? Hearing his words, Su Hunter snorted and replied, and you know that's a fruit knife? That knife is nothing more than a tool to start a fire, to cut meat, to peel fruit. Don't look at the fact that the physical qualities of the sacred-blooded are far higher than normal people, but we fight relying on our intelligence. We'll spend so much time tracking our prey, looking for weaknesses, and setting up traps, that by the time we actually decide to make a move, even a bullet will be superfluous. So how did you guys originally plan to take out this monster in Kawartha City? Jian Chen interrupted Su Hun and said in an undeniable manner, tell me. Su Hunter looked around and opened his mouth. It's easy enough to get me to talk. I'm not asking you to let me go. Can you at least move these rocks out of the way first? The iron spikes on this are rubbing against my wound, and it hurts. Jian Chen nodded and gave Lei Jia a look, who immediately moved away the stones. Everyone noticed that the wounds on Su Hunter's left leg and left abdomen had completely stopped bleeding, and even had a vague tendency to close. Although no traces of healing had been detected yet, such a speed of recovery was definitely amazing enough. What a guy! Sainthood in the flesh? Jian Chen vigilantly placed his finger on the trigger, while Su Hunter opened his mouth to reply after a groan of relief. In fact, you guys should know better than I do. This monster's strengths and weaknesses stand out. Highly resilient, flexible, large, and controlling a group of minion monsters. It's hard to win this kind of thing by trying to fight hard, but it has a rather fatal weakness, which is an overly complex blood transportation system that results in a rather poor clotting ability. I should say that this thing doesn't actually have any blood clotting ability to match its size, so just make a cut in it that continues to bleed, and it won't take long for it to bleed to death. As for how to keep its muscles from contracting to stop the bleeding, that's our secret. After Su Hun's words, Jian Chen could be said to be dumbstruck. He had thought that the confrontation between humans and monsters, or at least the confrontation between this group of holy bloods and monsters, Should be a clash of man and beast, sword and fire, armor and flesh. But now it seems like that's not the case at all. Bloodletting, stopping muscle contractions. These so-called holy bloods wouldn't be trying to give that matrix a big dose of muscle relaxant, would they? What is this? War doctor, potions to kill the enemy? It's really the same as what Suhan said. Their organization. The battle relies on wisdom. I probably know what you guys are going to do. Jian Shen took a deep breath and spoke. Then let's go and finish off that monster and talk about how the bounty will be distributed when we return to Jinling. We're perfectly capable of working together. You provide us with the information we need and I'll guarantee your safety. Besides, you've stalled long enough. Jian Shen's eyes moved away from the corner of the smart goggles before continuing. Tell your friends to put down their weapons and not to waste their time. They're already at the edge of the cordoned-off area. One step closer and I'll give the order to take them out as enemies immediately. As Jian Shen's words fell, Suhan's face changed instantly. He gazed into Jian Shen's eyes and incredulously opened his mouth to ask, "How the hell did you see that?" "It doesn't matter." Jian Shen took the walkie-talkie he had seized from him in his hand and casually pressed a few keys, and the sound of intermittent signaling came from inside. An old, civilian-grade handstand, or an analog. It's like a child's toy. You probably don't understand how this thing works, or you wouldn't have been able to keep it constantly on to the point of exposing all of your teammates' positions. You think you're the one spying on us? Wrong. We had all your information from the moment you turned on your radio. You should be glad you didn't lie to me about my problems, and that the code word you uttered was not attack but wait. Otherwise, you kill not only yourself, but them as well. As the words fell, Su Hun, who was lying on the ground unable to move, was chilled all over. He had always thought that he had disguised himself well enough and acted naturally enough. But the question is there any point in going through all the trouble of acting if people already know you're acting in the first place? Cold sweat oozed from Su Hun's back as he recalled Jian Shen's words. Toys for kids. This was clearly a precious and incomparable walkie-talkie. Not to mention his own organization, the Holy Blooders. Even the mechanical god cult, which had always been obsessed with technology, did not have the ability to decipher the principles of its operation. But in the eyes of this man across from himself, it was just a toy. What was even more frightening was that Su Hun could clearly feel that the other party was not exaggerating. He even knew the secret language of his squad, which meant that all his conversations with the other team members were under their surveillance. Su Hun looked towards the calm-faced Jian Shen, and at this moment, he no longer had the desire to resist. So, he put away his pretense of relaxation and spoke in a solemn tone. Then cooperate. I concede. Chapter 13, Extermination. Negotiations with the Saint-Blooded squad didn't take much time, and after determining that their position had been exposed, these Saint-Blooded who were completely online in both their mental state and sanity value decisively terminated their plans and honestly put down their weapons as requested by Jian Shen. And when they entered the temporary shelter and saw the heavily armed squad of 4, they immediately understood one thing. It's not surprising that Su Hunter was caught. It's not some bait and switch. It's that he really can't fight. Although no one can tell the name of those equipments, let alone the purpose of those equipments. But just one look, anyone can feel the beauty contained in those equipments. The beauty that comes from order and strength. These people definitely don't belong to this world. Because in this world, even in the stronghold of the mechanical theocracy, you can't find a similar order. Yes, they have guns and cannons too, but they definitely won't be like the group of 4 in front of them, standing there and making people think that they're ready for anything. If they were really the mechanical theocracy, they would still be wiping the rifles in their hands with the monster's blood at this point, praying that the guns don't blow up in the ensuing battle, right? Compared to the calm, even cold faces of the 4-person team, the so-called ceremony of those believers is just like a joke. So, cooperation is really the best option. The woman standing at the front carefully bypassed Jian Shen's gun and went forward to pull up Su Hun, who was sitting on the ground, and after checking for injuries, she turned back to Jian Shen and asked, "We need to treat his wounds. Is that okay?" "Could be." Jian Shen nodded in agreement, but the gun in his hand was never lowered, and it was during this time that Su Hunter briefly introduced the situation of their squad of sacred blooders. A doctor, Sheliu, a scout, Su Hunter himself, a shield guard with a large steel shield in his left hand and a short-barreled smoothbore rifle of massive caliber in his right, Lei Shur, a fully armored ranger with a pistol in his waist and a long sword on his back, Xing Yi. This configuration may be placed in the Cold War era is also considered a strong special forces team, but from the perspective of Jian Shen, but feel how to see how wrong. This medieval warhammer? Jian Shen felt the veins in his brain throbbing furiously, wanting to say something but being speechless. The two parties fell into an embarrassing silence at this point. Or it was Dr. Xiaolu who finally spoke after treating Su Hun's wounds. "He's okay for now. We're going to take out that monster now. You guys, Want to get together? Without any unnecessary exchanges, Jian Chen nodded and replied decisively, together. So a short 2 minutes later, all the members of the team who were still able to move had all packed up their gear and walked out of the shelter. The female was still struggling at the exit of the subway, but compared to before, half of its body had already poked into the cavernous passageway, as if it wanted to escape back to its lair and find a way to recover from its injuries. The three of the Sacred Blooder squad didn't give it that chance. At the first moment after seeing their target, the three of them immediately spread out and took up combat formation. The shield guard raised his steel shield and advanced slowly, the smoothbore rifle in his right hand firing with a roar, the projectile the size of a quail's egg heading straight for the most vulnerable part of the monster's back and then embedding itself deeply into it. Jian Chen looked creeped out, while after firing the first shot, the shield guard had already hung the smoothbore back to his right side and finished loading the gun one-handedly. Fusilier paper case ammunition. Very backward, Jian Chen whispered. The one in Su Hunter's hand is obviously a modern pistol plus modern ammo, although you can't tell the model. The technology here is pretty messed up. Maybe we'll see cavalry charging with lasguns on their shoulders later. I feel the same way. Shin Yu nodded thoughtfully and was about to say something, but his eyes were quickly drawn back to the small group of three approaching the Matrix. After 2 consecutive rounds of shooting, the shield guard had managed to suck all the hate from the Matrix. The remaining tentacles waved frantically in midair and then slammed down hard. Bang! The shield guard took the blow hard, and the thick steel shield was slammed hard into the ground, stirring up a cloud of smoke. Meanwhile, the ranger had already stridden forward, stepping on a solid piece of ground to his right and leaping high into the air before swinging his sword down at the tentacles that hadn't had time to retract. Thumbs up. Blood spurted as the ranger swung his sword faster and faster. It was at this point that Jian Chen realized that if one was fast enough in their own speed, the efficiency of using cold weapons in combat did seem to be a bit higher than long-range weapons. In just half a minute, the 4 remaining tentacles on the Matrix had been severed. Its Tyrannosaurus Rex-like front claws that had long since deteriorated were no threat to the small group of holy bloods around it, and the ranger in the group deftly dodged the Matrix's tumble and plunged a blade into its fragile skin that wasn't covered in cuticle. Blood gushed out instantly as the blade slashed down, but the bleeding quickly slowed down again as the muscles actively contracted. Potions! Ranger shouted. Dr. Shilu tossed a tightly wrapped vial of potion high in the air, and the ranger took it as soon as he could, cracking it on the hilt of his sword before shoving it straight into the monster's wound. After a short wail, the Matrix began to roll violently. The squad of Sacred Bloods immediately began to withdraw, retreating well beyond a safe distance. Originally has gradually stopped. The blood gushed out again. Chen Jian transfeel. They do not seem to be hunting monsters, rather like in the killing of pigs like. This is too easy, isn't it? Seemingly noticing Jian Chen's expression, Su Hun, who had not participated in the battle due to his injuries, took the initiative to explain. It's just wrapping up now, so of course it's going to be easy. If you guys hadn't broken its legs ahead of time and inflicted severe injuries that were difficult to recover from, even if we wanted to get close to it, it would have been a matter of 9 deaths. Not to mention, having to slice through its aorta with sword precision. Anyway, the bounty was supposed to be yours. We don't need much. How about 20%? Tell me more, but I'm not going to let you guys suffer. Jian Chen didn't answer immediately, and he was adamant that he wouldn't say a single word more about bounty distribution before figuring out the economic system of this world. After all, a casual promise to share out maybe a large sum of money, and even the foundation of their own squad to settle down. Seeing that he looked resolute, Su Han did not say anything more. At this point, the Matrix had completely collapsed due to blood loss, and through the lens of the night vision device, Jian Chen could also see that its core temperature was rapidly dropping. Dying. Jian Chen glanced at the time. From being bled to death, it only took 3 minutes and 20 seconds. Yes, they are easy to kill if you find the right way. Of course, it's not that easy. Su Hunter took a deep breath, then said, "It's kind of over here. We should go in." "Where to?" Jian Chen asked with a frown. "To his lair." A teasing smile appeared on Su Hunter's face before he continued. "It's the same place you were tricked into going into, but didn't get to." Graveyard. Chapter 14, Searching. Half an hour later, the squad of 4 converted to a squad of 8 and all re-entered the subway passageway. Jian Chen didn't choose to release the drone for reconnaissance, partly to conserve the small amount of power left, and partly to see where the limits of these so-called Sacred Bloods actually lay. And the other man really didn't let him down. Although it was their first time entering the cave, they showed considerable professionalism, whether in pathfinding, reconnaissance, combat, or evacuation. Occasionally, 1 or 2 giant mantises would come out of the cave passage, but without exception, all of them were instantly taken out by Li Shi, the shield guard, and Zhang Yi, the ranger, who were at the forefront. The whole thing is splattered with blood and plasma and is full of the violent beauty of cold weapon combat of the classical period. Jian Shen suspected that if one were to discuss strength and speed alone, the individual qualities of these sacred bloods were even above these small monsters. Coupled with the addition of weapons and tools, hacking and slashing is unfathomable. Compared to the quality of combat, the functionality of this squad was even more surprising to Jian Shen. He had thought that Su Hunter was called a scout, and that he was undertaking nothing more than some ordinary scouting work, but never thought that Su Hunting not only has the ability of shimmering night vision, the sense of smell is also far beyond normal. He was actually able to guide the squad all the way forward by the lingering scent of the Matrix, and didn't even have the luxury of pausing for movement when he came around every corner. What kind of humanoid dog? I have to say, at least in this aspect, his own squad of 4 is still far worse than these holy-blooded people. As he followed Su Hunter's lead along the way, the smell of blood that Jian Shen smelled became heavier and heavier. He raised his hand in a warning gesture, and the rest of the team raised their rifles almost simultaneously and began to advance in a fighting stance according to their guns. Su Hun was taken aback by their actions, and after reacting, he hastily opened his mouth. Don't be too nervous. The theory is that the closer we get to the nest, the safer we'll be. These monsters also have a strict hierarchy, and it's almost impossible for a monster of the next level to actively approach the nest of a monster of a higher level, unless one waits until it's completely dead and its body has completely decayed. So if even you guys can sense that the lair is just ahead, that means that we've already traveled the most dangerous part of the path. Having said that, Jian Shen merely nodded without lowering the gun in his hand. He has indeed clearly felt the change in the environment. The temperature is higher, the smell of blood is stronger, and, of course, the surroundings are quieter. It was a dead silence. To be precise, it's as if even microbial reproduction has stopped dead. Almost there, Su Hunter said in a relaxed tone. I wonder what goodies I'll find this time. What good could it be? Jian Shen asked suspiciously. Of course I have. Su Hunter bragged as he drew his own pistol and said, and there's this radio set that was found in a nest. The last time we were near River City, we took down a level 5 monster, and this pistol was found in its lair. Fully functioning pistols can be hard to find, even for the mechanical theocracy. Between words, Chen Jian has already drawn his QSW-06 microsound pistol from his thigh. Su Hunting saw at a glance. The words have not finished. Directly to Swallowback. Never mind. These things may not be in short supply for you, but regardless, these monsters' habits cause them to drag their hunted prey back to their lairs. So their lairs tend to have the highest concentration of regional resources. Even if you're not short of weapons and ammo, look hard and maybe you'll find something else. After Su Hun's words, Jian Shen did not reply. In fact, how could he not be short of weapons and ammunition? The successive battles had completely bottomed out the squad's ammunition reserves. Even for 5.8mm rifle rounds, he only had a measly 40 or so rounds left. This was the reason why he desperately needed to reach a partnership with the Sacred Blooder Squad. After all, it's much more reliable to threaten a squad of holy-blooded people with what little ammo is left than to use those bullets to go head-to-head against a monster. Of course, it was impossible for him to expose this point of mind to Su Hun. Once the other party realized the external strength of his team, the cooperation between the two sides would definitely collapse in an instant. This is a fact that is never in doubt. Therefore, what Jian Shen hoped for most now was to find the supplies he needed in the so-called graveyard. Bullets or guns and weapons. Whatever could supplement the squad's fighting strength. He came to the rescue. With this thought in mind, he followed closely behind Su Hunter and walked into the graveyard. The view instantly opens up to uncountable white bones piled up on the ground, while those further down have weathered into a grayish-white dust. When I looked up, the light of the sky overhead was shining straight down, and the bright spot looked like a wellhead. The height from the ground here had reached at least 50 meters, and as Jian Shen looked around, an inexplicable sense of familiarity suddenly arose in his heart. Look familiar? Jian Shen turned his head to the rest of the team and opened his mouth to ask. Looks familiar. Except for the collapsed top. Shen Yu sucked in a mouthful of cool air and said with slight hesitation, isn't this ING 1102? Extrapolating from the location seems about right. No need to almost. This is 1102. Reggie said, pointing to the wall to the right of the cavernous hall. There's still the remains of the stand there, but it's at the wrong height. At the moment it looks like the height of the stand is just under 3 meters. But based on what we saw when we came over, the stand should be about 12 meters and 3 stories high. That means the ground beneath our feet has been buried nearly 10 meters down. If you want to go deeper inside, you'll have to dig up the 10 meters of ashes and dig it up thoroughly. Obviously, we can't do that right now. Unfortunately, there is bound to be a sealed storage room and a permanent fortification like 1102, and with any luck, the contents might still be usable. Even if things don't work, if we can find records from that time, we can deduce what really happened in this world. As Lei Jie's words fell, Jian Chen couldn't help but frown. Yes, although the truth of the world is a bit of a luxury for them right now, who would turn down a chance to see what it's all about? It's just a shame that such an exploration will have to be left for later. Not far away, the Sacred Blooder Squad had already begun their scavenging. Their movements were quick, and the scattered skeletons, along with the garbage they deemed useless, were almost directly thrown into the air by them, and then smashed heavily on the ground. This scene makes Jian Chen cannot help but think of the scene at the courier station sorting, making him want to laugh a little. But in the next second, when his eyes skimmed over an object flying in the air, his expression instantly changed. Not even this? Chapter 15, Anomalous Radiation. The reason why Jian Chen reacted so strongly to that thrown weapon was because he was simply too familiar with that thing. And it wasn't just him. Everyone else in the four-man squad had their eyes locked on the thing that thumped to the ground almost simultaneously. Before Jian Chen could say anything, Xinyu had already rushed forward impatiently, yanking the thing out of the pile of broken bones and wiping off the dust on it in 3 strokes. Said, "Holy, what a QN202. Sleeve arrow. There's at least 6 more rounds in here. I just don't know how well it's been maintained." While speaking, Xinyu unzipped his backpack, but to his surprise, he had only just exerted his force, and that backpack, which was already rotten and unbearable, directly and completely shattered. This situation caused Jian Chen to immediately frown. The outside is already rotting like this. How can the inside be any better? And sure enough, after Xinyu took out each of the 6 miniature missiles inside, everyone could see that the situation was not optimistic. The shells of the projectiles had already shown obvious signs of weathering and rusting, and it was a good thing that the rigged backpack was supposed to be a relatively sealed storage device, so those missiles didn't completely rot into slag. Is it still fixable? Jian Chen walked up and asked. Lei Jie, who was also watching Xinyu's movements on the side, shook his head and replied, "It's hard to say. Judging by the state of preservation, the shell is still intact and the overall sealing shouldn't be too much of a problem. But whether or not the charges inside are damp and the electronics are still functional is another matter. Anyway, you can take it back and try it out. The principle of this thing is very simple. The core part is just an infrared sensor chip, plus a flight control chip. If the chip isn't damaged, odds are it'll still work. I'm a little curious though. Where did this stuff come from? How could I possibly know?" Jian Chen shook his head and greeted Xinyu to load up the stuff first, and right at this moment, Su Hun, who was originally rummaging on the side, noticed their movements and curiously walked over and opened his mouth to ask, "Find anything?" Jian Chen didn't hide it, but pointed to the sleeve arrow missiles on the ground and said, "That's it." Su Hunter looked down and was stunned. "What do you need this for? Do you know what this is for?" Jian Chen asked rhetorically. "Of course I know. Some kind of special shell. There are so many of these that for a while, the weapons market in Jinling City was full of them. But the problem is that almost no one will use this shell. Even if it is fired with a barrel found together, it will go off target with a weird trajectory. Those people from the mechanical god cult say it's because they haven't found a way to appease the machine soul. But I always thought that it might just be cheap and expendable. Maybe what it was supposed to do was to launch it and fly around and then cover the enemy with intense fire? But if that's the case, it again seems a bit underpowered, and not as powerful as the large-caliber artillery built by the mechanical god cult. So, this is probably what's called a cockamamie, right? Chicken?" Jian Chen, who heard this word, couldn't help but want to laugh a little. "You call this stuff chicken? Combat weight of only 20 kilograms. A missile only 1.2 kilograms, range of 2,000 meters. TNT charge 150 grams. Their own travel to the period. The military certain firepower shortage of phobia sick into the sick fanatics also replaced the traditional TNT charge into the CL-20, claiming that a shot can be a quantity of M2 lifted to the sky. For something like this, you call it chicken? Chicken just because you guys don't know how to use it. It certainly wasn't used for scrubbing. Its original and most useful use was to aim at a target from a super long distance away and rely on thermal imaging guidance to shove the explosives into the target's mouth, blowing them up along with their teeth and bones. Jian Chen shook his head and didn't bother with Su Hun, but instead directly opened his mouth and ordered, "Look around and see if there are any transmitters." Understood. The 3 of them immediately nodded their heads, while Su Hun was kindly advised, "You guys aren't really going to take this back, are you? It's useless and won't fetch a price when you take it to the market. You might as well find out if there are any batteries here. Batteries are the good stuff. Batteries are really good, but this thing isn't bad." Jian Chen didn't refute Su Hun this time, but asked immediately afterward, "Is there a power generator in Golden City?" Of course there is, but almost all of it is monopolized by the mechanical god cult. And even if you want to use electricity, you have to have batteries first, right? Or else where do you store all that electricity that's produced? Very telling. Jian Chen gave a thumbs up, marveling at Su-hun's wisdom. Haven't you guys ever thought about building your own generator? That's one of the biggest secrets of the mechanical god cult. Do you think they'd make technology like that public? Good lord. Things like generators have actually become the biggest secret. How far has the world gone in terms of technological disconnect? But then again, this is quite in line with Jian Chen's perception of the post-apocalyptic era. That knowledge which is strongly related to survival and living will be preserved from generation to generation, while the more esoteric things will be gradually lost. Everyone knows how to replace a battery, and the vast majority of people know how to connect the poles with a wire. But how generators are built, how circuit diagrams are drawn, and how sophisticated electronics are repaired, no one knows. It is no wonder that Su-hun's expression of electricity will give Jian Chen a sense of confusion. Most likely, he is the electricity as water, or fuel-like things. Jian Chen scared twice and turned his head to Lei Jie, who was at the side. Look for motors and magnets and things like that. We're probably going to have to do it ourselves if we want to recharge our gear. Understood. Reg nodded. Leave it to me. Don't worry. As long as there are people, we will definitely be able to come up with the materials to build a generator. Then it's no problem. Jian Chen patted Lei Jie's shoulder reassuringly and was about to continue saying something. But just at that moment, Shen Yu, who was rummaging around as if he had already blended into the environment, suddenly shouted, "Captain, come see this." Jian Chen took 2 steps behind Shen Yu and looked in the direction of his finger. It was a tightly locked metal box, and judging by the slime on it, the thing appeared to have been caressed by the female only a short time ago. But other than that, he didn't notice anything out of the ordinary. What's wrong? It won't open? Jian Chen inexplicably looked at Shen Yu, who in turn tapped his smart goggles and reminded, "Look at the values." Jian Chen frowned slightly, his eyes looking towards the environmental values on the eyepiece, and right there is a number that is constantly bouncing between white and yellow. 30 CPM, 40 CPM, 60 CPM, 80 CPM. This is the value of ionizing radiation from the surrounding environment. The background radiation value for this area is also around 30 CPM, and twice that value. The system issues a yellow warning, and obviously, the object of the system's warning at this time was the metal box that looked small in size. In an instant, Jian Chen was struck by lightning. 1102. Launching wells, anomalous radiation values. What's in this box can't be a nuclear warhead, right? Chapter 16. Boxes, radiation, silos. With these 3 elements added together, Jian Chen's brain really couldn't think of anything else in there. At this moment, the other members of the Sacred Bloodsucker Squad also gathered around, and the expressions on their faces were filled with surprise after discovering this huge metal box. There's got to be something in here. Su-hunter came closer to the box and sniffled. I smell a familiar metallic odor. It smells exactly like those cannonballs used by the mechanical god cult. The mechanical theocracy doesn't use lead bullets. Jian Chen shook his head breathlessly and opened his mouth. The odds are that there is indeed something in there, but it is far more dangerous than you can imagine. It's not a question of opening it or not. It's a question of whether or not we'll survive after opening it, in case there's danger. What's in there? A trap? Xia Lu, who was standing on the side, said with her arms wrapped around her, her face already taking on a few moments of nervousness. Will it survive? These words were too heavy, especially after seeing with their own eyes that a squad of 4 people had hardened themselves against a level 4 monster without finding its weaknesses, relying on their great strength and firepower to harden it. In all fairness, even the elite of the mechanical gods sect would have to gather at least hundreds of their elite, plus their proudest giant cannons, to achieve such an effect, right? But they were just 4 ordinary people carrying some equipment they couldn't understand, and they pulled this off. And now, the leader of these men says there's a chance he'll die when he opens the case. That's screwed up. Is really going to die. She looked towards Su-hun and spoke again before the other party could speak. Don't you dare move. Last time it was because of the box you opened with your cheap hands that we almost all died in Jiangcheng. But didn't I find this pistol too? All in all it was worth it. Su-hunter's voice lowered, and as things stood, he didn't dare to make a decision, so he could only look blearily at Jian Chen. This feeling was actually rather foreign to him, after all. As a holy blood, he had never been able to walk sideways in front of ordinary people. But now what? You have to look ahead to even open a box. There's no way. People are just strong. You can only hold it in if you don't like it. But the thing is, he really wants to know what's in it. Su-hun's side was scratching his head, but it was Zhang Yi and Li Shi who were calm. They have their own set of combat systems and don't rely too much on equipment or weapons, so they don't have as strong a thirst for new things. They care more about just one thing really, whether what's inside is worth anything. So for a time, the decision-making power fell on Jian Chen alone. Drive it. It's too risky. Not open. The ceiling-level weapon of this world is in front of you, and you can hold back from firing it? He looked to the rest of his squad and opened his mouth to ask, "What do you think?" Ray J began by taking a stand. "The case is so heavy that to take it away you would definitely have to open it and take only the contents, but I wouldn't recommend it. In case a nuclear fuel rod opens up inside, it's just GG. Even if there were tactical nuclear warheads inside, we don't have the means to deliver them, and taking them back would be a deterrent at best, not very meaningful. Might as well just leave it here and come back and dig it out when you need it. However, we have to find a way to bury it properly, lest it be taken by someone else and accidentally detonated. Then the fun will be over." "Indeed, I agree." Xinyu and Hishua nodded their heads in turn, their opinions instantly unified. Jin Chen then stopped babbling and decisively ordered, "Let's do it then. First lift this thing up and put it on level ground." "Understood." The four men moved in unison, each grabbing a corner of the box in a desperate attempt to lift it. But the lead box was so heavy and they had so much equipment that they couldn't really find a suitable point of gravity for a while. Li Shi, who was watching from the side, hesitated for a moment and opened his mouth to ask, "Want some help?" Jin Chen immediately nodded his head, while the latter immediately walked over to the lead box, and with two hands around it, he was able to pick it up. Jin Chen was dumbstruck. After a pause, he spoke, "No need to bury it. We take this thing straight to Jinling. I'll pay for the shipping." An hour later, two small teams of 8 people left with a full harvest. The Sacred Blood Squad picks up mostly what they consider to be valuable equivalents, such as small pieces of gold and silver, well-preserved metal tools, batteries or things that look like batteries, and a mess of cables and miscellaneous items. According to them, these things fetch a good price in the settlement, especially batteries, which can be worth dozens of grams of gold for a single battery if it is fully functional. This was actually in line with Jin Chen's expectations. After all, it was something that could no longer be produced in this world, so it was normal for it to be more expensive. However, Su Hunting touched a large pile of plastic back, which made Jian Chen a bit incomprehensible. He didn't say exactly what the thing was for, only that the Church of the Mechanical God took it for a good price. Jian Chen could only assume that they were trying to engage in recycling, but the question was, did they have the technology? Can't figure it out. And compared to the things that the Sacred Blooder Squad picked up, the rags that Jian Chen's squad picked up were relatively normal. In addition to the magnets and coils necessary for the subsequent generation of electricity, they found a wrecked engine with bearings that had rusted a bit, but were apparently still in serviceable condition. Su Hunter really wasn't wrong. The monster's lair was the richest place in terms of resources in the entire region. Most of those killed by the monsters, along with the resources they carried with them, would be transferred here. In a post-apocalyptic world, most people will carry important things with them. The whole logic, so to speak, is unbelievably fluid. Unfortunately, though, they didn't find usable weapons and ammunition. According to Jin Chen's estimation, the weapons, if any, must have been buried in the lowest level, because it's a given that the sooner someone is killed, the more weapons they have in their hands. If you want to obtain these weapons, you can only wait until you have large machinery later, or enough manpower to dig up graves and archaeology. Walking out of the graveyard, the 8 made it all the way out of the cave without incident. The sun was already high in the sky when it resurfaced again. The sunlight of this moment was not any different from the sunlight that Jian Chen had seen in his world, and the star with nearly 5 billion years of life left was silent and speechless as it looked down on the humans on the ground like ants, and the rise and fall of these ants was nothing more than a swift moment relative to its history. Jian Chen lowered his head, somewhat regretting that he hadn't brought the solar panels that had just been issued from above. But now was not the time to think about that. The gear was dead, their food had run out, and he needed energy more than his own gear. So, he patted the shoulder of the hobbling Su Hunter and opened his mouth to ask, "Got any food?" Su Hunter raised his chin at the monster corpse not far away and replied, "There is. Isn't that right?" Chapter 17 Converts. Looking at the crippled and bloodied matrix, Jian Chen's heart tightened. You can eat this? It's also true that he himself was originally from the 2 regions. Winged airplanes don't eat, 4-legged benches don't eat, and the rest would have been 100 times more taboo. And wait until the army field training time, that is even leeches to go to the guts can be chewed crunching. A mouth of steel teeth, a pair of iron stomach has long been practiced, and now eat some monster meat is not a problem. The thing is, though, the mutation mechanism of this thing hasn't been figured out yet, so hell knows if the flesh and blood could contain a virus. This bite to eat, in case the mouth grows ulcers along the capillaries infected, that can be finished. Even if it doesn't mutate on the spot, it would still have to lose a lot of SAN value, right? Jian Chen suspiciously looked at Su Hun, who laughed and said, "Just kidding, monster meat is only eaten by those converts as a last resort." We have dry food at the ready, now let us go out of the city. And when we reach the camp, we will eat together. After saying this, Jian Chen was finally relieved. In an instant, though, he sharply grasped another key point from the other man's words. Not as a last resort. Does that mean you can still eat it as a last resort? He immediately asked a question to Su Hun, who nodded and replied. The flesh of all monsters is poisonous. Only some are light and some are heavy. The poison is light, and if you eat it, you'll just have diarrhea for a few days and vomit for a while. For the heavy ones, you'll die a violent death on the spot. However, light or heavy, as long as you eat it, the monster's spirit will follow you for the rest of your lives. What do you mean by spirit? Jian Chen pursued. It's probably just a concept? It's some kind of curse anyway, I guess, and when you eat it, all the next generation you give birth to will just be monsters. More specifically, I don't know. If you want to know, you can follow us back to the Holy Blood Hall and ask the High Priest. Oh yeah, those people in the mechanical theocracy call it proto-genetics, but I'm afraid they don't understand what the term really means either. Nice guy, proto-genes. What? Do all these monsters still have a holy father? Jian Chen scared twice, but he probably understood the logic of how this thing worked. Very high probability that the monster is caused by a virus and is also born from mutation. However, in a logical physical world, there is nothing that can functionally mutate an adult, much less change his or her physical structure. Therefore, the virus will lurk and wait until the host begins to reproduce the next generation, then attack the genetic material, change the genetic composition, and ultimately achieve the purpose of breeding monsters. Maybe the reason for the extinction of the human race has something to do with this super stealthy attack? Jian Chen didn't dare to be sure. However, he finally realized why those so-called converts were so keen on reproduction. No wonder they say can't go. In this post-apocalyptic era, using the most basic logic to reason, Jian Chen also knew that reproduction must be the number one priority. And what about them? If you are not born, you are treated as an alien, and you are bound to be exposed throughout your life. If you carry on with your life, you'll be suspected one day and won't escape death. So, those who have been parasitized by the virus will have to stay in the land of monsters. TSK. The world isn't crazy. You just don't see enough of it yourself. He quickly updated his findings on the PDA, and the rest of the team nodded in conviction after reading his speculations. Su Hunter noticed their demeanor and was curious as to what avenue of communication they were actually using. Jian Chen didn't expose the secret of the goggles, so he only told Su Hun about his speculation to divert his attention, and after listening to Jian Chen's words, not only Su Hun, but everyone in the Sacred Bloodsucker squad showed undisguised surprise. They had already acquiesced to the fact that Jian Chen's squad was the chosen one who had descended from some unknown land, and that although these people were powerful, they knew nothing about this apocalyptic wasteland. But how long has it taken for them to actually see such a complex reality? It was important to realize that the issue regarding converts, even the Great Hall of the Sacred Blood, was only perceived as an afterthought after the destruction of a certain small colony. And now, you've only said a few words yourself, haven't you? Su Hunter looked at Jian Chen with more and more curiosity, and amongst the curiosity, there were more or less a few moments of awe mixed in. The group continued on, bypassing the scaffolding that had been blown down by Jian Chen's squad and making their way out of the city, with a route that was almost indistinguishable from the route that Jian Chen's few people had taken to enter the city. But as he walked, Jian Chen gradually realized that something was wrong. As they walked up a narrow street, there was a rustling around them. The 4 members of the Holy Blooder squad had already drawn their weapons, and Jian Chen had also pulled the bolt. Get ready, there may be enemies. His words had just finished. The next second, several stone-like objects flew out of the windows of the buildings on both sides of the street. Receive the enemy. Shinyu cried out and subconsciously pounced to set up his machine gun. Immediately afterward, the objects exploded. Boom! The 4 members of the squad who had prepared in advance were barely affected, and the Holy Bloods, whose physical qualities were already stronger than the average, were even more stalwart. The raid ended in failure, while the enemies, hidden in the shadows, went one by one to the streets. Densely packed silhouettes surrounded the 8 people in the center, and Jian Chen swept past them with a single glance. There were at least 100 people on the other side. Converts. Su Hunter's voice was steady. We killed their master and now they have nowhere to go. We have to retreat quickly. There are too many of them to kill and they are very pestering. Withdrawal? I'd like to get thee out of here. Jian Chen's gaze was cold as his brain raced. Now that the 8-member squad had been surrounded, with the saint-blooded one's physique jumping 3 to 4 meters high, it was naturally not difficult to kill a bloody path. But the 4 people on their side were all carrying heavy equipment. They couldn't even run fast enough, so where could they retreat to? Ammo is running low, but if you don't use it now, I'm afraid there's no place to use it later. Thinking of this, Jian Chen spoke decisively. We're too slow to get away. You can't leave either. Retreat with us to the left alley and watch for enemies missed on all sides. Shin Yu, get ready to kill as many enemies as possible. Understood. The instant the order was given, the 4 people in the squad immediately took action. A few seconds later, Shin Yu had already set up his machine gun on the ground, while the remaining 3 were each holding a weapon in a crouching position on guard at his side. The next second, dozens of converts poured out of the alleyway entrance in a dense mass, running wildly in their direction in a single bound. The scene was extremely horrifying, and even the 4 members of the Sacred Bloodsucker squad began to tense up. They subconsciously believed that such a strategy is putting themselves to death. However, Jian Chen's unquestioning tone made them wonder if the other party had other special abilities. But, no. They simply crouched there, simply letting the weapons in their hands shoot flames. Those converts who rushed forward fell just as simply, layer by layer, until there was no one left standing. At this moment, the 4 sacred bloods were like thorns in their backs, chills all over their bodies. It was the first time they had felt the terrifying power of these 4 chosen ones so closely, and they know clearly that their power has definitely been far above the strongest in the mechanical god sect. Chapter 18 The Knowledge of God. The smoke cleared and the ground was littered with bodies. Everyone in the Sacred Bloodsucker squad was dumbfounded, but Jian Chen was saddened. The reason is very simple. This round of fighting down, the hand of ammunition that is really bottomed out. He was down to his last 40 rounds of 5.8mm ammunition, and Shin Yu's 7.62 had been shot out, so he only kept the last 30 to use on his Shua's 26 sniper. The grenades had 3 rounds left for all 4 combined, and the pistols each had 1 magazine left. The only thing left with more than enough was Reggie's pistol rounds, which still had 120 rounds left, barely a base. In the event of another large-scale battle next, his own squad was no different from being unarmed. But there is actually a difference. After all, you're carrying around a big bouncer that can flatten at least a 5-kilometer radius. There's really no way around it. Big deal. Detonate the thing. Maybe after blowing up into dust and putting it back on, I'll open my eyes and see Bear Bladder 1 approving his own military coat? It's still a bit scary to think about that scene, but it's better than being eaten by monsters here. Thinking of this, Jian Chen shook his head in amusement. When Su Hun, who was on the side, saw his expression, he thought that he was mocking those unsuspecting converts, and was also instantly honored. That strength, talking and laughing, he took out hundreds of unwanted converts that even the sacred-blooded had a headache, scaring the other remnants in the city from venturing out, and then he was actually a little bit more intent on it, and even laughed. This kind of heart is a powerful one anywhere. Thus, Su Hunter walked forward slightly fawningly and came up to Jian Chen and said, we're done fighting. Is it time to pull out? Wait a little longer. Jian Chen waved his hand and said, let's pick up the shells first. Picking up shell casings? Su Hunter was uncertain. Naturally, he knew that bullets produced casings when they were fired, but he had absolutely no idea what this stuff was good for. Even if we were to take it back and sell it as metal material, it's not worth much, is it? Jian Chen could see his doubts, but didn't bother to explain too much. After all, even he didn't know if messing with reloads was the way to go. Other people's reloading ammunition are finished powder, finished warheads. You have nothing, even if it can be loaded out. The power to go up? Let's just say try it. Several people finished picking up the shells in silence, filling a small pocket full. Li Shi, one of the 4 sacred bloods, naturally took the pocket and hung it on his waist, grinning at Jian Chen. Obviously, he now had the hidden intention of treating Jian Chen's few people as his backbone. In this world where the strong survived, many times strength represented the right to speak, and at this point, Su Hun, who was supposed to be the leader of the 4 sacred-blooded ones, had nothing to say. The group stepped over a field of corpses and prepared to head out of town. By now it was past 4 in the afternoon. The sun was slanting westward, and the shadows of the buildings were stretched out as if they were projections of some monster. Jian Chen ordered his Shua and Lei Jie to raise their drones and complete the reconnaissance of the traveling route, determining that there were no longer any converts blocking the way ahead before giving the order to proceed. The 4 members of the Holy Blooder Squad were all quite curious about this scene, but seemed to feel that they shouldn't ask more questions. It wasn't until he walked out of the city and smoothly landed at the camping spot of the Sacred-Blooded One squad and raised a fire that Su Hun finally couldn't help but ask, those mechanical birds, what the hell are they? Jian Chen hesitated for a moment and replied, a reconnaissance device. Similar to a falcon? Yes, similar to a falcon. Fantastic. Su Hun took a long breath and continued to speak. Almost all of the equipment you carry is beyond our comprehension instead. You have weapons that I have more or less seen something similar with the mechanical theocracy. This is not what I imagined. Strong people are completely different. To be honest, It's also completely different from what most people think of as strong. And what do you imagine a strong man to be like? Jian Shen opened his mouth to ask while organizing the only ammunition left on hand. Faster speed, greater strength, a harder body, and quicker reflexes. This is the quest of the sacred blood. Bigger guns, bigger cannons, thicker armor. That's what the mechanical theocracy is after. I've always thought that to be powerful is to choose between the two, but now it doesn't seem to be. After Su Hun's words were finished, Jian Chen dumbfoundedly said, "Actually, our quest is similar to the mechanical god cults, and what they want we also want." "No, you don't want it," Su Hunting firmly denied. "I don't know about you guys, but I'm not a cutie. You're not after bigger and thicker, you're after more lethal. I don't know how you guys did it, but that gun you're holding probably has more power than the firepower of an entire mechanical theocracy combat company. I dare say that if you had the power, you might hide the power that could destroy the world in a tiny pocket. That's the difference between you and them. Perhaps you really are the chosen ones, grasping the divine truth." Towards the end, Su Hunter's expression was a bit saddened, and so were the other sacred bloods. Jian Chen was silent for a moment and spoke. "We do have some aspects of truth, but that truth is not God-given." "Not God-given? Well, it doesn't matter." Su Hunter turned his words around and suddenly inquired with some embarrassment, "Can you take a look at this pistol for me? It always misses. I sent it to the mechanical god cult. Those cuties said it was because the gun's machine soul was restless, and soaked it for a few days in a liquid of some unknown material, but it made it even more rusty." "So what? It got better?" Jian Chen asked flirtatiously. "Apparently, no. Instead it's starting to jam." While saying that, Su Hunter handed over the pistol. Jian Chen shook his head and took it, dismantling the entire gun to pieces in 3 tries. Su Hunting was shocked, but looking at Jian Chen's skillful movements, he felt that this might be the right way to deal with. The re-entry springs are not flexible enough and the rest springs are basically obsolete. The rifling is fine. I don't think I've shot many rounds. The firing pin is broken too. The thing is rusted dull. Find something to sharpen Xinyu. Hand me the dagger. Xinyu handed over the dagger, and Jian Chen sharpened the striking pin in 3 or 2 strokes, then added, "But the main reason for the jam has nothing to do with what I said. You're loaded with all the wrong bullets. It's a 9x19. You're lucky you don't get blown up by several 9x18 rounds mixed in with this bullet. Don't you even look at the length and shape of the bullet before you load it? We all thought that if we could fit it in, we could hit it." "You all thought?" Jian Chen looked up in shock, and the 4 members of the Sacred Bloodsucker Squad nodded their heads in unison, their expressions even somewhat naive. "Forget it, Reg, even him out. 12 rounds will be enough." "Good," Reg asked curiously as he counted out the bullets. "What kind of gun is this?" "I don't know." Jian Chen shook his head and replied, "Looks like some sort of knockoff model of the Beretta 8000 whatever. It's not like we're using it." Also, the dislike in Jian Chen's tone was overflowing, while Su Hun was already dumbfounded. "So precious bullets, just like that?" He froze and took the bullet, but did not know that Chen Jian at the moment in mind is, anyway, small caliber, more a few less a few rounds no difference. Might as well be used to do a personal favor. Seeing that Su Hun's problem was instantly solved, Xia Lu, who was always watching from the side, could not sit still. She coughed slightly nervously, then opened her mouth to ask, "God, chosen one, can you also fix things in terms of potions?" Chapter 19, The First Colony. Xia Lu said that the problem of the medicine is actually not a problem of the medicine at all. To be precise, it should be a toxicological problem. The reason was simple. Doctors in this era simply couldn't see patients, especially not those among the sacred bloods. There are only 2 things they can do: stop the bleeding and bleed it out. Someone's hurt, so stop the bleeding. You want someone to get hurt, then bleed them. Everything that saves or harms revolves around these 2 simple sets of logic, and it stands to reason that their potions were created to fulfill this function. So the problem that plagued Xia Lu was actually quite simple. Her procoagulant would often kill people while saving them. But then again, not every time, and even the holy-blooded couldn't escape this pattern. It was a bit overwhelming, and she wasn't sure exactly how many doses she should use to just get the injury healed without killing the person. And after listening to her description, Jian Chen was simply speechless. If you want to stop the bleeding, just sew it up. Why do you have to use procoagulant? What's more, their procoagulant was purified from some sort of pit viper venom that Jian Chen had never heard of. So hell knows what other messy and toxic ingredients were contained within. It's also the fact that the sacred blood is physically fit. Otherwise her mortality rate for saving people shouldn't be 50%. It should be 100%. Therefore, Jian Chen's advice to her was simple. Don't use it. Don't save it. When it really bleeds, take a zip tie and figure out how to sew it up with a needle and thread. Even if an infection develops later in life, the survival rate is much higher than a massive blood clot. These truths were not lost on Zeliu, and she did not understand how one could sew with thread. In her perception, binding to stop the bleeding was fine. Available needles and threads to sew up the human body was something only certain heretical sects would do. It was simply blasphemy. But listening to Jian Chen speak with certainty, she also had to agree for the time being, intending to sew next time anyone is injured. A group of 8 people just chatted and recuperated, and after nightfall, Jian Chen arranged for people to stand guard for the night as per the usual practice, while the sacred-blooded one squad simply let Su Hunting put up a whistle for the night. Waiting until the next morning, all the people pulled out of the camp and set off, and only at this time did Jian Chen see their transportation or transport for the first time. 2 big buffalo. No mutations whatsoever, proper Asian buffalo. The things were kept by them on a small river bank over 200 meters away from the camping site, and when they were found, they were still splashing around in the water, looking full of energy. The small crowd of people transferred the vast majority of the items that were not needed at all times to the backs of the oxen, and then set off with them just like that. This ancient transportation method, coupled with the roads that were already covered in vegetation, almost made Jian Chen think that he was not traveling through the future, but some idyllic pastoral era from the past. But at the same time a thought occurred to him. Why is there no vegetation in Kawartha City? He posed this question to Su Hun, who couldn't answer it and simply told him that every area occupied by monsters of level 4 or higher had different characteristics. Some are devoid of vegetation and some have unusually lush vegetation. Some of the weathering is extraordinarily severe and all the buildings have been reduced to pieces, but some of them have lasted forever, like a newly built city. Jian Chen instantly became interested as he opened his mouth to ask, "Where is this city you speak of that looks like a newly built city?" "To the southwest, a place called Hill City," Su Hun replied casually. "It's foggy there all year round, and the only time it shows a corner is when there's a gale. No one has ever gone in. Everyone can only look at it from afar. Even the high priest of the Holy Blood Hall. Everyone who tried to enter the city is dead. No, everyone who came near the city is dead. But maybe you guys could give it a go? But that will have to wait after a complete break, right?" "Indeed." Jian Chen nodded his head in reply and exhaled softly. The city of mountains. The city of fog. In his day, the strategic position of that city was self-evident, and common sense would dictate that after a major crisis, there must be an unusual deployment there as well. If it's really new, then it's probably the best place for the team to get their equipment replenished. Jian Chen silently updated this piece of information to the PDA and labeled it as the core target of the squad. The other 3 members of the team have a glint of anticipation in their eyes. Perhaps they are not only looking forward to the equipment, but also, people. What if there are still their most familiar compatriots living there? This somewhat impractical idea was suppressed by the 4 men unanimously, but undeniably, they did take it as some kind of hope. The procession continued onward, and Jian Chen had thought that they would have to walk for half a month without stopping. But in fact, after 4 rests, 4 days and nights, and after taking out a few monsters wandering in the wild without any danger, they arrived at the first landing point. It was a village-style settlement, and from its location surrounded by mountains, the collapsed walls and outposts on the periphery, as well as the clearly characterized air defense facilities within, Jian Chen instantly recognized the original function of the settlement. Barracks. We've been following the highway, and from the direction we're going, it's the Wushan Highway. We've traveled a total of 220 kilometers, and there are large lakes down there, so this is near the Baichanjiwan Reservoir. That means, this base is the camp of the WJ2nd Air Force General? Jian Chen's tone was somewhat skeptical, and Shen Yu on the side shook his head. It doesn't look like it, it's too small, but it does look like a base. Either way, we need to get in there. Of course I'm going. Jian Chen nodded and looked ahead to Su Hun and asked, "How many people are here?" Su Hunting turned back and opened his mouth to reply, "Less than 100. There aren't many people here, but it's already the largest settlement in the neighborhood. Also, it is a necessary route for many caravans to continue south, and trade is more prosperous. We can sell the resources we scavenge to the locals for some supplies in gold and silver. If you're lucky, you can even find some pre-cataclysm ammo and bombs here, but it takes enough luck is all." "From where?" Jian Chen keenly opened his mouth and asked. "No one knows for sure. Maybe the residents here dug it out of some small monster's lair. Anyway, we're going to be here for 2 days, so you can have a good look around." "Certainly a good look." Jian Chen took a deep breath and nodded to his team. The current him was basically certain that there must be something good hidden in this colony. It is unlikely that those munitions were brought here by traders, because even if traders had them in their hands, it is unlikely that such scarce goods would be sold in such remote areas. So there is only one answer. Those things, they must be local. With any luck, The ammunition supply problem of his own squad may be initially solved here. Jian Chen's eyes lit up for a moment. Then he opened his mouth and ordered, "Go, into the city." Chapter 20. Upon entering the small settlement called Shimatsu Town, the group of 8 people rightfully attracted the attention of everyone. However, contrary to Jian Chen's expectations, the people here paid more attention to the 4 sacred bloods, led by Su Hunter, rather than to the strange clothes of them. I don't know how many eyes converged on them, as if they had some kind of mark on their faces. Jian Chen was uncertain at first, but after careful thought, he realized that this place, in fact, Su Han and the others had only just come here. They had originally come from Jiling and were bound to pass through here if they wanted to go to Chuansha. Since we're passing through here, we're bound to resupply here. To resupply here, the odds are that they will not deliberately hide their purpose. After all, no matter how you think about it, the Holy Blood is a superior existence in this land. They must rely on their special status to collect information, obtain resources, and promote the teachings. In this case, the loud and clear indication that they are going to hunt monsters' behavior. It is natural. This also explained why the residents of Lower Horsetown generally looked at them with some skepticism and shock in their eyes. Putting it into perspective, it would be the same reaction if it were myself. After all, they had only stayed in Chuansha City for one night. To take out a giant monster in a night's time, it was really scary enough to think about the strength. Hey, wait, that seems like a self-promotion? Jian Chen was dumbfounded, instantly realizing why the 4 members of the Sacred Bloodshed Squad had referred to the 4 members of his own squad as Divine Chosen. Turns out they've really classified themselves as a being a few levels above them. While thinking this, Jian Chen followed Su Hun towards a building made of wood and broken masonry in the center of the town. Judging by the sign hanging outside the building, this is a hotel remodeled from an old barracks, except for an additional hall that resembles a storefront. After pushing the door in, Jian Chen saw the gun hanging on the wall at a glance. 95-1. Jian Chen was shocked in his heart. He didn't move and gave his team members a look, taking the time when Su Hunter communicated with the boss behind the tin cabinet table. The few people went straight to the direction of the gun. The magazine and barrel are rusted through. The plastic parts are still intact, which should be a common condition for most firearms in this world. But that's not the point. The point is, in our day, the gun wasn't out of service yet, but it was getting there. On a time projection, in 20 years at most, it should be completely replaced by 191 to the point of total disappearance. That means, the same cataclysm that destroyed the world happened right around 2040, plus or minus no more than 10 years. After Jian Chen's words, everyone had a heavy expression on their faces. 20 years. This time was a little too short compared to what they had originally expected. Even more, if they hadn't traveled over, it was to inevitably witness this disaster. Not only that, but their families, friends, comrades, all have to face the disaster head-on. Do they feel helpless in their own absence? Some pathos flickered in the hearts of several people, but only a moment later, he coughed, interrupting the low atmosphere. There's no point in considering that now. Focus on the problem itself. The 95-1 uses a DBP-10 bullet, the same caliber as the 191. If we can find 95-1s here, maybe we can find bullets too. It doesn't have to be much. Even just a few hundred rounds would solve our immediate problem. I think we should go ahead and talk to the owner of this place to see if he has it or not, and what we can get for it. Exactly. Jian Chen immediately nodded his head, and the entire squad quickly pulled out of their negative emotions. Immediately afterward, Jian Chen walked towards the counter just in time to see the scene where Su Hunter was trading with the boss. Are you kidding me? 5 grams of gold for 1 round? Do you realize that the bullets you sold me before were all bad? If I wasn't lucky, I'd be dead by now. You are desecrating the holy blood. Do you understand what I mean? The body of the boss on the other side shook like a sieve and stuttered in his reply. My lord, but this is the lowest price. We lost several scavengers trying to find these bullets. The monster's lair is horrible. There's no need to tell me that crap. Su Hunter interrupted the other party once again and then said, I've got a spent battery here for all the pistol bullets you're holding, and the supplies I want, and room and board for the next 2 days. If you have any comments, you can let me know. I will definitely report truthfully to the Great Hall of Sacred Blood. The boss was dumbfounded as Su Hunter said these words word for word. He opened his mouth for half a day and finally spoke dismally. Okay, you can have it all. As Su Hunter swept the bullets off the countertop with satisfaction, Jian Chen said in amusement, why bother trading when you can actually just grab it? To Jian Chen's flirting, Su Hun was not the least bit surprised. If it was in another colony, we really wouldn't have to trade. But this is a trade point, and we must follow the rules of trade as well. Okay, your turn. With that said, Su Hunter retreated to the side while Jinshan walked forward and took out a 5.8mm bullet and said to the boss, "I want as many bullets like that as I can get." A trace of surprise flashed in the boss's eyes as he carefully received the brand new bullet, still glowing with a soft metallic luster, and put it in front of his eyes to scrutinize it carefully before opening his mouth to reply. "Yes, I have 40 of these bullets here, but it's expensive. You're here with the adults. I can give you a discount. How about 15 grams of gold for one bullet?" Jinshan didn't understand the pricing system of this world, and he turned his head to look at Su Hun, who wasn't in a position to use his identity as a sacred-blooded person to stand up for him, and just shook his head, signaling that the price was ridiculously high. Jinshan understood, but he didn't try to haggle with the boss. He simply drew the QSW-06 microsonic pistol from his lap and cocked, aimed, and fired in one fluid motion. Ta! After a soft thud, a small gunshot hole appeared in the wooden beam behind the boss. The owner was startled and immediately got under the table. He was quite agile and seemed to be used to such scenes. Jinshan's eyes changed slightly, but ultimately did not react. He just quickly withdrew the bullets and slapped the gun down on the counter. "This gun, for all your bullets. Deal." The owner peeked his head out from under the counter, nodded impatiently, and then dug back down, drumming for a while before removing a box full of bullets. "Sure, it's DBP-10, right?" What surprised Jinshan even more was that the bullets were all in good condition, except for some oxidization. There were no traces of rust at all. Now that's a real hammer. Who says steel bullets don't carry rust? Satisfied, Jinshan put the bullets into his waistband, while the pistol, on the other hand, was left on the counter. The first attempted transaction completed, the group of 8 turned their heads and left the hall, heading towards the rear living quarters. Su Hunter deliberately slowed down his pace and came over to Jinshan's side and said, "Even if bullets were more valuable, they could never be more expensive than guns. What's more, that caliber of bullet is hardly used at all. It's not worth anything. If that gun had been given to me, I could have gotten you back at least hundreds, if not hundreds, of rounds of ammunition. Chosen one, you still know too little about this world." After his words were finished, Jinshan smiled mysteriously. He then opened his mouth to reply, "It's not that we know so little about the world, it's that you know so little about us. You don't understand. Sometimes a deal is more than a deal. It's casting stones." Chapter 21. Late night, the drone hovered silently over the town of Shimoma, and the heavily armed members of the squad lurked in the woods outside the town's residential area, keeping a close eye on the town's residents. Every move through the images returned from the drone on the smart goggles. Thermal imaging signature analysis is 90% complete and all targets still active late at night have been tagged. High-power electromagnetic interference was not turned on to conserve power, but in a world where the electromagnetic environment was so clean as to be almost blank, the right to make electromagnetic power didn't seem all that important. In Jinshan's hand was Ishua's QSW-06, while Ishua had already occupied the vantage point on the north side of the town, setting up his silencer-equipped 26 sniper and quietly waiting for Jinshan's order. His look had been tinged with a few moments of skepticism, but the doubt instantly shifted to amazement when he noticed those heat sources beginning to converge in his vision. Targets are massing and continuing to move east along the eastern trail. "Captain, it's just like you said. They seem to be really up to something." Hearing his words, Jinshan subconsciously nodded slightly before replying, "There must be a secret in this dismal town. If they can come up with 40 rounds of ammo, they must be able to come up with 400, and that's a very basic judgment call. There's no way that such a large amount of equipment wouldn't attract attention. The Sacred Bloods don't rely on heat weapons and are justifiably compliant with trade rules. But what about the others? Mechanical theocracy, passing so-called hunters, merchants of some power. They can't be stupid. If these people think this town is still profitable, as we do, then how could they let this town of a mere 100 people exist in the world, just for a single supply run? This is a post-apocalyptic world, not our modern world where there are still rules and laws. The existence of the town of Lower Horse is pretty incredible in itself, and what's even more incredible is that they're still in business. Only one explanation makes sense. Those who coveted them have been taken out. The people here must still have an undercard that we don't know about. No matter what, we have to find out this undercard first. Understood. Understood. The other members of the squad replied one by one as Jinshan continued to focus on the movements of the heat signals, and after a moment, he opened his mouth to give the order. Target is out of range of residential area. Clear view, ripe for tracking. Lei Jia, Shen Yu, penetrate the woods from the north and south and follow the target in the direction of advance. He Shua, advance to the second sniper position. Keep the firing line clear and be ready for fire support. Copy that. At the word of command, all of them acted immediately. Jinshan set the drone to auto-tracking mode, then rose silently, bypassing the line of sight of the sentries still standing guard in the town, traversing the entire town with an incredibly precise route, following closely behind those residents of Lower Horsetown who were advancing along the path. He wasn't exactly fast, but he moved with ease compared to the residents who didn't have any lighting, making their way eastward. The stalked residents seemed completely oblivious to the fact that they already had a tail behind them, and just trudged along the rugged trail. The doubts in Jian Chen's heart grew heavier and heavier, and through the thermal fusion night vision device, he could clearly see the expressions of those residents not far ahead. It was almost manic excitement? What the hell are they so excited about? Jian Chen's hand was already on the trigger, ready to deal with unexpected situations, but the good news is that the change didn't happen. After several changes in tracking formation, the small group of 4 successfully followed the residents up the trail behind them, and after arriving at the highest point, those residents also stopped at a clearing, and less than 10 meters in front of them was the Byzanyuan reservoir, which Jian Chen had marked before. Jian Chen cautiously changed his position and lurked behind the boulders at the edge of the reservoir, relying only on the drone view to observe and no longer doing any exposure. At this time, the other team members also fell into place one by one, and just as all 4 of them were wondering about the residents' purpose, the group of residents of Dismount Town, who had been silent all the way through, finally opened their mouths to speak. Are we really going to take them all out? There are 4 holy bloods there. It doesn't matter. No one will know it was us. It's far away from Hanshui City. News won't get through. That's not what I meant. I mean, those holy bloods just took out that monster in Kawasha City. They're strong. If they survive, there's no way they could have survived. No one can survive. But is it worth it? We've been settled for a long time. It's so worth it. Didn't you see the weapons on those men? Those weapons look exactly like the ones we saw on the painting. Those are the treasures from before the cataclysm. As long as we send those treasures to the mechanical god cult, we can get out of here. We don't have to work for the mechanical god cult anymore. Do you understand? Understood. But, there are no buts. Do as I say. As the bickering gradually subsided, Jian Chen took a deep breath and prepared himself for battle. Obviously, what these people wanted was the equipment on their own squad. The bait that was cast down has been bitten by them. They are about to reveal their last card and expose their biggest secret. But what is this secret? Jian Chen signaled, "Continue to wait," in front of the smart goggles, then poked his body out and raised his gun to aim at the villager closest to him. He wasn't willing to kill indiscriminately, but when he had to, he wouldn't hesitate. After waiting a few moments, those residents lined up and headed for the lake. What's this about? Sacrifice? This reservoir, is it hiding a monster? Jian Chen had a head full of questions, wanting to shoot to interrupt, but unwilling to let go of the answer that was right in front of him. Information is always paramount, and in order to access it, sometimes a certain amount of risk must be taken. A few moments later, the residents reached the bank of the reservoir. They gathered in groups of several and lifted the boulders on the shore. Knock! The water splashed and the boulders sank into the water. A moment later, the calm waters began to ripple. Looking down from the drone's viewpoint, a huge shadow gradually rose to the surface. There is a situation, Jian Chen whispered. It's monsters underwater. They're trying to wake up monsters. We have to interrupt them. Lei Jie, Shen Yu, take a favorable position to the side. He Shua, take cover and fire at any time. There's something wrong with these people. Stay alive. Understood. The others quickly responded, and Jian Chen quietly got up and was about to raise his gun and fire. But just at that moment, the environmental monitoring module on the eyepiece suddenly began to alarm. Oxygen low. Carbon dioxide high. Oxygen low. Carbon dioxide high. Jian Chen's gaze was fixed. He understood what these people were planning to do. Underneath this reservoir, it's all carbon dioxide. After being stirred up by a giant in the water, this carbon dioxide is coming to the surface. It won't be long before the heavier-than-air gases tilt like a waterfall into the low-lying town of Lower Horse. Those still in the town are bound to die senselessly, except for their own people. Case solved. It's not that steel bullets are resistant to corrosion and don't rust easily. It's that this town has been a near-anoxic environment for a very long time. Jian Chen took a deep breath and ordered, "Free fire." Chapter 22, You think we're not monsters? Ta! With a soft sound, the enemy closest to Jian Chen fell with a sound. Jian Chen's movements didn't stop there, and after recognizing the leader among the residents of Lower Horsetown, he quickly marked his thermal signature on his intelligent goggles. Immediately afterward, he shifted his gun across the room and aimed it at another enemy facing him. There was another soft thud, and the enemy's head exploded in a mist of blood, and he fell straight down. At the same time, the flanking Lei Jie and Xinyu opened fire at the same time. The engagement was less than 40 meters away, slightly too far for a pistol, but that didn't affect their killing efficiency in any way. After only a few breaths, only half of the nearly 20 enemies on the shore were already left. Jian Shen noticed that a weapon had fallen on the ground, and before he could react, He Shua, who was in a favorable sniping position, had already opened fire and knocked out the enemy that was trying to approach the weapon. The enemy ranks were thrown into a state of confusion, and in the dim moonlight, they had no idea where the deadly threat was coming from, and could only see constant flashes of fire in the distance, followed by the fall of those around them, one by one. There are guns. They've got guns. Get down. Don't move around. They can't find us. Hit them. Hit them. The leader of the inhabitants panicked and shouted orders. Some listened to him, some didn't. But listen or don't listen. You can't interrupt the rhythm of the squad's harvest. Jian Shen had advanced to within 20 meters of the engagement, and at this distance, his bullets were even more deadly. In a matter of moments, several more sprawled enemies were finished off. It wasn't that Jian Shen didn't want to keep them alive, much less raise the muzzle of his gun an inch, but it was equally clear to him that the decision between life and death was either not made or had to be made before the battle began. By the time the first shot was fired, there was no room for either side. It's either you or me. His hands were more steady than ever, and after 2 consecutive rounds knocked out an enemy who had picked up a weapon. He quickly changed magazines and lunged to the side for cover. Meanwhile, gunshots from the enemy finally rang out. Bang! Bang bang! Snap! The horse's cracking sound of gunfire hinted at the inferiority of the opponent's weapon, and instead of being overwhelmed by the sound of gunfire, Jian Shen rose up again after tapping the hang-up button on the empty compartment and took away the enemy who was raising his gun to shoot with a single shot. At the same time, Lei Jia and Xing Yu were providing cover for Jian Shen through intermittent shooting. The three of them had not had a single word of unnecessary communication since the start of the fight, but were working together with ease. In just under a minute there was no one still standing on the shore. He Shua, who was observing and guarding from afar, streamed the drone's view to the smart eyepiece, and after quickly completing his analysis, he provided key information to the 3 men who were approaching the battle. 3 high-threat targets remaining at the scene in addition to the high-value target. Locations marked. The voice in the headset had just fallen, and Jian Shen's eyepiece had already displayed the location of the enemy who was lying on the ground playing dead. Without the slightest hesitation, after completing the rapid target allocation, Lei Jia, Shen Yu, and Shen Jian each locked onto their targets and adjusted their positions to kill them with a single shot. Those men will never know, to their dying day, how they were discovered and where the bullets took them out. The only remaining leader huddled on the ground shivering. He no longer dared to make a sound, as if trying to hide his ears from the world. But that's never going to happen. Jian Shen had already advanced to his side, stepping on his arm with one foot before he could react and removing the QSW-06 that originally belonged to him from his hand. This is none other than the owner of the inn. What's in the lake? Jian Shen pointed his gun at his head and opened his mouth with a cold voice to ask. Impossible. Impossible. How are you guys here? How are you guys still alive? Aren't you alive too? Jian Shen subconsciously asked back. But soon, he realized something was wrong. He himself is still alive because he is wearing a mask, and a small air breath will allow him to survive in an oxygen-free environment for 15 minutes. Then why is this boss alive? The surrounding carbon dioxide concentration has risen to 90%, and heavier than air carbon dioxide is being deposited to the ground at a height of at least 2 meters. At this range, he's actually breathing and talking? Jian Shen reached out and pinched the boss's face, gently exerting force. The other party strained to open his mouth, and a wriggling, tentacle-like object slowly reached out from his mouth. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Jian Shen violently threw his boss to the ground, and Lei Jia, who had just arrived, immediately asked, "What's the situation? Monsters, or at least mutants? How is that possible? They're monsters and the Sacred Bloods didn't notice? The hell knows? He Shua, tap into Su Hunter's channel and wake them up." Understood. The order was given, and Jian Shen immediately returned to the boss and asked with his gun pressed against his head, "What the hell is going on here?" The boss's eyes revealed fear as he looked at Jian Shen, whose face was completely covered, and his voice trembled. "It's you guys. It's you guys. You are monsters that crawl out of the grave. You are the ghosts of the cataclysm. You shouldn't be here. You died in the cataclysm long ago. Cut the crap." Jian Shen slammed the butt of his gun on the boss's head, and he fell to the ground with his head tilted, but his mouth was still rambling on and on. "I've seen you guys. I've seen you all. I thought it was fake. It's true. It's true." Air whose oxygen reserves were dropping, and Jian Shen was unwilling to bull asterisk 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 him any further, so he simply pulled the trigger. Ta! The bullet grazed the boss's cheek and shot into the ground as Jian Shen opened his mouth to ask, "Where did the ammo come from? What's going on with the mechanical theocracy?" Instead of asking stupid questions like why are you trying to kill us, he got to the point. The boss seemed to have regained a few moments of sanity at this point, and he replied with a miserable smile as he looked towards Jianchen. Dig it out. It's all about the digging. We are all miners of the mechanical god cult, and none of us can escape. Miners? Another new word. Jianchen was uncertain, so he simply stopped paying attention. Tie him up and take him away. There's something in the lake we can't handle. Hide for now. Understood. Lei Jia immediately replied. And just then, in Jianchen's headset, Suhun's voice suddenly came. The chosen one. Chosen one. Jianchen. I can hear you. Jianchen responded briefly while putting away his pistol. A moment later, Su Hunter's anxious voice sounded again. Why did you kill them all? What did they do? They're the ones trying to kill us. And they're all monsters. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Do you think that we, the sacred-blooded, aren't monsters? Chapter 23, The Treasure Trove. You think we're not monsters? Su Hunter's words nearly froze Jianchen in place, but upon closer examination, it did seem to be the case. Yeah, wouldn't they be monsters? One just knew that they had more power and faster reflexes, but never bothered to think deeply about whether or not they were still human at their core underneath that skin. It's an inertia of thought, and actually, to withstand greater impacts, their bones are necessarily different from those of humans. To provide more explosive power, their muscles have necessarily changed. In order to maintain an ultra-high metabolism, their blood vessels, organs, glands, and even brains must no longer be categorized as human. They're monsters too, just monsters in human skin. Jianchen let out a long breath, and at this moment, he suddenly felt that his understanding of this world was still a bit shallow. But so what? Just like what he said to Su Hun, the reason why he had to finish off these villagers was because they started it. As for the monster thing, it's just an add-on at best. Jianchen's Taoist mind was clear, and the trace of self-doubt dissipated. He no longer paid any attention to Su Hunter, but immediately ordered his Shua to lower the drone's altitude after withdrawing to higher ground with his squad, and began to do a full reconnaissance of the reservoir, as well as the unknown lifeform underneath it. The creature's heat signature was completely undetectable due to the isolation of the lake, but even if he relied only on shimmering imaging, he could clearly see the enormous size of the monster in the lake. Streamlined body, like a fish, but looking at the stubby short limbs that characterized its body, it looked like some kind of frog again. Jianchen didn't know exactly where the carbon dioxide deposited under the lake came from, but he knew that it had to be related to this monster. After observing the monster for a few moments, it was slow to surface, but instead resubmerged after a few tumbles. Jianchen redirected the drone to the skies above Lower Horsetown, where the four sacred bloods were also in the midst of a fierce conflict with the residents within Lower Horsetown. It was the first time he had seen Su Hunter fight against a normal enemy, and he had to say that as a scout, his skills were indeed quite mature. Sneak, conceal, assassinate, and disappear in one fell swoop. His utilization of his sensory abilities had been developed almost to the limit, and even with the injuries on his body, all his movements revealed an aesthetic of professionalism and efficiency. And talk about us? They kill harder than we do. Shen Yu, who was on the side, snorted. That's still different. They're surrounded and have no choice. Jianchen shook his head and replied, while Shen Yu said thoughtfully, so it's not just these few residents. It's everyone in the whole town of Lower Horse that's in trouble. This person said before that they were related to the mechanical god cult. What exactly is the relationship? That's for those of the sacred blood to give us the answer to. Jianchen's eyes changed slightly before he said, what Su Hunter gave us wasn't all the information. So there are two possibilities. Either they don't know either, or are just deliberately keeping it from us. Then again, neither possibility is direct proof of their malice, but invariably, they are going to give us an answer. Let's go. They're pretty much done fighting. Down the hill. Let's wrap it up. 20 minutes later, inside the town of Dismount, the four sacred bloods had already finished cleaning up the mess, while the dozens of residents who had survived within the town of Dismal Horse had all been gathered in the open space within the town. Jianchen's squad pressed the innkeeper all the way back to the town, and Su Hunt couldn't wait to greet them. Speaking in a helpless tone, we're in big trouble here. At least 40 people have died in this conflict, the vast majority still civilians. Wait a moment. Jianchen interrupted him and unquestionably came to a conclusion about the conflict. From the moment they started plotting to do something to us, they weren't civilians. Su Hun was speechless and could only nod in the end. There's no way to undo what's happened. I'll report it to the Great Hall of the Sacred Blood so they can figure out a solution, but I think you should at least notify us before you make your move. After all, we're more familiar with the rules here than you are, and even if we have to deal with it, we can leave it more redundant. There's no margin for error. Jianchen shook his head and continued. In addition, The people here are in close contact with the mechanical god cult. Is that clear to you? Unclear. Su Hunting's face showed surprise, and after realizing the meaning of that layer of questioning in Jian Chen's tone, he hurriedly explained. Chosen One, we are not omniscient. If we knew that the people here were related to the mechanical god cult, there was absolutely no way I would have brought you here. The mechanical theocracy has always been dedicated to mining pre-cataclysmic technology, so if they noticed you wait, all of these people are miners? Exactly. Jian Chen slowly nodded his head, and what he didn't expect was that after hearing the answer from his own mouth, Su Hun's expression immediately changed. It went from worry to ecstasy. That makes sense. I told you why there are supplies and equipment that pop up here from time to time that even Jinling City doesn't have. And I told you how it's possible for this town of only 100 people to survive for so long. They're miners. That's right. Only the mechanical god cult's miners would set up a stronghold in this hole. They must still have good stuff in their hands that they couldn't give away in time. We have to hurry. The rest of these guys are a big pain in the ass. We've got to find a way to get rid of them all. You just said we were in trouble. Jian Chen helplessly spread his hands, while Su Hun said in a glowing manner, not anymore. Like you said, they're miners, they're mechanical theists. Even if we take them all out, so what? This is at most an internal conflict between the Sacred Blood Great Hall and the mechanical god sect. We don't have to worry about the prestige of the Great Hall of the Sacred Blood being damaged, let alone the believers losing their faith. Well, there's no need to talk about that. Just give him to us. I have a way to get him to tell us everything. Su Hun looked towards the innkeeper who was pressed to the ground by Lei Jia, his eyes filled with anticipation. Jian Chen didn't make any pretense and nodded at Lei Jia, who directly pushed his boss to Su Hun's feet. The interrogation got underway immediately, but lasted less than 2 minutes. 2 minutes later, the scarred boss led a group of 5 people into the basement of the hotel, and after opening 2 heavy stone doors one after another, the underground space of the hotel was finally exposed to the eyes of several people. Looking at the various objects in the basement, the 4 members of Jian Chen's squad unanimously took a deep breath. What a treasure trove! Xing Yu opened his mouth. Jian Chen nodded without moving his head, then said, unfortunately, it's a treasure trove that has decayed. Chapter 24, Exoskeletons. 95-1. The barrel is still intact, but the magazine is basically trashed. It's a 191 stock, but the body can't be found. There's only one magazine left for the 81 bar. Ceramic inserts for bulletproof vests. From Interstate. Level 5. That's a good one. Just so we can take the level 3 plates we're carrying this time. The engineer's shovel. Q3s. This thing actually lasts that long? While rummaging around in the treasure trove, Jian Chen asked Su Hun with a little bit of doubt. Where the hell did these people dig up so much stuff from? This one basement is full of it. It's going to take quite a while just to clean it out. Su Hun stood on the sidelines, staring blankly at Jian Chen as he reported the names of the broken weapons and equipment on the ground one by one, forgetting to reply for a moment. He didn't understand where exactly Jian Chen's knowledge came from, but he was absolutely clear on what this counting gesture of Jian Chen's really meant. When he had just interrogated the innkeeper, Su Hun heard a sentence from the other party's mouth. Pre-cataclysmic specter. So these chosen ones, perhaps, hold knowledge from before the cataclysm? If that's the case, then a lot of the doubts can be explained. But in contrast, if they do have an incredible wealth of divine truth in their heads, it means that they will bring endless disputes afterward. They must be pulled together. No, even if we don't pull them in, we can't let them fall to the mechanical god cult. Su Hun was still pondering whether he should act a bit more humble or consciously show him the power of the Sacred Blood Great Hall when Jian Chen's renewed call called him out of his slightly cluttered thoughts. What are you thinking? I asked you. Ha? Oh, in the ruins, Su Hunter hurriedly replied. These miners belong to the bottom tier of the mechanical god cult, and their job is to excavate pre-cataclysmic relics throughout the continent to deliver weapons and technology to the mechanical god temple. But exactly where to dig and how to dig, we are not sure after all. We are not keen on this matter. The Holy Blood Great Hall's philosophy is different from the mechanical god cult. They're stuck in their ways while we're trying to come out on a new path. That's the root cause of the conflict between the two sides. But regardless, we're going to be more than them. Who asked you? Jian Chen interrupted Su Hun with amusement. He clearly heard the other party's intention to elevate himself and disparage the mechanical god cult in his words, but was not amused. Wherever people existed there was conflict, not to mention the fact that the two sides had already finished dividing their camps. Su Hunting's motivation is not incomprehensible. Just want to pull themselves into their camp. Only, one can't make a decision that early. So he waved his hand and said, let's not talk about this useless stuff. What I want to ask is, do you guys know exactly where the stuff here came from? If we can find the source, we might be able to continue to excavate it like they did. Even if you don't use it, It's a good trading resource. Indeed. Sue Hunter nodded and replied, under the right circumstances, we would do something like that. But the problem is that digging graves is also extremely skillful work, and there's no way an ordinary person can do it. As you can see, the vast majority of the residents of Lower Horsetown are mutated hybrids who, will you get to the point? Jin Chen was on the verge of being speechless as he was tortured by Su Hun's nonsense. He interrupted again and then asked, I just have one question. Where does the equipment come from in the town of Dismal? Some cave, some underground passage, or where? The odds are it's in the lake. Su Hun finally gave Jian Chen the answer he wanted. Only unfortunately, the answer wasn't that satisfying. The lake? Why? If the monster is in the lake, then the resources are in the lake. It's a simple judgment call. BTW. Didn't you guys say that there are tons of, at the bottom of the lake dioxide? Anyway, it's dead air. That should be the location where the monster's lair is located. Without waiting for Jian Chen to speak again, Su Hun hurriedly explained. That's right. We know there's a monster in this lake, but it never comes ashore and the threat is so low that no one targets it for hunting. We also don't know the connection between this monster and the residents of Lower Horsetown, but right now it seems as if they have formed some sort of symbiotic relationship. Like the converts and the Matrix? Yes, just like Kawashi's converts and that level 4 monster. Got it. Jian Chen nodded. From Su Hun's words he could tell that the other party was indeed not lying, and the information he had about this town stayed on the surface. In fact, this is the most logical situation. In the absence of adequate means of long-distance communication and transportation, in the absence of a majoritarian regime, and in the absence of adequate grassroots control, the central government should be ignorant of what is going on at the local level. Why else would those giant feudal dynasties have to break their backs to put down a rebellion? It's not because by the time they realize there's a rebellion, the rebels have 100,000 flags. And now, the power of the Great Hall of the Sacred Blood is obviously several notches below that of the feudal dynasty. And just knowing that there is a dismounted town here is already the limit of their ability. Thinking of this, Jian Chen did not ask any more questions, but instead focused on rummaging through the neatly categorized garbage with the rest of the team. No need to focus on complete firearms. There are usable parts to collect as well. Maybe you can put them together later. Captain, there are bullets here. Lei Jie's slightly excited voice came from the corner. Jian Chen rushed over in 2 steps to take a look, and sure enough, it was a large box full of bullets. The wooden ammo box had become visibly water-stained, and when the lid was lifted, it exposed 2 rusty iron ammunition boxes. Up 95-5, 8 steel, standard 5, 8mm ammunition boxes. Jian Chen couldn't wait to open the ammo box, but only as soon as he got his hands on it, he sensed that something was wrong. This box has been opened. Sure enough, when opened, both ammo boxes contained less than half a box of bullets, and most of them were rusted and damaged. It looks like these guys in Lower Horsetown cut off the bullets and sold most of the intact ones. On the side, Su Hunter came over and said, as much as you can count. Reg, pack it up. Shin Yu, did you find any bullets on your side? No. Shin Yu's tone carried a bit of hesitation. The bullets weren't found, but I did find one thing. What is it? Jian Chen raised his head and looked in Shin Yu's direction, and the latter was holding a deep black piece of metal in his hand with a puzzled look in his eyes. What the hell? Jian Chen walked forward and took the things in Shin Yu's hand. He looked down for a few moments to scrutinize it. Skeletonized stand, movable joints, micro-hydraulics on top, and servo motors on the sides. Jian Chen took a deep breath. He knew what this was, though things have fallen apart, but there was no doubt that it was definitely a single combat exoskeleton. Active exoskeleton. Chapter 25, The Age of Steam. After a night, 2 squads of 8 men broke camp and left the town of Lower Horse after ensuring that the residents were no longer able to resist. The treasury, including all the equipment collected from the residents, had all been inventoried, and Jian Chen took away the portion that the squad needed, while the remaining miscellaneous items, including the unused earthen firearms, were all handed over to Su Hunter's Sacred Blood squad, with the plan that they would sell them for cash, and both sides would share the proceeds equally. It must be said that although the things in the hands of this group of miners in Lower Horsetown were not of good color, but the victory was in the amount of really big. After some reorganization, Jian Chen still found out a lot of good things. Several sets of gun accessories, for oddly modified 5.8mm caliber single-shot wire rifles, for level 5 ballistic plates, a Q3 paratrooper spade, 6 20-20 say 151 48mm warm pressure grenades, over 100 rounds of 5.8mm caliber ammo that still work, and a vehicle-mounted 220 to 125W shortwave radio. This radio is too familiar to be familiar with. When he was still in that world, this is what was installed in his Mastodon. It would have been quite powerful, with a tuner and a pass-through distance of nearly 2,000 kilometers, with automatic networking, frequency hopping encryption, digital encryption, and so on. But alas, the thing was old beyond repair and the electronics were all damaged and completely non-functional. So in the end, Jian Chen simply dismantled it directly, taking out the parts that could still be used and taking them away, leaving the rest where they were. On the contrary, the radio's own battery was still working, and Jian Chen tried to use that battery to charge the battery in his gun sight for a while, and it also charged in. However, he still didn't dare to directly use this thing to charge other electronic devices. After all, the voltage stability was not guaranteed. In case it was broken, then it would be really stupid to no end. And apart from the more than 100 rounds of ammunition that had solved the squad's immediate needs, the squad's most important discovery this time was, of course, the set of mechanical exoskeletons that had fallen apart. From the model point of view, this set of exoskeletons should be the improved type of L-90 produced by 202 factory in Xinjian's era. Compared to the L-90 that he tested himself, this thing is much more functional when you take a look at it. Smaller hydraulics and motors, smaller energy modules, 100% titanium alloy frames, more weapon mounting points to the point where Jian Chen looked a little numb, and a multi-joint design that would obviously provide the user with greater flexibility. Most importantly, this exoskeleton also came with a PDA of a model Xinjian didn't know, obviously for force feedback real-time algorithms. Although Jian Chen hadn't tried and was unlikely to use this exoskeleton in a short period of time, he could completely imagine how strong a soldier's combat ability could be if he was already strong enough to wear this exoskeleton. So, he didn't hesitate to pack the thing away. What if it gets fixed? Anyway, as the professional repairman on the team, Reg was confident in fixing this thing. While following the group westward along the vegetation-covered highway, Reggie spoke. This thing is easier to fix than the sleeve arrows we found earlier, which had infrared modules that were too hard to get to. This thing is force feedback logic with relatively simple sensors. It doesn't really matter if this PDA of its can turn on or not. If it can, it's just doing some AI operations to make the feedback more predictable. Even if you remove the PDA and rely only on the force feedback sensors, you can still ensure functionality. Still have to be 202 factory. You see how resistant to pressure this design. 206 factory built that or some stuff. Got it. Jian Chen interrupted Lei Jie and spoke. Factory 206 is gone. You dare to say bad things about others. When they went to our place to test, the one who had the most fun wasn't you? It's one thing to have fun. It's another thing to be good. Reggie smiled shyly and turned to continue. I really don't know what the people here think. It's obviously the most valuable thing and it's just laid out so casually. The exoskeleton would have been in a fairly good state of preservation, and it might have all worked straight away. It turned out to be hard for them to break it up. Also abstract. Nothing abstract. Jian Chen laughed. Don't you get it? The level of technology here is like a jigsaw puzzle. Part of it is broken and part of it remains. They are extremely backward in terms of technology as far as everything to do with electricity is concerned. Being able to use batteries and radios is the limit. And you expect them to understand exoskeletons? Maybe to them this thing is nothing more than an artifact. Yes. As soon as Jian Chen finished his words, Su Hun, who was walking in front of him, turned back to pick up the conversation. There is a similar sculpture, larger than the one you found. Everyone just thinks of it as an old-timey artifact, but now it looks like it might as well be able to move. A bigger exoskeleton? What's different? Jian Chen asked keenly. That exoskeleton? That's what it says, right? That exoskeleton has armor on it. Hiss. The four members of the squad sucked in a breath of cold air. There are armored exoskeletons that are bigger still. You call this an exoskeleton? It's called a fighter mech. What is the situation? From the time he traveled to the so-called cataclysm, only 20 to 30 years, this country's military technology has developed to such a degree? Wait a while and think about it. There were only a few small boats on the South China Sea in 2000, and by 2020, 055 with EM guns had been secretly launched for testing. So 20 years to evolve from an exoskeleton to a combat mech makes sense when you think about it. Jian Chen was already a bit impatient. He couldn't wait to get to Jinling, not just to collect that reward, and not just to see the largest human urban settlement in this apocalyptic wasteland, but more importantly, he wanted to see just how far his compatriots had developed their technology since they crossed over, and to what extent did those who survived utilize those technologies. Jian Chen was really curious. The squad traveled all the way to the west, and after 3 days and 2 nights of trekking, they arrived at the bank of the Yangtze River. Jian Chen instantly recognized the Dongting Lake Bridge, which was still standing over the river despite its dilapidated state, and he had thought that the team was going to cross the bridge and continue westward, but Su Hunting turned northward with his squad and arrived at a pier. This is the pier at Cave Lake. According to the time, there will be a transportation ship of the mechanical god cult passing by today, so we can hitch a ride on their ship and rest all the way north to Hanshue. You'd better hide all that gear before you cause any unnecessary trouble. A transport ship? Jian Chen frowned slightly. A ship that can navigate the Yangtze? That was definitely not something these natives of the wasteland could handle. The ship's electrical control system alone was enough for them to ponder for the rest of their lives. Or is it just that coincidental that there happened to be well-preserved, launch-ready boats here? Jian Chen was filled with questions. He commanded the 4 members of the team to camouflage all of their equipment, and stood quietly on the shore with the 4 sacred bloods, waiting for the arrival of the transport ship that Su Hunter had described. And after nearly an hour, the boat finally arrived. A black smoke first appeared in the distance at the line between water and sky. Next, a large wooden ship with sails, carrying the distinctive chugging sound of a steam engine, slowly approached. Jian Chen let out a long breath. This, dry back to the steam era in one fell swoop? Chapter 26. A few minutes later, the steamer. Relying on trading with the small amount of resources they had on hand, the party boarded the ship without incident after hiding their equipment packages and securing an aft cabin. From Su Hunter's conversation with the shipowner, Jian Chen also gained a new understanding of the strife between the 2 major forces of the mechanical god cult and the sacred blood Great Hall. Obviously, they are not complete opposites. Quite the contrary. These 2 forces are in parallel in cooperation and confrontation. And although there are conflicts, they have not yet developed to the extent that they are irreconcilable and have to go to war on a large scale. Relationships are even quite cordial, especially among members of the lower and middle classes. That was why Su Hunter had said that he could send his pistol to the mechanical god cult to appease the souls of the machines. And it also explained why they were able to travel all the way from Jiling to Chuansha just to take out a level 4 monster. They didn't just have to rely on their legs. There were mechanical gods churches transport ships on the river and mechanical gods churches steam trucks on the ground. And although their numbers were extremely sparse, they could always catch up with proper planning. The world was broken beyond repair, but the powerful life force still drove it to stumble and function with some amazing resilience. When the steam whistle sounded on the river that had flowed for 10,000 years, it was as if Jian Chen had heard him. Is not a parody. The crew of the mechanical theocracy is really singing. In the name of divine dynamics, lift up the name of Trinity and glory to the God of all machines. May the gears of loyalty never rust, and may the sacred gunpowder never decay. Sound the horn once, push the lever to activate the piston and pump. Sound the horn twice, turn the helm, start the engines and breathe life into them. Sound the shofar 3 times, sing in unison and praise the God of all machines. From confusion and ignorance, Trinity most holy, save us. From the desolation of the ruins, steel, protect us. From among the monster's minions, gunpowder, protect us. From the temptation of mutation, steam, purify us. From this decaying prison of life, God of machinery, set us free. Trinity, Trinity, we praise the name of the saints. The more Jian Chen heard, the more he felt that something was wrong. He turned to Xinyu who was on the side and opened his mouth to ask, that Trinity they're singing about. It can't be the Trinity I'm thinking of, can it? Xinyu fiddled with the single-shot wire rifle that he had captured from the residents of Lower Horsetown and sked twice. That's the Trinity, I reckon. You say why don't they sing Shugong? Why don't they sing a heavy? Is it that these 2 are not good enough? Shouldn't have seen. Jian Chen thoughtfully held his forehead and continued. The probability is that the founder of the mechanical god cult saw the gantry crane of Trinity Heavy Industries somewhere and was shocked by that kind of giant machinery. Or maybe the wave was already somewhat related to Trinity, and it was passed down from generation to generation, and it was just a common name that slowly took on a religious nature. This is also quite comical. You're saying that the saint of the sacred blood Great Hall wouldn't be called Talking Family Jin, right? Across the room, Reggie smiled mysteriously and picked up the conversation. By their logic, I think it should be called Dolly. Clone sheep, huh? Abstract. Jian Chen turned his head to look at Su Hun, who was not far away, and opened his mouth to ask, hey, does your sacred blood Great Hall have any saints? Of course not. Su Hun immediately replied, didn't I say that? We are a sharp sect. We don't treat those ancient powerhouses as saints. We'll only be stronger than them. Good. Very spirited. Jian Chen gave him a thumbs up, and Su Hun thought that he was really being complimented, and a smile immediately appeared on his face. Of course there is a spirit. We of the Great Hall of the Sacred Blood are a true beacon of light in the wasteland. We, Halfway through his words, there was a sudden knock on the hatch door. Jian Chen vigilantly touched his hand to the pistol hidden under his clothes, while Su Hun made a gesture, signaling that he didn't need to be overly nervous. Should be here to trade. We're not the only group of passengers on this ship. Some civilians will be aboard as well. While saying that, Su-hun opened the door, and sure enough, what came was nothing more than a man with a little girl. The other party looked respectful and immediately lowered his head and bowed upon seeing Su-hun, then said, "Honorable Lord, we have heard that you have food available for exchange. I have some metals and gears of good color here. I wonder if you would like to trade with us." Su-hunter didn't answer immediately, but opened his mouth. "Let me see what you have first." The man hurriedly removed his pockets from behind him and carefully pulled out their contents. A whole bunch of gears, silver glowing stainless steel, a little brass, and a few pieces of aluminum. At first glance it looked like a pile of garbage, even to a local like Su-hunter. "We don't need any of these things, but if you need food, we can share some with you. Remember, this is a gift from the Temple of the Holy Blood. Praise be to the Great Hall of the Holy Blood." The man was beaming with joy, while the girl hiding behind him was blinking her eyes with curiosity as she surveyed Su-hun. She had certainly heard the name of the Great Hall of Sacred Blood, but perhaps, for the time being, she could not understand the significance of the name. Su-hun took out a few dry food made of wheat flour from his traveling bag, which Jian-chan had already eaten before, and handed them to the girl, touching her head gently and acting as if he was playing the role of a god who loves the world. Jian-chan looked amused, but didn't make a sound to flirt. After all, these were the rules of the land, and who was he, an outsider, to question them? The man who had gotten the food took the girl with him with the intention of leaving, but the moment the girl turned around, Jian-chan suddenly noticed that she was playing with something in her hand. It was a solid black metal square with an LCD screen on the front. Every time the girl pressed the only button on the side, a string of characters was briefly displayed on the screen. Jian-chan couldn't see the specific information of the characters, but he instinctively felt that it wasn't simple. "Wait a minute," Jian-chan called out to the two of them and then opened his mouth to ask, "Little friend, your toy, can you show it to uncle?" The little girl looked up at her father, and only after the other party nodded did she hesitantly hand over the item in her hand to Jian-chan. Jian-chan took a look and said on the spot, "We want this, make us an offer." The man froze for a moment, seemingly realizing the value of the item, wanting to raise the price, but then glancing at the several Su-huntsmen gawking at the side, he finally swallowed the words that had reached his mouth. "It's just a little toy, take it if you want it." Jian-chan nodded and said at Su-hun, "Give him some gold, out of my bounty." "How much to give?" Su-hun did not hesitate and immediately complied. "Probably a couple dozen rounds worth of pistol ammo. You watch and give." "Understood." Su-hun immediately took out dozens of gold grains from his accompanying pocket, picking out the right size one from it and handing it to the man. The man was pleasantly surprised. He probably couldn't have imagined that he would be able to sell the thing for that much without even having to raise the price. The gold grain that Su-hunter gave him was at least 40 grams, enough to buy him food for 2 months. He hastily took the golden grains and left with 1,000 thanks. And after he left, Su-hunter also immediately came over and opened his mouth to ask, "What is this thing? Why is it worth so much money?" Jian-chan didn't move to put the things away and replied, "It's a ballistic calculator that calculates the trajectory of a gun and is used to calibrate it." "So it is." Su-hunting came to a realization, and then left again in boredom. He doesn't need this stuff. The holy-blooded fights are close fights. Maybe only the mechanical theocracy and these few chosen of God will need this stuff. But what he didn't know was that after he turned around, Jian-chan turned his back to him and quietly made a few hand signals. In conjunction with lip-syncing, that's the simplest sign language. And this sign language means ciphers. Ciphers with coordinates. Chapter 27, Water Ghosts. The wasteland is full of treasures. Only the people who live here don't know it. There has been such a break in their knowledge that they can no longer recognize even the most standard format of latitude and longitude coordinates. To them, it was probably just a jumble of code formed by some mysterious force, the same as what they saw in tattered books and papers. Maybe it has value. Maybe it represents some kind of treasure. But because it can't be deciphered, it ends up as a child's toy. Jian-chan found a reason to want some air and walked out of the cabin onto the deck. And a few minutes later, Xinyu followed them. The two men propped themselves up against the improvised guardrail on the deck and looked out over the river, talking in low voices with bored expressions like those of the mechanical theocracy crew who had nothing better to do after singing their hymns. "Where are the coordinates?" Xinyu opened his mouth and asked. "2 coordinates. 30, 528427N, 114, 349564E, 31, 970967N, 118, 816572E. Any idea where this is?" After Jian-chan's words were finished, Xinyu thought slightly for a moment and replied, "Hanshui, Jinling, both within the city limits. You'll have to check the map for the exact location." "No need to check." Jian-chan gently tapped on the railing and said, "The first is near the Hanshui Ordnance Sergeant School, and the second is near the Army Engineering University in Jinling." Behind each of these coordinates, there is a string of 32-bit codes, refreshed at an unknown time, but definitely refreshed. As the words fell, Shin Yu's expression immediately changed. He wasn't familiar with either school, but he knew very well that if he saw those two coordinates on some cipher of unknown origin that had survived hundreds and hundreds of years and yet was still fully functional, it must mean that there was something unusual at the location of the coordinates. What's it gonna be? Equipment, fortifications, shelter, or some kind of weapon? After a moment of silence, Shin Yu spoke again. I don't remember any important fortifications over there, but the Ordnance Sergeant's school did keep a small amount of equipment for training purposes. Is it possible that after our time, new fortifications were built there to preserve important equipment, or strategic resources? It's all possible. Jian Shen let out a long breath and said with a slight smile, now there's one more reason for us to go to the Golden Age. Originally, I was thinking that if the situation in Han Shui was good, we could stay in Han Shui for the time being and develop slowly, but now it seems that Han Shui is going to stay. But in the end, we will have to go to Jinling. Indeed, Shin Yu similarly breathed a sigh of relief and then said, it's good to go there. After all, the more people there are, the safer it is. Our combat power is still too weak, and if we want to gain a foothold in this wasteland, we'll eventually have to follow the same path as the mechanical god cult and the sacred blood great hall. The mass base is the most important. Otherwise, relying on a few of us to fight alone, when will we have to finish killing the monsters on this ground? Even if you emptied the nuclear arsenal and dropped nukes one after the other, you couldn't kill them all. Hearing his words, Jian Chen laughed. Let's not talk about nukes. I'm honestly a little skeptical that nuclear arsenals still exist. That tactical nuclear warhead at 1102 was clearly ready to be launched. What do you mean even tactical nukes are being rushed out? I think the East Wind 5B may have all been thrown out, and that catastrophe should have messed with all of humanity to the death. That's not necessarily true. Shin Yu shook his head and retorted. Preparing for war doesn't necessarily mean going to war, and if the so-called cataclysm is indeed the result of some kind of virus, it's possible that humanity will have lost the ability to organize itself at the lowest level before it can respond effectively. How else do you explain how large cities that clearly haven't suffered a devastating blow came to be? If there was a real nuclear war, Kawartha would have been a flat piece of land a long time ago. Rather, Jian Chen nodded thoughtfully, and his thoughts couldn't help but drift a bit far away. He couldn't imagine what it would be like when the end came, just as the occupants of the mechanical god cult hadn't and couldn't imagine what true technological greatness really was. But such questions are left to the future. The most important thing right now was still to gather supplies at any cost, gather more powerful equipment and supplies, and figure out how to survive. First, go to Han Shui, to that location where the coordinates are, and see what's really there. With his mind set, Jian Chen's emotions instantly returned to a steady state. He looked up in the direction in which the steamer was traveling, intending merely to look out into the distance to rest his eyes, but as his vision swept by, he spotted an unusual black spot. The black dot was expanding rapidly, gradually taking the shape of a ship. Jian Chen patted Shin Yu's shoulder, signaling him to follow him to the bow of the ship to take a look, and they had only just raised their feet to take a step when the mechanical god cult crewman on the bow lookout suddenly called out, "Water ghosts, the water ghost is coming." Jian Chen's heart tightened. A water ghost? What monster again? The siren sounded sharply, and the few civilians on deck quickly retreated into their cabins, while the crews poured out of every corner, weapons at the ready. Immediately after them, the 4 members of the Sacred Bloodsucker Squad, as well as Lei Jia and Hishua also drilled out of the cabin. The crowd stared dead at the approaching, battered, but extremely fast-sailing skiff with more than a little nervousness. How did this thing go so fast? They're countercurrent, right? Jian Chen asked in dismay. There's something underwater. A water ghost tugboat. Su Hunter replied simply, then drew his pistol and short sword. You'd better not expose your equipment. Water spirits aren't hard to deal with. They're just a pain in the ass in numbers. Just leave it to us. Stand behind us. Hearing his words, Jian Chen obediently took a step back. He wasn't the type to play the hero regardless of the occasion. Why do it himself when he could have someone else fix it? Just watch. 2 short minutes later, the dinghy, cobbled together from blocks of wood and tin, was close at hand. The mechanical theocracy crew at the bow of the ship raised the messy weapons in their hands and fired the first volley of flak. Bang! Small caliber single-shot liners, smoothbore rifles loaded with lead pellets, and even a front-mounted smoothbore gun common in the age of sail. However, these underfired contraptions did no damage at all to the high-speed maneuvering skiffs, and the estimated 12-pound shells did little more than splash in the water a dozen meters away from the skiffs. In a few moments the skiff had approached the steamer. Immediately after, boom! With a loud bang, accompanied by a toothsome scraping sound, the skiff crashed into the steamer. Gangways up. They're going to jump the gang. In an instant, all of the ship's combatants moved and surged towards those enemies who had climbed onto the deck from the side. Only then did Jian Chen realize that the purpose of the dinghy wasn't sailing at all. It was just a simple springboard. An unknown number of water ghosts swarmed up, and even though the mechanical god cult crew members were armed with hot weapons, their slow rate of fire was still powerless to stop them. It was also the four sacred bloods who were strong in melee combat and were barely able to stall. But their defense is also close to collapsing. Jian Chen remained at the back quietly observing. A moment later, he spoke. These water spirits are not strong fighters, worse than the converts we fought, and they're virtually unarmed, purely outnumbered. We can't let them into the cabin, one of them going in would cause a lot of trouble. Come on, let's go help out too. As the words fell, the other three members of the squad moved in response. Jian Chen pressed Shin Yu's hand that wanted to pull out his gun and spoke. Don't move the gun. No guns? Shin Yu froze for a moment and asked suspiciously. With a dagger? Jian Chen laughed and replied. Crazy to use a dagger? What kind of idiot do you think I am? Didn't we just search for a couple rounds of thermobaric grenades? Throw two down there. Chapter 28 Blood Sacrifice to the Blood God. There was an explosion and all the water spirits in the skiff went overboard. There were two explosions and the water spirits in the water turned up their bellies. The crew of the mechanical theocracy on the steamer were dumbfounded, and the sacred bloods who were swinging their swords and slashing were speechless. Dropping his grenade, Reggie stood innocently at the side of the ship, still holding an unzipped grenade in his hand. Throw it in the water. A crewman yelled at him, and Reg's movements paused, still throwing the grenade with the ring pulled onto the dinghy. Boom! There was another loud bang, and the few remaining water spirits were so frightened that they fled frantically, jumping recklessly back into the water from the steamer, and then quickly diving away. In a flash of surprise, Jian Chen saw the flippers between their fingers and the scaly skin that had vaguely exploded on their bodies. The originally fierce battle ended with an incredibly rapid speed, and the confused crew all looked at Regal, seemingly momentarily at a loss as to what kind of attitude they should take with him. We're in the middle of a fight and you come up with two grenades? And throw it over the side of the boat? Where did this idiot come from? Aren't you afraid of sinking the ship? But there is one thing to be said for the water ghost who did get kicked out, and he did do it out of the goodness of his heart. Just too reckless. A captain-like man with a hollowed-out rudder around his neck and a wasteland-style single-shot line gun in his hand walked up to Rager and glared and growled. How could you do that? You almost blew up our ship. Holy Trinity on high. Don't be so reckless, can you? Lei Jie turned back to Jian Chen, who shrugged and didn't speak, so he could only reply perfunctorily. I couldn't think about it too much. I was freaking out. Where do you look like you're freaking out? You're like a dumbass. Stupid. The captain waved his rifle furiously, and Reg took 2 steps back, fearing his gun would go off. Now get your asses back in your cabins. And you, Su Hun, keep an eye on these friends of yours. Taking on monsters is our business. Keep them honest and hide in the back. And they were nothing but kind. Su Hunter coughed and walked up to Block in front of Lei Jie and said, Okay, Big Anchor, stop talking. I'll teach them a lesson. Keep sailing. We've got to get rid of those water spirits. Maybe they'll come back again. They're not coming back. The captain named Big Anchor rudely spat into the water and then said, That's not your concern. We'll check for ship damage when we get off the ship. If the machine spirit of the sacred vapor is displeased by this, you must pay for the sacrifice. Don't worry. My friends are reasonable people. While saying that, Su-hun pulled Lei Jie and turned his head away. He signaled to Jian Chen, who followed closely behind him back into the hatch. After closing the hatch, Su-hun said with amusement and helplessness, Chosen, I know you have your own fighting style, but as I said, you really should leave some wiggle room. Haven't you noticed? This ship is made of wood. If the grenade blows through the boat, we'll have to swim back. Jian Chen laughed and replied, Don't worry, the grenade we dropped won't damage the bulkhead. It only works on living things. No damage to bulkheads? That sounds like some sort of mechanical theocracy's ridiculous magic. Su Hunter frowned slightly and asked curiously, Why wouldn't it be damaged? It's just God-given truth. Jian Chen replied casually. He did not intend to explain to Su-hun why the temperature-pressure grenade could not blow up the fortification. This kind of knowledge from the gods, even if he could speak clearly, the other party may not be able to understand. Instead of wasting time, we should ask him what these so-called water ghosts are all about. So where did these water spirits come from? Why are they attacking the transports? With the level of intelligence these water spirits display, I don't think there's anything here that's of value to them. You are so perceptive as always. Su-hun sighed emotionally, then said, Obviously, this is the first time you've seen a water ghost, but in just 10 minutes of contact, you've already figured out the nature of this attack. This is probably the real God-given truth. After a pause, Su Hunter continued, That's right, Just as you can see, these water spirits are not attacking for any resources. They attacked simply out of an instinctive perverse desire. They are obsessed with killing, bloodshed, violence, abuse, and all moving objects are targets for their hunt. And of those targets, the more living things that resemble them, the more their desires will be satisfied. So humans will always be first on their hunting list. And, of course, they kill each other. Even the arch-enemies of these water spirits are the monsters called dreadnoughts that are active on the shore, near the Han River. Their fights have been going on for at least a couple of decades, and sometimes I can't figure out why they haven't gone extinct yet in a self-inflicted battle. Dreadnought? Jin Shen noticed the new word that came out of Su-hun's mouth and then asked after it. What was that again? The same thing as a water ghost, except water ghosts live in the water and dingoes live on the shore. Both of these monsters are the product of the same mutation. You may have noticed that the water ghosts have a skull-like scar on their chests, and that is their mark. I did see it. Jin Shen slowly nodded his head, then turned to ask in doubt. But it doesn't make sense. If they've formed a totem of group perception, why are they acting so stupid? Because it wasn't an artificially branded totem. Su-hunter patiently explained. Whether it's a water ghost, a dreadnought, or any of the other ghouls that roam the vast majority of this continent, they all have a common name. Blood skull. The name comes from the skull pattern on their chests. That pattern comes from some kind of mutation that crawls across the chest of a blood skull's newborn after it is born in the form of herpes, which is bright red in color. Hence the name blood skull. The herpes will fade as they grow and eventually form a skull-like scar. That's where they come from. Sounds very reasonable. The odds are that the so-called blood skulls are some sort of genetic disease? Jin Shen silently jotted down the information about the water ghosts and blood skeletons in his mind. But just as he was about to take out his PDA and update the information, the shouts of the crew suddenly came from outside the cabin again. The Han River has arrived. We'll dock at once. Jin Shen's spirit lifted as he followed closely behind Su-hun and walked out of the cabin once again. He remembers the prosperous downtown of Han Shui as being far away, but the landmarks of Baishazhu and Jiayu Bridge are close at hand. Only, the bridge has collapsed. Jin Shen stared intently at the broken surface of the bridge, and as the steamer got closer and closer, he also noticed that something seemed to be moving on the surface. Without moving, he removed the binoculars from his arms and peered over the bridge, avoiding the sight of the mechanical theocracy crew. That's a crowd. To be precise, it was a group of blood skeletons. They were hoisting a mangled, but still living body onto a broken steel support. The suspended person struggled frantically, but the iron hooks that went through her wrists and ankles locked her in a death grip on the stand. Blood gurgled out, and the blood skeletons swarmed around, licking the blood from the ground. Immediately afterward, someone holding a rusty iron came up and scraped her skin. The flesh and blood instantly became mincemeat, and it was as if the man was scraping the puree. Jin Shen frowned and forced himself to read on. It wasn't until the steamer sailed across the bridge that the Bloodskull's ordeal finally ended. The woman's body had long been in pieces, and her head, which had been carefully cut off, was placed squarely on top of a stone platform. The head still retained the horrified expression of her agonized struggle before death. Su-hun, who was beside Jin Shen, similarly saw this scene. His hand gripped the pistol at his waist and he spoke. This is the ritual of the blood skull. Blood sacrifice to the blood god. Cranium to the cranium throne. Chapter 29, the Han River. The blood skeleton's presence was a huge shock to Jin Shen's four-man squad, which made them realize that giant monsters weren't actually the only threat above this wasteland. However, to the sacred bloods and the mechanical god cult, who had long been accustomed to the wasteland, and even to the ordinary people here, the matter of the water ghosts under the blood skeleton's command emerging and being repulsed was perhaps even more unusual than a large ship encountering a few stormy waves. After ascertaining that the spirit of the steam engine was not on strike, the captain's great anchor was reasonable enough not to charge the small crowd of people for the excess, but let Reggie off the ship after giving him a good kick in the pants. This action made the 4 men of the sacred blooder squad watch in horror, and they were afraid that the offended chosen of God would lift the canvas covering the bull's back at the drop of a hat and directly kill the entire mechanical god cult crew of the ship. There was no doubt that these 4 chosen of God were capable of doing such a thing, and they were also fully capable of it. But fortunately, the chosen ones maintained admirable rationality at all times, and they merely laughed as if it were just a joke. Maybe, they really don't care. They looked down on the place as if they were looking at a bunch of ants. Before disembarking, when he passed by the big anchor, Su-hunter patted his shoulder and said, "I'm glad you survived." The great anchor laughed mockingly and replied dismissively, "It's just some water spirits. I've already fought them countless times, and I'm not talking about those useless water ghosts." Su-hun didn't say what was on his mind. He just hurriedly followed the group in front of him, heading towards the Han Shui urban area not far away. Meanwhile, Jian Chen, who was walking at the front, was listening intently to Xia Lu's explanation. Hanover can be ranked in the top 10 in size in the entire South, and it's home to about 5,000 residents. The vast majority of the inhabitants live on the edge of the ruins, midway between the two lakes. There's a large area of land that was cleared before the cataclysm, and rice, sweet potatoes, and other grains grow on it, and the people here call that land the rice wilderness. To the east of the rice wilderness is a large ruin called the Eco Cocoon, which also grows a large number of crops, but strangely enough, the crops there grow within a 10-meter-high fence, as if someone has kept them in captivity. No one knows why this is. Do plants need to be kept in captivity too? But that's it in a nutshell. 2 food sources feed the 5,000 people here, and the various resources in the ruins give the mechanical theocracy a foothold. However, the vast majority of the time, people here don't enter the ruins. It's dangerous in there. After Xia Lu's words, Jian Chen nodded thoughtfully. According to the old maps in their hands, the location where the Han Shui settlement was located was actually a small plain between Ping Lang Lake and Lu Lake, which was originally a farming area, and it was not unusual for a large amount of rice to grow here. As for the so-called ecological cocoon room, in fact, is the site of an ecological agriculture company, doing the original 3-dimensional cultivation of that set. So the plants in captivity in the house is also deserved. The only thing that puzzled him was what was so dangerous about the urban area. Monster? He opened his mouth to ask Xia Lu a question, and before Xia Lu could answer, Su Hun, who had rushed up, grabbed the opportunity to speak first. It's a huge monster with a rank no lower than level 3. Its range of activity is in the very core of the ruins, roughly 40 kilometers from the Han River. That monster's power is so strong that the mechanical god cult had organized several hunting operations, but they all ended in total destruction. Starting 3 years ago, the hunts all but stopped, and the people here are at peace with that monster. But both the Sacred Blood Hall and the mechanical god cult believe that this is just a temporary hibernation of that monster. Once it awakens again, it will inevitably trample the Han River. So, we're also trying to find a way to finish this monster off for good, but obviously there's nothing we can do about it right now. After all, it's not just that one monster that threatens Han Shui. The surrounding area will have some level 4 and 5 monsters popping up from time to time, and every time they show up, it's going to be a bitter battle for us. Is that why you're taking the initiative? Jian Chen interjected and asked. Exactly. Su Hunter nodded and replied. As soon as we find the monster's trail, even if they haven't shown hostility towards us yet, we'll find a way to take it out as soon as possible, because by the time it shows hostility, odds are we'll be too late to react. Understood. When you are prepared, you capitalize on weaknesses, and 4 people have a chance to hunt a level 4 monster. When unprepared, a few hundred people facing a surprise attack by a level 5 monster could lose a lot of money. Quite reasonable. Jian Chen didn't continue to pursue the matter, but he had already made plans to enter the ruins, also known as the old city center of Han Shui. Not just because it's overrun by monsters, chances are there are tons of resources present. More importantly, he had to go to the Ordnance Sergeant's Academy shown on the coordinates and see what was there. The group traveled all the way into the Han Shui urban area, which was many times more prosperous than the Shima town that Jian Chen had seen before. The vast majority of the houses and buildings are newly constructed and carry a whimsical blend of traditional and modern styles. There are even paved roads here, albeit only made of stone and broken concrete, but they are indicative of the level of civilization in this settlement. With a cursory glance, Jian Chen roughly judged that the urban development here was still very deformed. It is both agrarian and steam era, yet with some post-industrial elements mixed in. In a word, chaos. Can you imagine a neon sign glowing with colorful lights and a ragged woodcutter selling firewood on his back in the same town? Can you imagine guards armed with rusty 81-bar assault rifles wearing rattan armor made of vines? The Han River is like that, without an electrical system and the ability to extract fossil energy on a large scale. Wouldn't you have to burn wood? The vast majority of finished metalwork of the right size is already rusting and rotting, so wouldn't you have to wear rattan armor for added protection? It's no longer a technological disconnect that this city is showing. It's simply Tech Vortex, the vortex of chaos. Jian Chen followed the team of Sacred Bloods all the way to the center of the city, and immediately saw a metal statue towering over the square. Su Hun pointed at the statue and introduced it. This is the holy symbol of the mechanical theocracy, and legend has it that it was a battle fortress under their saint, Trinity, before the Great Cataclysm. No one knows what kind of battles it's been through here, but it's clear that it's completely damaged and is nothing more than a pile of rusted steel. Fart. Before Su Hun could finish his words, a passing passerby loudly interrupted. This is the 99 Sacred Elephants, one of the most powerful fortresses for saints. Even if it has rusted, the soul of its machine will never die. The other party was agitated. and Suhan wanted to choke out a few more words as a sacred-blooded, but Jian Chen reached out and pulled him back. Only after the man cursed and left did Jian Chen speak. He really wasn't wrong. This is indeed the 99 holy elephants. Only, it's 99A. 99A? What's that? Suhan was uncertain, and Jian Chen didn't explain. He just stared at the weathered 99A that stood silently on the high platform formed by the ruins and fell into a long silence. The mechanical god cult people were right. The steel has rotted, but the souls that spawn the steel are destined to be resurrected in this land. Chapter 30, Rich, but not much. A few hours later, in Hanshui City, inside a remote private house near the edge of the city, Su Hunter sat down opposite Jian Chen and divided a pile of softly glowing gold into 2 parts of size, then said to Jian Chen, "The gold here totals 160 grams, all of it from our trip to Kawasha this time, as well as the loot we traded in the town of Lower Horse. 2 piles, large and small, the larger one weighing 1,500 grams, all of which will be given to you as an advance from your bounty, after subtracting the shipping costs you promised earlier, and the payment to the girl for the ballistic calculator, and splitting it 280, you still have 4,000 grams of gold left in your bounty, which I will pay you upon arriving in Jinling and claiming the bounty. At that point, we'll have all of our issues on the funding side sorted out." After his words, Chen Xian nodded and said, "Fair enough. What's the price for this property? And these 2 batteries? Count the friendship of the Great Hall of the Sacred Blood out of our hands." Su Hunter graciously waved his hand and continued, "I've vastly sure to procure a batch of basic living supplies, and they'll be delivered a little later. There's no need to feel like it's a deal. Like I said, it's overwhelmingly thanks to you guys that this hunt is going so well, and we're just running errands, so to the extent that we can, we're willing to give something back." "Thanks a lot then." Jian Chen didn't make any pretense, partly because he knew that what Su Hun was saying was indeed the truth, and partly because he had long since seen the other party's intention to pull the wool over the eyes of the other party. In this strange world, where his own squad had yet to gain a foothold, why couldn't he just go with the flow when there were greater forces to pull in? Even if the philosophy was different, that was something for later, and it didn't prevent him from taking some benefits now. And after seeing Jian Chen's reaction, Su Han also released a smile. He was really afraid that these chosen of God would reject his good intentions, but fortunately, the other party wasn't that insensitive. So he spoke immediately afterward. "You probably saw the value of gold in the market just now. Roughly speaking, 1 gram of gold buys almost exactly the food and water an adult needs in a day, and its value is determined based on that logic. However, because something like gold weighs too much and doesn't divide well, most people don't use it directly when trading. It's just a means of measurement. So, if you need to go buy a small amount of supplies, or do some daily trading, the best thing to do is to first trade gold for some more easily divisible commodities, such as bullets, metals, cloth, and so on, and then use those to do the trading. The prices of these items are basically still stable, and there is no shortage of people to buy them, so even if you take a loss, you won't lose too much." Understood. Through Su Hun's words, Jian Chen had a basic idea of the monetary and economic system of this world. Obviously, the world is at the end of the development of the barter economy, has been born out of the concept of using gold as an equivalent, but in the actual transaction, because of a variety of problems, gold has not been directly and widely involved in the transaction process. The practicals still need to turn a hand more. Still, it's nice to have equivalents, and while it's a bit more cumbersome, at least the logic of the currency is established and doesn't leave you in 2 minds. If it's really pure bartering, it's going to kill you. Thus, Jian Chen signaled Lei Jia at the side to put away the portion of gold that belonged to the squad and then asked, "What's next? Where are you going to go?" "We're also going to be resting in Hanshui City for a while, maybe a month or 2. We'll be picking up some new hunting missions, so if there's any interest, you guys can join in." While saying that, Su Han stood up and said, "Anyway, our place is in that house across the street, and you can always come to me if you need anything. Well, I've got to get back to sleep, and when I get up tomorrow, I'll show you guys a good look at Hanshui City. So, goodbye, bye." Jian Chen subconsciously stretched out his hand, while Su Han raised his left hand 45 degrees to the top of the incline, then collected it in front of his chest and bowed. "May the holy blood protect you." Jian Chen was stunned by his action, coughed, hesitated, and finally saluted at him. Su Han turned to leave, and the 4 people in the room looked at each other. Shin Yu asked first, where did they learn that gesture from? These sacred bloods wouldn't be the remnants of the Source of Life program, would they? Pull back. Jian Chen waved his hand and said, "No amount of mustache can control East Asia. Odds are it's just a coincidence. Let's not talk about that. Get everything out and inventory the supplies." At a command, everyone immediately moved. Immediately afterward, they removed all the equipment from its camouflage and placed it, one by one, on the floor of the room. The other three counted over one by one, while Jin Chen repeated his report while updating the stockpile of supplies on the PDA. The electronics are basically fully charged, which isn't bad. Electricity is scarce, but it's not as extremely difficult as I thought it would be. It mostly depends on the equipment. Special Equipment 1. Tactical Nuclear Warhead. Undetermined. Special Equipment 2. Sleeve Arrow Micro Missile 6. No launcher. Damaged. Awaiting repair. Special Equipment 3. Mechanical Exoskeleton of Unknown Type. Damaged and awaiting repair. Thermobaric Grenades. 3. Fragmentation Grenade. 1. 9x19mm submachine gun rounds. 65 rounds. 5. 8mm rifle rounds. 216 rounds. 12. 7mm sniper rounds. 29 rounds, including 12 rounds of penetrating fire. 7. 62mm general-purpose rifle rounds. 91 rounds, but most of them are taken from those clay guns and are not reliable enough. DCV-055. 8mm microphonic pistol rounds. 4 rounds. Other miscellaneous items notwithstanding. What with the cartridges and what with the wire rifles and all that. After all the battle supplies were inventoried, Jian Shen shook his head and put down the PDA in his hand and said, "We're still really poor. With this stuff, we can barely fight a CQB, let alone those monsters. But the good news is that we have money. Based on the price of 1 gram of gold for 2 to 3 rounds of 7.62mm bullets on this side of Hanshui City, we have quite a bit of money on hand right now. That's not much of an abundance, is it?" Xin Yu laughed to himself. 1,500 grams of gold, according to the basic price conversion, put into our era at least equivalent to 150,000 RMB, actually can only buy more than 3,000 rounds of ammunition. Holy, more than 50 times the price. Even old America wouldn't dare to play like this. So what else do you want? What a time it is. Jian Shen glared at Xin Yu and then said, "Anyway, the thing we need to do now is to convert this money into equipment and supplies as soon as possible. The 7.62 rounds, in particular, must be replenished to a level sufficient for Xin Yu's machine gun. Also, we have to find new heavy weapons wherever possible. It's going to be nearly impossible to find a new supply of ammo for Reg's sniper durations and my LG6, but we're desperately short of heavy firepower and we'll have to find a way to collect some of the rags. But let's wait until tomorrow. It's too late now." While speaking, Jian Chen raised his hand and looked at his watch. The time had already passed 7 o'clock. Outside the window, the Hanshui city without electricity had gradually sunk into darkness, and the dim candlelight cast in the building windows surprisingly gave Jian Shen a sense of peace. Someone knocked on the door of the room, and Jian Shen opened the door to see that it was none other than Li Shi, who had delivered the living supplies. His expression remained respectful, and after delivering the items, he performed the holy blood salute just like Su Han and turned to leave. Jian Shen lit the candles and arranged the order of the night duty. Then he collapsed onto the bed and fell into a deep sleep. It's been a really tiring time. A week of stretching would have nearly exhausted him, and he didn't expect to wear it at the end of the stretch. Battle after battle. In retrospect, seems like a dream. In a daze, Jian Shen dreamed. He dreamed that he was back in Zhu Rai, with the cover of the wind and sand, drove the mastodon wildly, straight into the command post of Manguangji. Manguangji and the command post laughed uncontrollably, and seeing that the slammers had rushed close, he raised his hand and a tactical nuke fell from the sky. With a loud bang, Jian Shen tumbled to the ground with his car. When he got up again, he had 191 in his hand that was sitting next to the bed. Explosion. Chen Jian, who had rolled down the side of the bed, grabbed a helmet off to the side and put it over his head, while Shen Yu, who was on sentry duty, had already refused to point his gun out the window. There's an explosion of fire about a kilometer away, preceded by a whistling sound, like a mortar. As his words fell, a sharp whistling sound came from the air once again. Immediately afterward, a shell landed on the edge of Hanshui City. Boom! As the explosions rang out, Jian Shen had expected the entire city to be in chaos, but the reality was that no one cared at all. What does that mean? Jian Shen grabbed the radio, and before he could say anything, Su Han's voice came from the headset. "The Chosen One! The Chosen One! I am!" Jian Shen immediately replied, while Su Han said nonchalantly, "Don't worry, it's the Blood Skull's high-level dreadnoughts that are harassing them. They're weak in combat. They'll just shoot and fire randomly. They don't pose a threat. The guards in town will take care of it. Just rest in peace." "Rest in peace?" Jian Chen laughed. "That's peace of mind for now, but rest, that won't be necessary." These so-called advanced dinosaurs were probably smarter than the water ghosts they had seen before, and they could even use weapons. but only to the extent that it is usable. In that case, how about taking your weapons and giving them to someone who needs them more? Chapter 31, Quiet Killing. Night is the home ground of the Dread Devils. Relying on their nimble bodies and keen vision, they can often launch a surprise attack when the humans in the colony are caught off guard. Though such raids were hardly effective, and most of the time the raids themselves were nothing more than a means for them to give vent to their violent desires, it was true that they had also caused quite a bit of trouble for the people here. In particular, I don't know how many people have been awakened from their dreams by the unpredictable shelling that comes every 10 days and half a month. Even if their biggest battle was blowing up a buffalo captive in a sunny cocoon, it was enough for them to leave cheering and offering their heads to their blood god. After all, they couldn't help the people who lived in the colony, and those people couldn't help them. Encounters between the two sides always came and went as quickly as child's play, the dreadnoughts unwilling to let their warriors bleed in vain, and the humans unwilling to waste their bullets on these creatures of low intelligence. It is as if the attack has become a routine ritual that creates a dynamic ecology of equilibrium. Both sides knew it would happen at some point, and both knew it wouldn't have much consequence, and tacitly agreed not to care. That's the rule. But today, the leader of the raiding squad, which is composed of a dozen or so dreadnought warriors, seems to have smelled a hint of an unusual flavor. His brain, which had long since shriveled down genetically one at a time, had no idea exactly what was going on, except that his intuition, formed by long years of killing, told him that danger seemed to lurk around him. So what exactly is it? The leader stood on a high hill overlooking the charging warriors below. He saw that the blurry shadows were gathering into a pile, screaming strangely as they rushed toward the simple stone wall outside Hanshui City. The guards on the stone wall fired a few shots, missing his warrior. The enraged warrior continued to charge forward and soon came under the stone wall. The warrior leapt up and tried to poke the guard on the stone wall down with the rusty iron spear in his hand, but the guard had already taken 2 steps back in a tight formation, and instead stabbed the warrior, who had already climbed halfway down the wall. With a long wooden stick, the stone walls instantly erupted in pleasant laughter as the chief hissed angrily, the sound carrying through the blackness of the night. But there was nothing he could do about it. He may not have been blessed by the blood god today, so that not even a single drop of blood had been spilled in his carefully planned raid. The blocked dreadnought warriors tried to go around the stone wall, but they soon realized that if they really ran that long distance, they were afraid that they wouldn't have the strength to fight. Might as well turn around and go back. The blood of these humans who live together is no more viscous than that of those who have fallen away. Not even the water spirits who soak in the water. Let's go. Get out. The blood god would never smite himself for this one little accident, as long as a few more heads were offered for him at the next sacrifice. The chief's hands trembled slightly. He didn't know it was the aftermath of a long hunt for his own kind. He just thought it was a gospel from the blood god for sinners like him. It was as if he was equally unaware that, less than 100 meters away from him, a razor-sharp knife had already pierced through the darkness and swung at him. As the drone hovered in the air, Jian Chen silently gazed at the leader-like dreadnought in the distance, holding a QSW-06 with only 4 rounds in his hand. On the side, Lei Jie was holding QCQ-171 in a tight stance, while Xinyu and He Shua were each occupying the high ground, providing cover for the two who were about to launch a surprise attack. Through the images streaming from the drone, Jian Chen clearly saw the heat signatures that were retreating back. He was surprised at the haste with which the dingoes had launched their so-called surprise attack, but it made sense to him. Indeed, according to Sue Hunter, the conflict between the blood skulls and the surviving humans had been going on for hundreds of years. In these hundreds of years, both sides had long since figured out each other's strengths. The blood skulls didn't have the means to kill off the humans, and the humans didn't have the energy to completely exterminate them. With such a balance, is it not natural that such limited conflicts should be mainstreamed? The only thing that puzzled him a bit was the fact that these dreadnoughts had something like a mortar in their hands and the survivors were sitting back and doing nothing about it. They don't want mortars? Or do they not actually know how to use it? It should be the latter. After all the local firearms he'd seen so far were direct-aimed weapons, and parrying ballistics and indirect aiming was still a bit too complicated for a technologically disconnected human. That's just right. Let yourself pick up this slack. Jian Chen reached out and made a few gestures in front of him, and the intelligent goggles quickly completed the solving, and in an instant, orders were sent down to everyone in the squad. Roger detours from the left and snaps off a shot to attract the enemy's attention. I'll attack from the front and take care of the high-value targets. Shen Yu, He Shua on guard. Do not fire unless in extreme circumstances. Quiet intervention. Quiet evacuation. Understood. Understood. The reply came immediately, and Jian Chen immediately moved. He crept forward in a low position with QSW-06 in hand, relying on the rugged terrain to shield his body, and gradually approached a fast rock less than 30 meters from the leader. Now, there were only 6 enemies in front of him. 2 were packing up the unreadable type of mortar on the ground. 2 stayed in place to keep watch, while the other, a strong dreadnought, had escorted the leader backward in retreat. It's the best time. Without the slightest hesitation, Jian Chen directly rose from behind the rock. Bright red dots locked onto the leader's head, and at the same time, a soft thud came from not far away. Ta! This crunching sound like a branch snapping did not attract the attention of the dread leader, who was still continuing to walk forward, but suddenly he realized that the warrior beside him had disappeared. He looked back and the warrior who had followed him for years fell to the ground as if asleep. Get up! Get up! Stupid! A hoarse shout escaped his lips, but the next second, ta! There was another soft thud as a 5.8mm microsound round went low enough to avoid the welding helmet he wore on his head, burrowing in through his chin and out through his spine. Blood spurted and the leader fell on his back. Jian Chen put away his pistol, unwilling to waste even a single bullet. He simply drew his dagger and walked straight in the direction of his target, while in front of him, the only 4 remaining dreadnoughts fell one by one. As he reached the other side's shelling position, the last dreadnought that tried to rush at him tripped over a soft thud and fell right at his feet. Jian Chen was holding the dagger in his right hand under the knife from the other party's spine, and with the power of leverage, he gently pried, and the body that was still struggling and not dead would instantly go limp, followed by a second, a third, and a fourth. The arriving Lei Jie patched up the leader and his guards in the same way, then quickly stepped forward and joined Jian Chen in carrying each of the 2 mortars. 2 more shells. That's great, Lei Jie said cheerfully. A little less, but better than nothing. 201 forced. What a waste of this thing in their hands. It's no wonder it's still hitting. The gun is pure titanium. Go home. Chapter 32, Non-Exposure. Half an hour later, the small group of 4 returned to their lodgings unnoticed. Looking at the mortar lying on the table, Jian Chen felt a lot of emotions. PBP 201, company-owned fire support equipment. The first time he'd seen one of these was in 2022, when the 201 hadn't been equipped with integrated sights, but already had a composite carrying handle that integrated a small quadrant and level. Jian Chen's 3 deepest impressions of this piece of equipment were that one was light, one was fast, and the last was accurate. In extreme cases, this mortar can even be carried by a single soldier, running 10 kilometers after the single man without the use of a gun mount. Simple shooting. 30 seconds to shoot a base number of shells, and a kilometer range of error can still be achieved within 10 meters. Honestly, that's pretty horrible accuracy. And with the addition of a gun mount, integrated optoelectronic sights and satellite-guided shells, the gun is guaranteed to have a 5-meter error even at its extreme range of 3.5 kilometers. Keep in mind that the shells are capable of killing up to 20 meters. That is, it can pretty much do what it's told to do. But of course, Chen Jian can't do it with these 2 guns in his hands now. The photoelectric sights have long been damaged, and the built-in laser rangefinder, ballistic computer, and holographic diffraction sights are all no longer usable. So in order to shoot accurately, you have to rely on the shot meter to aim in the most traditional way. It's an almost impossible job for the natives of this post-apocalyptic era, not to mention the brain-dead dreadnoughts. When Jian Chen saw them, they were carrying the carrying handle in their hands like some kind of cannon, pulling the trigger to shoot the shells out. If you can be accurate even when you hit like that, you're really screwed. To say that they were wasting it would be an understatement. In fact, Jian Chen hated to shove their heads into the barrels of the cannons and shoot them out, so that they could see for themselves where the shells would actually fly when they were hit so hard. You have been aggrieved by following these yellow-skinned orcs. Jian Chen reached out and stroked the cold gun barrel, and his soul seemed to echo the old times. On the side of the Lei Jie is equally in love with the gun in his hand, especially the 2 rounds of extended-range killing shells. He is more than eager to find a rope to hang directly to the waist. It's a good thing it wasn't a guided artillery shell. If it was, it's not certain if it would have been able to hit. Extended range ammo is good. This stuff just gets more reliable the simpler it is. Forget it. You're going to be here later when you really find guided shells and you're going to complain that the extended range shells don't hit right. Jian Chen had long since seen through Lei Jie's urbane nature, and like most of the people in the team, he was the master of calling sweetie when he didn't have anything to use, and Mrs. Nyo when he had something new. It sounds good now, but what if we find 120 durations later? What if we find 125 durations? He'll be damned if he'll be able to remember these 201 persecutions by then. Then again, the 2 guns did solve the squad's lack of long-range firepower projection capability. With these 2 cannons in hand, as long as they hit accurately, it was estimated that a monster of that level in Kawartha City would only be a matter of 1 or 2 rounds. Nonsense! Since the sleeve arrow missiles he had found earlier had been replaced with CL-20 charges, the 2 extended range rounds must have been filled with CL-20 as well, not traditional TNT. A dunking attack at this charge could probably blow through even a light tank, let alone a carbon-based creature with no armor protection. Unfortunately, there are just too few shells and too little forgiveness. Still have to go to the market tomorrow and have a good look around to see if there are any matching shells. Weapons are traded fairly frequently here, and there's a lot of variety, so you might actually be able to find them. Thinking of this, Jinshen put down the cannon in his hand and turned his head to order Lei Jie to put everything away and take over Xingyu to stand the next shift, while the others rested as soon as possible to recover their strength and prepare for the next day's work. But he was just about to head for the bed, before he could take off his shoes, when there was a sudden knock on the front door of his quarters. Jinshen subconsciously grabbed the 191 that was placed aside, while the others quickly occupied the dangerous corners on both sides of the gate, setting up a defensive stance in preparation for the attack. Immediately following the next second, Su Hunter's voice rang out from outside the door. God! Jinshen, are you there? Jinshen walked slowly to the door and stood against the wall on the left side of the gate, then replied, I'm here. What's up? Let me get in and talk. At this time, Lei Jie, who was observing through the window, had already determined that the visitor was none other than Su Hun, and that there was no one else following behind him. Only then did Jinshen relax his guard a little, lifting his gun with one hand and opening the door with the other. Su Hunter quickly stepped into the house, closed the door with his backhand and then asked impatiently, Did you guys just go and take out the leader of that group of dreadnoughts? Jinshen didn't hide it and nodded his head in reply. What's wrong with the smooth? There's nothing wrong with it. Su Hun replied with a sigh of relief. I guessed it was you guys at first guess. You don't know. That band of dreadnoughts went crazy after the leader died. Normally they would just fight and forget about it. But this time when the leader was taken out, they were completely unchecked and charged the city round after round. The guards in the city didn't react for a moment and they wounded 3 of them. The city defense division sent a team of mechanical god cult's iron-armored gunmen to feel their way out all the way to the city, only to find that the leaders of this group of dreadnoughts had all been taken out. There's a meeting over in the council chamber right now about who did this. What do I think? Why don't you come with me right now and go ahead and confess this? Why should I recognize it? Jinshen inexplicably asked back. Take the bounty. If you don't recognize it, the money will be obscured by the mechanical god cult. There's a bounty for killing some dinosaurs? Jinshen couldn't help but be a bit puzzled. By all accounts, it was normal for the city to have a council chamber and a city defense agency. After all, with a colony of nearly 5,000 people and 2 major powers mixed in, there should always be a basic system in order to make it easier to manage. But everything's tied to a bounty. That's outrageous, isn't it? Seeing that Jinshen had a skeptical expression, Su Hun quickly explained. There's only a bounty for killing the dread leader, and it's not much, just a few dozen grams of gold. But the point isn't the bounty. The point is that I think you can use this opportunity to start building influence in the city. After all, you're going to be exposed sooner or later. Your power is so much higher than the average here. Can you just keep hiding? Instead of being passively discovered later, you should come forward. Su Hun's words made sense, but Jinshen still shook his head, because he knew that it wasn't the best time. When should you hide and when should you expose? The time to be exposed is when you have the ability to deter potential enemies and keep them from doing anything. Obviously, the squad, now short on guns and ammo, doesn't have it. So the best strategy is to bide your time for now. Thus, Jinshen firmly shook his head. No go. Also, this matter is confined to us, so don't let any third parties know about it. Otherwise, our cooperation, too, can't continue. Seeing that Jinshen spoke firmly, Su Hun also stopped forcing himself and spoke solemnly. Don't worry, we're on the same boat, and what happens in Dismal Town is our covenant. Speaking of which, those miners who stayed behind will sooner or later report the situation to the mechanical god cult, and when that time comes, there will inevitably be a conflict, and I hope that you will also be prepared. Understood. Jinshen nodded and replied briefly. Su Hun turned to leave, while after he left, Jinshen took a deep breath and said, We're going to have to get up to speed on combat. The situation in this Hanshui city is a bit more complicated than I expected, and the Holy Blooded's purpose may not be pure. Perhaps we will soon be noticed. What then? Xingyu asked immediately afterward. If we can't stay here, we move to the wilderness? No, we'll still have to rely on the trading market and resource supplies here. Jinshen shook his head and then said, It's okay, you play your game, I'll play mine. Just focus on what you're doing. If the administrators here are inclined to be kind, there's nothing wrong with that. If they are malicious, then don't blame me. Who cares if they're the mechanical theocracy, the sacred bloods, or whatever? When push comes to shove, even they can be taken out. Chapter 33, Why don't you rob it? Meanwhile, Right after Jin Shen had made the decision to consider the entire Han Shui city all as potentially threatening imaginary enemies, on the other side, Su-han had returned to his residence. Not unlike his own words, his squad of 4 was not the only one in the house, but also a man whose entire body was covered by a cloak and hood, making it impossible to see his face. Seeing Su-han who entered the door, the man standing on the left side immediately opened his mouth and asked, "Well, what's their attitude?" Su-hunter shook his head and replied, "Can't see the attitude. However, they explicitly rejected my offer of active exposure. I think that they still want to continue to hide, and are not keen on joining any of the forces. Even the mechanical god cult, which has more in common with them, is not a kindred spirit in their eyes. These chosen of God are really quite mavericks. Or maybe, they do have their own mission, but that's good news for us. As long as they don't fall to the mechanical god cult, they won't pose a threat to us." "You're thinking wrong." The man sighed softly, then said, "If they are indeed the chosen who possess ancient knowledge, or if they are simply the legendary specters who crawl out of their graves, then their very existence is already a serious threat. Don't look at the fact that there are only 4 of them, and they're limited in what they can do right now, but the power of that knowledge, that information, is infinite. One day they will grow faster and be more powerful than us. At that time, how should we, the people, conduct ourselves? What's wrong with that?" Unsure, Su-hunter frowned and asked rhetorically, "It seems to me, at least, that these chosen ones have a very pure purpose. They want to live and they want to save the world. What's the difference between this and us? Wasn't the Sacred Blood Great Hall originally established to fulfill these 2 goals? We have so much conflict with the mechanical god cult, but we can still coexist. Why not with them? Because even our coexistence with the mechanical god cult is temporary." The man slowed his speech and said in a single word, "This world will finally be saved, and the heretics and monsters will finally be purged. At that point, who's the monster? We can be not monsters." Xiao Lu, who was on the side, suddenly spoke up and inserted himself into the conversation, saying immediately afterward, "Cultivators are constantly working on it, and the side effects of holy blood will definitely become smaller and smaller. Until a certain day, the holy blood will no longer be a curse, but a blessing. We will breed healthy offspring, and those offspring will be born with greater strength, stronger bodies, quicker reflexes, and even greater intelligence. How can such people be called monsters? They will be newcomers." The man sneered, then said in a stern tone, "Those who survive the evolution will always be a minority. Not everyone can become a sacred blood, and the vast majority of them will always be only the old ones. What about these old people? What about them?" "The old man will be out." Zilu's voice lowered. "Elimination? Are we eliminating them, or are they eliminating us?" The words fell from his lips and no one in the room spoke again. In the silence, all seemed to see the war that was destined to come, even if it was still far away. The man let out a long sigh, then said, "It's too early for that. Our threats are still monsters, heretics and evil spirits. But I want you to remember that we are only in a relationship of mutual utilization with those chosen of God. We may be allies for now, but never friends." Day 2, Jin Shen finished his last shift, packed up early, put on his undershirt, and inserted his level 3 bulletproof plate. Did not use the captured level 5 plate is not because it is out of date. In fact, as early as in his era, composite boron carbide material has already achieved a very high degree of chemical inertness, coupled with the widespread use of dynamo inserts and bulletproof vests. Of the use of the life of the plate is a long time ago has been greatly elongated. The reason why I don't use it is purely because the thing is so big that if I really plug it in, I can't wear any more clothing for concealment on the outside. When the time comes to bulge out, cootie, all can see that a few of them are unusual. So, might as well keep a low profile. The odds are that there won't be too dangerous a situation in the city anyway, and even if there is, the tertiary plate will protect against most attacks. After everything was ready, leaving Xinyu and his Shua to watch the house, Jian Chen led Lei Jie out to make purchases. Led by Su-hunter, they had planned to exchange the gold for other goods first, but after looking around, they realized that it was not really necessary. The reason is simple. Everything they have to buy is expensive. A 7.62mm bullet of average quality is 2 to 3 rounds of 1 gram of gold, and a good quality would be 0.8 grams a round. You can't just buy a few rounds at a time, can you? Even if it's a low profile, then you can't intentionally make the transaction more difficult for yourself. A store buys dozens or hundreds of rounds, and in less than an hour's time, the gold on hand has consumed more than 400 grams. Totaling 600 rounds of 7.62 by 39 in hand. This much was barely enough for Xinyu's output for 1 round. Immediately afterward, several people turned around and went back to continue their search for 5.8mm rounds. In fact, According to Jian Shen's own thoughts, this is all still in the country. 5. 8 bullets should be the most numerous. 12. 7 should not be rare. But the reality is that 7. 62 is fairly common. 5. 8 is rare. And 12. 7 is unheard of. After strolling through the entire market, they had only bought 120 rounds of 5. 8. And according to Sue Hunter, if they wanted to keep looking, they would have to go deeper into the streets and alleys to collect them from the hunters, or the mechanical god clerics, who were not open for business. Jian Shen didn't want to take the risk, so he decided not to look for the time being. He focused mainly on explosives like shells, missiles, and grenades, but alas, the people here thought much the same as he did. It's all about fighting carbon-based creatures. Who doesn't know that bombs are better than bullets? The ones in good condition were either for their own use or tribute to the mechanical god cult and the Department of City Defense, leaving the ones in bad condition where it was questionable whether or not they would be able to strike. After spinning around, even though he saw a few more rounds of sleeve arrows, Jian Shen did not end up striking again. Rather, it seems to Reg that this market is littered with treasures. Circuit boards that still work, soldering pens that locals think are weapons, batteries that look broken but have barely corroded cells, huge rolls of silver wire that are sold as metal material, servo motors that apparently still move that I don't know where I removed them from. He enjoyed picking up trash to his heart's content, and when Jian Shen asked him what he wanted them for, he had only one answer: repairing mechs. I took the time to organize that exoskeleton yesterday, and there are almost no missing parts, just a little problem with the electrical control system. Get some parts and save and touch and maybe it'll be fixed soon. But now there's a problem. This entire market can't find a battery that will fit that mech. If you use a homemade battery, it's not going to be able to keep up with the range again for sure. I'm also a little confused right now as to what to put in a battery compartment that small. It can't be an isotope battery, can it? Lei Jia was filled with doubt while Jian Shen shook his head. How can that be? Isotope batteries have enough energy density, but certainly not enough power density. Is that hardly some kind of small reactor? You might as well have said something like room temperature superconductor batteries or something like metal hydrogen batteries or something like that. The two discussed all the way, and Su Hun, who was following alone, couldn't understand what they were saying at all. Even he had the feeling that he was peeking into forbidden knowledge. One more second of listening is going to be crazy. No wonder they don't avoid themselves. They also know they are impossible to understand. Not to mention understanding it, even if you want to memorize it and go back to repeat it. It's impossible. It wasn't until he was about to walk out of the market area that Reg finally stopped talking. He then stared intently at a thing laid out on a tiny floor stand in the corner and spoke. I know what it is. Lithium air batteries. It's the last piece of the puzzle. Unfortunately, this piece is definitely out of commission. Looking at Lei Jia's disappointed expression, Jian Shen waved his hand and said, if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. The exoskeleton issue isn't that pressing. The problem now is that we don't have the shells and they're not on the market. But now we have bullets. So I have a new idea. Do you think that since those dreadnoughts were able to pull out so many shells, that means that they actually have more? If we can't buy it, why don't we go grab it? Chapter 34, The Spectre Before the Cataclysm. Most of the time, an otherwise correct decision will basically get a quick unanimous vote when it is just brought up. And only those decisions that are not necessarily correct in the first place need to be discussed over and over again. And it is clear that the decision to go for it if you can't buy it is absolutely correct, time-tested, and in line with the basic requirements of dialectical methodology. So, it too was passed without controversy, and immediately after it was passed, the 4 members of the squad opened a discussion about specific actions. The results of their final discussion were summarized in 4 steps: information gathering, field reconnaissance, engagement search, and orderly evacuation. It may seem simple, but in the vast majority of cases, this set of options is quite effective. Thus, after obtaining enough peripheral information about the blood skeleton from Su Hunter and grasping the general location of the stronghold, the 4 members of the squad immediately organized their equipment and prepared to set off across the Yangtze River to the west coast area where the Dread Devil was mainly active on this windy and sunny afternoon. Su Hun was incredulous at their quick actions, and there was no way for him to imagine what exactly these people could do there without making adequate preparations. But Jian Shen gave him a simple answer. That's what we're there to reconnoiter. Now it's just a matter of getting ahead of the game. Wouldn't it be just as well to just get it over with in case we get the right opportunity? The impeccable logic left even Su Hun speechless, and after determining that it was impossible to stop Jian Shen, he finally opened his mouth. Those dreadnoughts aren't strong fighters, but that's only limited to situations where they're actively attacking. If they're cowering in the jungle, in their own strongholds, it's not that easy to fight your way in. Now since you're going to, then come along. We've been to the West Bank before. and we're much more familiar with the terrain there than you are. How about if there's a catch? We still split it 280? Could be. Jinshen certainly wouldn't refuse the available support, and although in his heart, he was always wary of these sacred bloods, he also knew that at this point in time, it was impossible for the other party to turn against him. Thus, the group of 8 left Hanshui City after brief preparations and detoured from the north side, planning to use the still structurally intact Yungshan Bridge to cross the Yangtze River and advance towards the Bloodskull stronghold on the west bank. The section of the march from Hanseatic City to the bridge was quite smooth, nearly 6 kilometers of distance. The squad had already covered it in just an hour. However, after arriving at the Junshan Bridge, the atmosphere suddenly changed, and it was as if Jinshen felt that he had just entered another world. The bridge was littered with broken human bones and dried bloodstains, and the occasional raven could be seen pecking at pieces of rotting flesh, and it was not clear if the meat came from the humans or from the dreads themselves. The odor was pungent, and he even had the urge to initiate an air huff. As he continued to walk forward, he opened his mouth to ask, since Hanshui City has no need to develop westward, why don't those people from the mechanical god cult just blow up this bridge? As long as we blow up this bridge, it will be much more difficult for the dreads to cross the river. And won't the pressure on the city's defenses be much less? It's not that simple. Su Hunter shook his head and replied, Hanshui City is bordered by the river on 3 sides, and the remaining side is cut off by several large lakes, making it a city with almost no way back. Such a position has largely reduced the pressure on the city's defenses in Hanshui, but it is not a complete solution. No one can guarantee that one day there won't be a high-level monster that crosses the terrain's barrier and enters Hanshui City, and at that point, if there's no retreat route, it'll be doom and gloom for Hanshui City. So, the several bridges on the river should never be blown up, even if we know that there are blood skeletons on the other side. It's better than having no place to run to when the monsters troop down on us one day, right? You can build a boat. Jin Chen once again proposed a new program, while Su Hun shook his head once again. No one wants to waste resources over an uncertain future. Then you guys are really short-sighted. It's true that the vast majority of people, they're just alive. Jin Chen stopped talking. By now the squad had already crossed the Junshan Bridge and reached the west bank of the Yangtze River. As Su Hun had said before, the landform over here was really much more complicated than Hanshui City. Near the riverbank was originally a patch of towns, but at the moment, these towns had been completely covered with vegetation, and the tallest trees had even grown to tens of meters tall. The low buildings built by man are not covered but buried by humus that has accumulated in the forest over centuries. Be careful. Watch for bubbles in the ground. If you get stuck, you might not be able to climb out. Then follow the road. There won't be so many traps on the way. Jin Chen replied briefly, turning slightly towards his left. Su Hun froze for a moment as he watched Jin Chen's movements, and it dawned on him that the other parties seemed to be more familiar with this place than he was. Even though it was his first time here, the other party's sight seemed to be able to look right through the dense vegetation and see the road hidden underneath. What the hell kind of power is that? Or, what kind of technology is this? He went after him to ask a question, while Jin Chen simply answered him with 4 words. Inertial navigation. Su Hun simply didn't understand what these 4 words stood for, and Jin Chen didn't bother to explain. He simply commanded his Shua to keep refreshing the squad's current position on the local map, which was used to calibrate the INS system's drift error. And after hundreds of uninterrupted calibrations, the deep learning module in the PDA smoothly intervened in the calibration work, and the trajectory of their movements was finally presented on the map in the smart goggles once again. This time, it's no longer just a rough representation of position presented by the triangulation function. Turn left ahead, pass the Country Golf Club frontage location and continue south. Travel 4 kilometers southwest along the road to the first reconnaissance point and establish an observation post at the Phoenix Hotel. Attention! We have entered an active enemy area. Stay alert. Understood. A few people from the squad immediately replied, while Su Hunter's squad of Sacred Bloodsprings looked at each other in disbelief. And when the squad advanced to the left turn position, Su Hunter's expression changed. It was because he saw the so-called landmark that Jin Chen had spoken of. The words XXX Golf Club are indistinctly carved on a boulder covered by vines. There is no doubt that this is a pre-cataclysmic relic, but those few chosen, they used it as a marching landmark. It's not that they're unfamiliar with the terrain, they're merely unfamiliar with the terrain after the cataclysm. Su Hunter took a deep breath and said to Jin Chen, who was walking ahead, so you really are pre-cataclysmic specters. Jin Chen turned to look at him and shook his head in reply. Actually, no, we just happen to know what's here. Never mind that, we're about to enter the danger zone. It's your turn to walk ahead. Chapter 35, Son of the Blood God. From the golf club to the Phoenix Hotel, a distance of 4 kilometers in a straight line. The squad reported 8 people walked for 3 hours. This was already the limit of their speed. After all, with the heavy equipment on their backs and the forested terrain, even if they really wanted to go fast, it wouldn't be fast enough. There was still a limit to human strength after all, and at this moment, Jian Chen sort of had some understanding of the behavior of the sacred bloods who used mutations to continuously improve their physical qualities. Unfortunately, this kind of mutation works on the genetic process, and even if one wants to embrace evolution, that's not going to happen. Bah! What an evolution! Mechanical ascension is the ultimate destination. Jian Chen saw the tall building not too far away and was sure that was the target they were going for. After a brief reconnaissance of the surroundings, Jian Chen signaled He Shua and Lei Jia to release their drones and start doing high-altitude reconnaissance of the surroundings. The image streamed to the smart goggles, and several people lurking in the bushes immediately saw traces of the artifacts on the roof of the hotel. Not pre-cataclysmic artifacts, but crude buildings with a notable bloodskull style. Broken limbs were hung as decoration on improvised crates. The walls were marked with skulls painted in blood, and a headless body, long since decomposed, hung from a steel bracket, the carrion on which would have long since been pecked to pieces. The building has been taken over by the bloodskulls. Jian Chen spoke in a low voice. We're going to set up an observation post on the roof of the building, and the drones are going to open up a path and search up the stairs to move forward. Attention! Don't turn around and don't engage in a blind firefight. Once you reach the top, you can then clear it floor by floor from top to bottom. Understood. The other 3 members of the squad immediately replied, while Su Hunter opened his mouth to ask, "What do we do?" "You guys watch the back and make sure it's safe," Su Hunter said with a frown. "We should go ahead. Against the Blood Skulls dreadnought, melee combat is more advantageous, and we have faster reaction times, but you can't guarantee that you won't miss one." Jian Chen interrupted Su Han and continued, "All it takes is one leak and the rhythm of the squad's offense is interrupted. If we're dragged around the building with no way to move on, then we're dead through and through. Well, that's it. He Shua, lower the drone altitude and enter through the main entrance." Understood. With a command, the 4 members of the squad immediately moved. The sacred bloods followed close behind, through the doors and into the interior of the hotel. The lighting conditions immediately lowered, and Jian Chen pulled down his thermal fusion night vision, briefly signaled, and quickly advanced up the side staircase under the guidance of the drones that had entered early. The squad of 4 was divided into 2 fire groups. Each group spaced 2 meters apart searched upwards on the left and right sides respectively, with their guns pointing to block off every corner, so that if an enemy attacked downwards from above, he would be instantly exposed to the muzzles of the 4 automatic weapons, and would be torn to shreds in an instant. The sound of footsteps gradually became neat and organized from the clutter, and after advancing to the 3rd floor, Jian Chen lowered his voice and spoke, "Su Hunter, keep an eye on the fire door that leads to the interior, and if anything comes out of there, take it out at the first opportunity." Understand. Without realizing it, Su Hunter had also adapted to the communication style of Jian Chen's squad, and this kind of efficient battlefield communication made him feel one thing for the first time: a truly well-coordinated squad, where even every line of dialogue is trained over a long period of time. In comparison, the tacit understanding that one's own 4-member squad prides itself on is like a joke in front of them. All the way up, the building remained quiet. It wasn't until the squad advanced to the 5th floor that Jian Chen's headset finally heard the drone's warning. Humanoid heat source detected. Humanoid heat source detected. Prepare to receive the enemy. Jian Chen immediately gave the order, and immediately afterward, the 2 dread devils lurking around the corner violently sprang out and lunged towards Jian Chen, who was at the forefront, perhaps just within a few tens of milliseconds that far exceeded the reaction speed of a normal person. Su Hunter had already turned to the direction where the attack was coming from, drawing his own pistol and subconsciously aiming it at the enemy. However, before he could make his next reaction, the guns of both Jian Chen and Xin Yu had already gone off. Bang! Bang bang! Bang! Bang bang! The 2 triple point-blank shots blended together, and the 6 shots sounded like only 3. Su Han was dumbfounded. He suddenly realized that his suggestion before entering the building was a bit ridiculous. Reaction speed? What reaction time? These chosen, these specters, do they have to fight the dreadnought for reaction time? They had established the ultimate information advantage, and instead of them shooting bullets from their guns to kill the dreadnoughts were automatically slamming into their bullets. The 2 corpses fell limply to the ground and convulsed as Jian Chen ordered again. "Holy-blooded mend." "Understood," Su Hunter quickly replied, the sharp short sword in his hand slicing off the dread demon's head. Meanwhile, the noise from the top of the stairs gradually began to increase. Dreadnought hissing, chaotic footsteps, loud clang of objects hitting the ground. These voices intertwined and echoed in the narrow hallways, and even in Su Hun's heart, he couldn't help but feel a bit of fear. Yes, He would never be afraid to fight a giant monster. But in such an environment, the instincts that are automatically formed in human beings from the moment of birth are difficult to overcome. What if it gets blocked? What if we can't get away? If we die here, at the hands of those fearful demons? Wouldn't that be a big joke? He couldn't help but widen his eyes, constantly scanning the corners that had clearly been searched by the chosen one ahead of him, fearing that a lurking monster would scurry out from there. While he was still like this, the other holy bloods without shimmering sight were even more nervous to the extreme. Everyone's muscles had tensed and the adrenaline began to accelerate. The violent heartbeats could almost be heard directly by the others, and Su Hunter's mouth went dry as he looked upwards, just in time to see the moment when Jin Chen's squad opened fire. Bang bang bang. The gunfire was continuous and flickered, but unlike the suppressive strafing that he had seen before, each shot from the other side took down a dreadnought that was coming at him from above. They used the terrain and information to their advantage to the limit, and the corner of the stairs became a natural cover, where more than a dozen dreadnought fighters were put down in just a dozen seconds. They were still writhing and struggling, but the chosen ones had nimbly stepped over and continued on with their guns. From the divine chosen's movements, Su Hun felt an unprecedented, pure to the point of efficiency, killing efficiency. Such a feeling even made him feel a little sick. Looking at the dread devil's corpse on the ground, a terrifying thought popped into Su Hunter's head. Does something like life really mean anything to the chosen one? Even if the dreadnought was a monster, it was too cold to kill like this. It's as if they're not killing, but simply counting. Su Hunter took a deep breath, and this time, the chosen ones didn't give the order to make up again. Only a few words briefly spat out from Jin Chen's mouth after he managed to reach the upper level. Watch out for grenades. Immediately afterward, a Tse-151 thermobaric grenade was thrown down from above by him, landing in the corner of the stairs and in the middle of the pile of already down dreadnoughts. Boom! A loud explosion accompanied by a strong difference in air pressure whistled past. Su Hunting turned back in shock, but he could no longer see the body of the dread devil. 5 minutes later, the squad reached the roof. Only after killing the last dreadnought warrior did Jian Chun change to the third magazine. Bullet consumption was much less than expected, which pleased him greatly. He looked towards Su Hun, who was standing to the side, and opened his mouth. Next, it's up to you to clear out. Su Hunter nodded mechanically, and after a few seconds of silence, he suddenly opened his mouth. The chosen one. You know, at least on the killing thing, you are more like the sons of the blood god than those blood skeletons. Chapter 36, General Blood Sun. Half an hour later, the whole building was completely cleared. It had to be said that in the face of sporadic, small groups of enemies, the Holy Blooded were still quite strong in battle. As a shield guard, Li Shi stood there with a large doorplate erected on the ground, and all the dread devils that attacked from the front were poked over by him with a short spear, while the enemies that tried to detour from the side were easily dealt with by Zhang Yi and Su Hun. Xia Lu was only responsible for defending the rear. The pressure was already low, plus she moved faster than the other three, so she was able to deal with the fallen enemy with ease. After a round of fighting, Jin Shen was able to gain a more intuitive knowledge of their fighting abilities. In a nutshell, it's strong, but not to the point of being overpowering, especially in narrow areas. The ability to maneuver over a wide range of high speeds brought about by greater strength and body structure was severely limited, leading to the fear that the strength they could bring to bear was less than even one-third of their own upper limit. So if you have to flip them off later, it's best to tackle them indoors. Jin Shen silently recorded this weakness onto his PDA, and in the same intelligence folder, he had already recorded over 20 similar messages. Mechanical theocracies, holy blooders, dreadnoughts, water ghosts, giant monsters. This thing would become one of the most important bargaining chips in the future, and the bottom card he could stand on in this land. Of course, the members of the Sacred Blooder Squad would never know that the weaknesses they exposed in every battle had been recorded. They probably thought that Jin Shen had asked them to clean up the mess simply to save ammunition. Upon re-entering the roof, He Shua, who had stayed behind, had cleared the observation space, set up his 10 sniper, and aimed it at the dreadnought camp, which was 2 kilometers away. Shen Yu, who was acting as an observer, held Vector 23 and reported to Jin Shen while observing. The target camp has been marked on the map and it can be confirmed that it is the main camp of the Blood Skulls on the west bank. The size of the camp, about 400 meters across, is quite dense and crowded with buildings. More than 100 active outdoor targets have been detected so far, and it is presumed that there are at least 300 enemies in the camp. A large number of cold weapons, a small number of guns, mortars, bazookas and other hot weapons were found. There are people moving weapons to the centermost tin building. Presumably that's where their arsenal is. If we were to go for it, we'd have to go deep inside the camp, but there's basically no possibility of sneaking in. The situation is complicated and not easy to deal with. After Shin Yu finished his words, Jian Chen slowly nodded. Just as Su Hunter had said before, this blood skeletons camp was truly a turtle shell. The dreadnoughts were obviously not as good at complex tactical arrangements and city defense deployments as the humans were, so they chose the most brainless and simplest defense strategy. That is, as much as possible, all the fighting forces together, and the denser the gathering, the lower the likelihood of being infiltrated and overrun. What the is this? If it was just to eliminate this group of blood skeletons, just to erase this camp from the map, even with limited ammunition, Jian Chen had 100 ways to deal with them. But the problem is, his purpose is not to clean up, but to plunder. Then things become troublesome. To keep the equipment supply in the armory safe, but also to take out all the hundreds of blood skeletons? What's a full department drill script? Jian Chen sort of knew why Hanshui City's City Defense Division didn't send people over to end this entire camp. To put it bluntly, the cost-effectiveness ratio was too low. Now their own squad is the same. Really want to clean up the past bit by bit. Even if you can clean up, the consumption of bullets is also amazing. Don't end up grabbing back a few mortar shells, a few rounds of barrels. That's really not worth it. Jian Chen's brows were furrowed as he looked at the dreadnoughts who were abusing the captured captives for fun on the roof of one of the rooms within the camp, and he was clueless for a moment. Looking at his expression, Reg asked after a moment of thought, would a fire attack work? It's almost October. It's dry and the wind is right. If we can get around to the north side to set the fire, it should spread quickly. No, as soon as the fire is discovered, they will surely evacuate with their equipment, and then it will become more difficult to catch them instead. Jian Chen shook his head, and Xin Yu asked immediately afterward, what about poisoning? They have to eat and drink something, right? Do they look like they have a centralized food source to you? Hundreds of people. It's too hard to poison them unless they go somewhere and find some VX or something to sprinkle over them. But as far as I know, we can't find this type of agent in our country. The situation was at a stalemate for a moment, and Su Hun, who was standing on the side, was likewise observing the camp with simple binoculars he didn't know where to find, and only after a long time did he open his mouth. Like I said, there really isn't much we can do with these dreadnoughts. If you can't, just pull back. The problem of equipment will always be solved. Maybe if you are patient for a few days, the shells you want will appear on the market, or, as a last resort, one can take the initiative to contact the mechanical god cult and try to obtain supplies from them. What you're saying is bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Jian Chen interrupted without mercy. If we had those programs as our first choice, we wouldn't be here in the first place. While speaking, Jian Chen raised his binoculars once again, trying to find a loophole to break through from the Dread Devil's camp. But the moment his viewpoint aligned with the camp, his expression suddenly changed. A huge, fat, ugly, humanoid monster draped in thick pieces of scrap metal strung together with chains was emerging from the tin shack in the center of the camp. All the dreadnoughts that saw it threw themselves to the ground and seemed to be bowing down to it. Instead, it wields a twisted iron spear twisted out of rebar, and randomly stabs a dreadnought on the side of the road, skewering his corpse and bringing it to its mouth to tear at it viciously. The cheers that erupted from the dreadnoughts could be clearly heard even from 2 kilometers away, and Jian Chen was creeped out as he opened his mouth to ask, what was that again? Su Hun hurriedly looked in the direction Jian Chen was pointing to, and only after he managed to get in focus did he open his mouth to reply, General Blood Sun. Others call it, the Blood Lord. It's the supreme leader of this one blood skeleton camp. It usually basically doesn't go out and about, so it's probably having some kind of ceremony today. General Blood Sun? The name sounds pretty tough. Is it strong? Jian Chen asked. Not too strong. Su Hunter shook his head. If you go by the rankings against monsters, it would probably only be ranked at level 5. But the problem is that it has almost no obvious weaknesses, so fighting it can only rely on the purest frontal confrontation. As you can see, with a size of over 4 meters tall, great strength, and a completely mismatched and flexible movement, the combat power it can exert is still quite considerable. It's almost impossible for the 4 of us to take it on. We'd have to gather at least more than 12 sacred bloods, with at least 4 shield guards among them, to take it out. That's really quite strong. After pondering for a moment, Jian Chen suddenly opened his mouth and asked, if it dies, what will the remaining dreadnoughts do? I don't know. Su Hunter spread his hands and said, but presumably they'll launch a retaliation regardless, like a brainstorming surge to attack Hanshui City or something like that. Later, he looked toward Jian Chen with a creepy gaze. Before he could continue speaking, Jian Chen opened his mouth and asked, can the city defenses of Hanshui City hold it back? It should work, but you can't do that. Think of all the civilians in the city who could die from this. They won't. Jian Chen shook his head and replied, the administrators of Hanseatic City are taxed, right? If those who collect taxes let those who pay them die first, then the city. Indeed. is due for a change of ownership? Su Hunter seemed to be convinced by Jian Chen, but after a moment, he hesitantly asked, is it worth it to make such a big deal just for a little equipment? Jian Chen shook his head again. This isn't just for equipment, don't you understand? I'm trying to create an opportunity for Hanshui City, an opportunity to completely resolve the threat from the Bloodskulls in the neighborhood. We're taking a huge risk in giving up our lives. It's not too much to ask to receive a small payment, is it? 37. Precision shelling. Su-hun finally ran out of things to say. He realized that some of his past thinking, including that of the managers of Hanshui City, was indeed problematic. For example, everyone knew that the best way to completely clean up these blood skeletons that were parasitizing the vicinity of human settlements like maggots on hawks was not to actively fight over them, but to force them to fight over them. However, since the beginning, no one had proposed to find a way to take out the leader of the blood skeletons, enraging the remaining blood skeletons and causing them to lose their minds and launch an attack. What the hell is this about? Hasn't anyone thought of that? No, it isn't so simple that everyone can think of it. Only for them, the matter was not as simple as it seemed. In the vast majority of the time, the leader of the blood skeletons would not be charging along with the large army, and to take it out, you would have to cross the barriers and clear out the normal dreadnought warriors first. That would be too costly, and neither the mechanical god cult, nor the sacred blooded were willing to waste their power for nothing for no gain. And what if, like the Chosen, they try to skip the dreads and attack the leader directly? No ability. The mechanical theocracy does possess some weapons of exaggerated power, but the accuracy of those weapons is simply not enough to support such a beheading, and so on. If they don't, do these chosen ones? Su Hunter looked towards Jian Chen, who had already begun deploying combat missions. We only have 2 extended range rounds and a very limited amount of ammo, so it has to be used for what it's worth. These 2 shells, at their best, are going to reach 2 targets. First, collapse the tin room in the center of the camp without causing a martyrdom explosion of the internal munitions, blocking the routes of the other dreads into the armory and preventing them from stealing our equipment. Second, take out that what's it, General Bloodsun, and let it die in the most gruesome way possible in front of the other dreadnoughts. To achieve these 2 goals, we must first control General Bloodsun or call him Bloodlord. We first need to control the Bloodlord's course of action and restrict it to a certain range of movement. So, Shen Yu and Lei Jia, the 2 of you must move forward and close in to effective firing range to establish a suppressive fire point. There are 2 optional fire points at the moment. I've marked them on the map, so you'll set off immediately. Understood. Without the slightest hesitation, Lei Jia and Xin Yu turned around and left, while Jian Chen continued to say to Yishua, the same goes for the role of suppressive fire, but then you don't go any further. Just stay here, secure the best view, and fire at the Blood Master with your 10 sniper. Your job is to make up fire if the barrage fails, or doesn't cause enough kills, and give it a smashing with the 12-7. Got it? It's only 2 kilometers. A target the size of a tank should be fine, right? No problem. Yishua nodded and continued to ask, if the first salvo against the armory fails to achieve results, am I to be held responsible for the only fatal kill? That's right. If the first one doesn't collapse, I'll hit the second one right after it, and the task of killing the Bloodlord will be handed over to you in turn. Understood. Without any further questioning, Yishua flung himself to the ground and raised the drone with Jian Chen. At a distance of 2 kilometers, the 2 drones hovered at straight-line distances of 600 meters and 400 meters, while their altitudes were set at 2,000 meters and 1,000 meters, respectively. Such a configuration can collect a series of meteorological conditions such as wind direction, temperature and humidity on the trajectory to the maximum extent possible to guarantee the accuracy of shelling and shooting. Moments later, the data flowed to the smart eyepiece, and in just half a second, the PDA automatically solved the corresponding firing and shelling parameters. Jian Chen unfolded one of the PBP-201s he had brought and set it up on the ground, adjusting the parameters of the barrage according to the location of the target's arsenal before raising his binoculars and waiting quietly. Theoretically, it is possible to get a faster rate of fire by placing 2 guns at the same time, but the problem is that accuracy in cold gunfire is hard to guarantee, and instead of going for that limited boost, it's better to honestly go for precision kills. At this moment, Shen Yu and Lei Jia were moving quickly towards the target point, and Jian Chen's eyes locked onto the Bloodmaster in the center of the camp, just in time to see the ceremony Su Hunting had described. A strong-bodied dreadnought half-kneeled in front of the Blood Lord, while the Blood Lord waved the iron spear in his hand, gently pointing it at the dreadnought's shoulder as if he were honoring a knight. Its movements were unbelievably swift and gentle, and just from that alone, it was clear just how exaggerated its strength and agility really was. Really not an easy enemy to deal with. Jian Chen thought silently as he continued to read on. A few moments later, a naked woman was carried up and a knife made of tin was handed to the dreadnought. Trembling, he stepped forward and cut the woman's skin with his pocket knife. His movements were extremely restrained, and only a small amount of blood flowed from the wound. The woman, however, had been in pain and kept struggling. I know what they're up to. On the side, Sue Hunter opened his mouth. You took out their squad leader, which is appointing a new one. The chosen dreadnought has to endure the bloodlust and keep abusing the sacrifice until she dies from bleeding. It's a huge challenge for the dingo. If it's not a dingo with an extremely strong mind, it probably can't help but stick its hand into the stomach of the sacrifice, pull out the entrails and eat them after the first cut. Creepy rituals. Jian Chen nodded and then asked, so where did these offerings come from? There are a lot of small settlements around the area. Merchants who accidentally fall through the cracks, or other different kinds of blood skeletons. Understood. Jian Chen said no more, and at this time, Lei Jie and Shen Yu's voices had already been heard in his headphones. Regal arrived at the intended combat position. Firing conditions are good. Shen Yu arrived at the intended location. All right. Jian Chen crouched down to look at Yishua, who replied softly, parameters good to fire. Fire. In an instant, Jian Chen pulled the trigger of the PBP-201, and the range extension rounds whistled out and whistled down. Almost at the same time, Lei Jie and Shen Yu's position was filled with gunshots, and through the binoculars, Jian Chen clearly saw a shower of blood and sparks explode on the body of the Blood Lord. Bang! Yishua's 12.7mm bullets fired at the same time, and more than 2 seconds later, the bullets crossed over countless buildings and trees, and accurately landed on the Blood Lord's body. The armor on the left side of its abdomen was instantly pierced through, and the muscle exploded into a mouth as large as a faceplate. Yellow fat churned out like liquid, followed by grayish-white intestines that were exposed. Roar! Crazy howls even overpowered the sound of gunshots. The Blood Lord waved the iron spear in his hand, and the few dreadnoughts who hadn't reacted yet were instantly lifted off the ground by the heavy force, and the furthest one even flew out a dozen meters. This horrible power. The buildings in the camp collapsed and fell to the ground as the Blood Lord rampaged through them, and by this time, the mortar shells that landed had exploded. Boom! The armory in the center of the camp collapsed instantly without the need for a second refire. Good luck was on my side after all. Jian Chen immediately adjusted the parameters. While taking advantage of the gap between the Blood Lord being affected by the explosions and slowing down his movements a bit, Shen Yu fired a round of precise long point-blank shots, directly locking him in place. Perfect timing. Put! There was a soft thud as the mortar shell flew high into the air. Yishua was still firing at a rather rhythmic pace, and after he emptied a magazine, mortar shells fell from the sky. It slammed into the stomach of the Blood Lord who had staggered to the ground. Actually, Jian Chen was not aiming there, but hitting it right is not really as good as catching it. Next, boom! The killing blasts exploded, and hundreds of broken fragments, like hundreds of knives, accompanied by powerful bursts of pressure, flew out at astonishingly high speeds in the direction that the blast wave had swept through, burrowing into the Blood Lord's muscles from the inside out, and then slicing through the skin to burrow out again. The Blood Lord's body was as if it had been sifted through a dense net, and in a split second it had lost its integrity and turned into pieces, and almost at the same time, the burst of pressure completely blew these fragments, along with blood and bones, apart, splashing them into a hemisphere with a radius of more than 10 meters, blood falling like rain. There are no bones left. The only thing that rolled off was the blown-up head. Su Han was dumbfounded. If there really is a blessing from the blood god in the world, then he has, today, sort of seen it. He looked at Jian Chen, and then realized to his horror that the other party had a smile on his face. That went really well, Jian Chen said with satisfaction. Shen Yu, Lei Jie, prepare to retreat. We'll go in and pick up the pieces when these dreadnoughts get messy. Chapter 38. The enemy is massing and moving northeast. A small number of enemies remain in camp. No more than 30. No hot weapons found. I have reached the edge of the camp to take cover and wait for an opportunity to attack. The enemy brigade has arrived at the Phoenix Hotel location. Conditions are ripe for an attack. Shin Yu's reports continued to come in, and at that moment, Jian Chen had already led the remaining 5 to the attack point 100 meters from the camp. After conducting another round of aerial reconnaissance of the camp, Jian Chen decisively ordered, "Quiet entry, quiet cleanup." Understood. At the word of command, everyone moved. Still with Lei Jie holding the QCQ-201 microsound submachine gun as the main force, Shen Yu and Yishua setting up their guns at the heights for cover, and Jian Chen holding the 191 as a firepower supplement. He led the Sacred Bloods and his party of 4 to plunge straight into the center of the camp from a pre-scouted route. All Heat's signatures had been marked, and rather than searching all the buildings aside, Jian Chen was aiming to carve out a direct route to the central armory. using the shortest amount of time to reach his goal. Inevitably, they exposed their tracks, and the 9mm bullets in Reg's hands tore through one pouncing dreadnought after another without mercy. The occasional one that was missed was taken out with cold weapons by the 4 members of the Holy Blood squad that were on guard behind the front. The battle went on in silence. Even the gunshots were faintly audible except for the hissing noises made by the dreads. After advancing 200 meters, several people successfully reached the vicinity of the target armory. The shallow craters left by the mortar rounds were half buried by the heavy steel framework that the dreadnoughts had tried to remove before they arrived. But it was clear that in the absence of effective organization they couldn't do anything about it anytime soon. So they left just a few strong dreadnoughts behind to continue carrying the cleanup. And the few that remained were no doubt swept away by the squad. The entire camp had fallen into a deathly silence. And from the images streaming from the aerial reconnaissance, Jian Chen couldn't be entirely sure that there were no other enemies in the camp. But he could be certain that even if there were, they wouldn't likely dare to charge up again. They are, after all, intelligent creatures, and they have fears. Do you really think you're invincible just because you're blessed by the blood god? One shot of 9mm will teach you a thing or two. Safe, clear, cleanup can begin. As He Shua's reply came from the rear, Jian Chen looked towards Li Shi, who was holding up his shield, and the latter understood. And without even needing any additional orders from Jian Chen, he directly put down his shield and quickly stepped forward. Su Hunter looked dumbfounded. Who's the leader anyway? I haven't even said a word yet, and you're just going up there? But he wasn't the only one. Xia Lu and Zhang Yi had also climbed onto the roof of the building and took it upon themselves to police the squad. This team is impossible to lead. Su Hunter bellyached, but his body honestly moved again, and after coming up to the ruins of the armory and sniffing it, he opened his mouth. There are still living things in there, but the location cannot be determined. Jian Chen nodded and gestured to Lei Jia. Reggie took out his portable wall-penetrating detector and walked around the ruins in the time it took Li Shi to move away the steel frame, then used simple hand signals to mark the location and the expected angle of incidence. Next, bang! A 12.7mm bullet broke through the air, followed by synchronized fire from Shin Yu's machine gun. Bang 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 bang! The fragile half-brick wall was instantly penetrated, and looking again at the wall-penetrating detector, it showed that the living target had disappeared. Su Hunting froze. These chosen ones were always surprising him. Or maybe it's shock. The script he had in mind was to wait for Li Shi to move away the obstacles at the entrance, and then he himself led Zhang Yi to rush straight in and finish off the last dread devil inside with lightning speed. Not to mention a show of performance, but also a gesture of goodwill. After all, previously, the Divine Chosen had rushed to the forefront of danger, and now that the battle is almost over, it's not too much to ask you to let us be the vanguard for once, right? But he didn't realize that in people's scripts, there is no such thing as rushing in and fighting again. Seeing that Li Shi had already cleared all the heavy steel frames, Jian Chen and Lei Jia both quickly entered the interior in a standard 2-man breakthrough battle position, prioritizing clearing the dangerous corners, and then not hesitating to refill their guns on the corpses on the ground. Clear. Search for equipment and prepare to evacuate. Jian Chen rushed towards the center of the building, where there happened to be a narrow door leading to the basement. At this time, the narrow door was still closed, and Su-hun finally found a chance to hit the head, and was about to rush in, but he was blocked by Lei Jia again. The latter pulled the movable steel door open a crack, and the only remaining shock round was dropped. Buzz! The loud noise shook everyone's ears a little, and the moment the shock bombs exploded, Riger had already rushed in ahead of them. Ta-da! Ta-da! 2 gunshots later, the basement returned to calm. In the darkness, 2 bodies fell to the ground with gunshots to the head. Su-hunter stepped forward and swept a glance, and opened his mouth. It's possible that these are captives. They don't have the mark of the blood skull on them. You've killed the wrong ones. Didn't kill the wrong one. Red shook his head. They had weapons in their hands when I came in. And you would issue weapons to prisoners? As the words fell, Su-hunter then noticed the 2 pistols that had fallen next to the corpse and froze in place for a moment. What the hell? How can they be armed? What do they do? At this time, when they went to take a closer look at the corpses, they only saw that their bare skin was covered with intricate, colorful tattoos, and even though they had already had half of their skulls lifted off by the bullets, their faces looked like they were still clearly revealing an air of bewitching insanity, especially when he saw the huge piercing on the corpse's nose. Su-hun finally understood. This is the Banshee of Hanadu. How did they appear here? Jian Chen inexplicably asked while picking up the pistol of fairly good color that had fallen on the ground. Wadu? What the hell? Dongguan? It's a modest-sized town where the people are a little off-kilter, believing in the pursuit of carnal thrills and doing everything they can to reproduce. But they're mostly humans, so how did they show up with the blood skeletons? Mostly? Jian Chen frowned and ordered, directly skipping the topic. It's too late to think about that now. Everyone move and take all the useful equipment off the floor. Li Shi, you don't want your shield. Go back and I'll find you a better one. Tie up your own shelves and pack as much as you can. Good. Li Shi didn't question Jian Chen's order for a second. And while Su-hun was still obsessing over the corpses on the ground, he had already begun picking up garbage everywhere like Jian Chen's few others. The cleanup process began and ended quickly. There was a lot of stuff in the arsenal, but most of it was cold weapons, and a mess of miscellaneous items. It took just over 10 minutes for all the gear to be fully packed. Retreat! Accompanied by Jian Chen's command, the squad of 6 withdrew all the way outside the camp along the road they came from. In the silence of the camp, only sprawling corpses were left, and blood flowing all over the ground. Chapter 39, The World Can No Longer Be Led by You. 2-man portable bazookas, DZJ-19, feels like a modification of the Type 08, lighter and smaller, but also disposable. 12 rounds of 60 mortar shells, all extended range, the same batch we captured earlier. Small half box of mixed ammo, 5, 8s and 7, 62s, maybe 800 rounds or so, a mess of colors. I guess I can pick out 200 or so that are still shootable. A large box of grenades, all 82-2P1s, 2 dozen or so. This one is pretty new. Feels like it was taken out of a sealed environment not long ago. 2 pistols, can't tell the model, but this thing is actually 45 caliber. They have those in the country? There are also 2 201 light machine guns, both also 7.62 caliber versions. Unfortunately, they're both rusted to death, and even if they could shoot, their power is almost gone. Far away from the temporary stronghold of the camp, Jian Chen said in a puzzled tone as he finished inventorying the weapons he had seized from the Dread Devil camp. Why do I feel so weird about these things? When you say these dreadnoughts, their usual main method of combat is cold weapon melee, and according to the information I obtained from you earlier, even if they have firearms, they basically snatched them from the neighboring human colonies, and they should be mainly claymores and modified guns. But now, these weapons we're finding, they're old. This box of grenades, in particular, obviously couldn't have been picked up by them picking up trash. Either someone is sending them weapons or they've dug into some sealed underground fortification. Hearing his words, Su Hunter, who had been silent, spoke up. The problem you're talking about is what I've been thinking about. There's something really wrong with these blood skeletons. It's definitely not a coincidence that those 2 banshees appeared here. I have a guess. I don't know if it's right or not. Just say it. Jian Chen put down the bazooka in his hand and looked straight at Su Hun, waiting for his answer. Su Hunter took a deep breath and replied, I have a feeling that there's a possibility that Huadu's side has made some sort of deal with the Blood Skull. These weapons were almost certainly shipped by them from Huadu with the purpose of enhancing the blood skeleton's combat power. I don't recognize anything else you just said, but when it comes to grenades, in the entire northern region, it's Huadu that has the most grenades found. And even the mechanical god cult over in Jinling sends special people to Huadu to procure grenades. They are absolutely capable of coming up with these things. I just can't figure out why that is. Su Hunter's voice gradually lowered, and Jian Chen frowned and thought for a moment before asking immediately afterward. So what and where exactly is the flower capital? And what exactly is a banshee? Before Su Hun could open his mouth, Xia Lu, who was on the side, interjected. Huadu is north of Jinling, formerly known as Quan Chang, a modest settlement. I remember when I was a kid, a decade or so ago, it was normal there, but gradually the rumors about there changed. It became a city of desire, of lust to be precise. It's as if everyone who goes there is corrupted, addicted to lust. By the time I was 15 years old, when I first set out from Jinling and accepted a mission from the Sacred Blood Great Hall to the Flower Capital, it had been completely transformed into the fallen city. All indulged in carnal pleasures, and satisfied their desires by all sorts of extreme means, and the scene was horrible. They changed the name of the city from Springs to Hanadu, created a city defense force, and a faith community similar to the Temple of the Sacred Blood, and the so-called Banshee is a character in the group. The management of the entire city is also in disarray. But the bizarre thing is that just under those circumstances, they managed to survive and even grow in population. And just within the last 2 months, they have also hunted down 2 level 4 monsters one after the other, displaying amazing combat strength. No one knows how they do it, but regardless, they are still human and trade with other cities and settlements. But now, if they've really hooked up with the Blood Skull, then the situation is a bit bad. Anyway, we have to report the situation to the Sacred Blood Great Hall as soon as possible. We absolutely cannot tolerate the emergence of new enemies within the human race other than monsters and heretics. The expression on Xia Lu's face was worried, but Jian Chen had already heard most of it. The flower capital is not the point. The point is the springs. What is springs? It's one of the most densely populated cities in the country for military industrialization. No wonder they have so much pre-cataclysm equipment. And no wonder they can thrive in this crisis-ridden world. They are eating the dividends of the old days. But they are not making good use of them. What the hell were you guys thinking giving such good equipment to these brainless blood skeletons? Could it be that as humans, they still want to rely on these monsters to help them expand their sphere of influence? Jian Shen's brows furrowed as he clearly realized that a large part of the reason why the human race's living space had been compressed to such an extent by those gigantic monsters was not because of how difficult the monsters themselves were to defeat, but rather, it was the human race itself, which had no way to fully unite. It's the mechanical god cult and the sacred bloods. And now there's a inexplicable flower capital. You guys are such a handful. It's enough to see how important the rule of 3 to form a DZB is. How strong an enemy can be defeated if the mind is cognitively unified. Ideological cognition is not unified. Once the fight that is an internal war within, external war outside, the world, you can no longer lead it. Jian Shen's heart had already made a major decision as he looked towards his teammates, and the other three seemed to realize what was going on as well. Not uttering a single word but tacitly nodding at Jian Shen, the crowd within the temporary stronghold fell silent for a moment, and Su-han looked at Jian Shen, only feeling that there was some change in his eyes, but not knowing what he was thinking. After a brief rest, Jian Shen stood up and glanced at the watch on his wrist. He then spoke. According to the time, the Dreadnought's large force should have already arrived at Han Shui, and there should be a fight over there soon. Let's pull back, and lend a hand if the fight gets too heated. Good. No problem. A few people from the Holy Blooder squad got up, and just as the crowd was packing up the equipment they had seized, Jian Shen silently used the eye tracking function to type out a few lines on the smart goggles. The equipment has largely met operational needs. Next plan. Stop the Ordnance Engineering Academy and clean up the local monsters. If there are sufficient supplies there, we're right there. Start another stove. Chapter 40, Ancient Artillery Battles. Due to the large amount of captured equipment they were carrying, as well as the loss of their leader and the need to avoid the dreadnoughts that were roaming the surrounding area, the group of 8 returned much slower than when they had arrived. It took close to 4 hours for the crowd to re-arrive at the Yungshan Bridge, where a fierce battle was still taking place. A large number of dreadnoughts crowded on the west side of the bridge, while Han Shui City's city guards lined up on the east side of the bridge, wearing rattan armor and wielding various types of weapons. The city guard soldiers lined up in 3 lines, and whenever the dreadnoughts attempted to rush across the bridge, they would be repulsed by a volley of fire. And after completing their firing, the soldiers in the first row quickly retreated to the end, changing ammunition while the soldiers in the front row continued to fire and maintain suppression. With this cycle, this team greatly compensated for the lack of firepower brought about by the lack of automatic firearms, and the hundreds of dreads were pinned down in place, unable to move. The tactics of the mechanical god cult are still very advanced. If they were to fight in the place of the sacred blooded, they would probably only be able to rush up and physically fight. Su-han, who was lurking and observing from afar, let out an exclamation, to which Jian Shen replied with an unmoving nod. Advanced indeed. This rate of fire, it's almost catching up with my Daming Shinji battalion. Daming? The Divine Mechanism Battalion? What's that? Su-han didn't understand the flirtation in Jian Shen's words, and thought that the Divine Mechanism Battalion was really a powerful combat force for the chosen ones in his eyes. Jian Shen didn't bother to explain and simply replied, all in all a pretty strong team at the same time, but let's not worry about that right now. How are we going to get back when both of them are blocking the area? Didn't we fight on the edge of town during the last dreadnought attack? How come it's all front pressed here this time? I don't know. Su-hunter shook his head and replied, Han Shui City's city defense forces are mainly controlled by the mechanical god cult, with only a small number of holy bloods serving as reconnaissance and vigilance duties, so we don't have much say in how they fight. But my guess is that the Sentinels spotted the massive dreadnought activity and urgently organized manpower to intercept it. If we want to get there, we'll either have to go another way or wait for them to finish fighting and for the dreads to retreat. But honestly, it's not a good idea to wait this long. With General Blood Sun dead, the bloodthirsty nature of these dreadnoughts is no longer restrained, and they will surely attack at any cost until they are all dead. Then I don't know how long it's going to take to fight. The dreadnoughts aren't brainless. They'll attack in waves, trying to find a way to drain the strength of the city's defenders before breaking through in one fell swoop. Very smart. Jian Shen nodded. Yes, these dreads are cruel and bloodthirsty, but in a sense, they really aren't monsters, and have more human attributes. As he was talking, the sound of war drums suddenly rang out from the east bank of the Junshan Bridge. Jian Shen raised his binoculars to observe, and a puff of smoke rose from the road under the setting sun. A black smoking steam locomotive pulled out from the rear, its huge front hauling a carriage that was pitifully small in comparison, and on which was mounted a huge front-mounted guns, an advanced, forward-mounted, six-legged gun mounted on a six-legged frame with directional, high-low, racked recoil mechanism. A dozen or so members of the mechanical god cult in solid black cloaks swarmed down from the vehicle, quickly separating the front end from the carriages, and then shouldering hammers to drive the steel braziers used for securing them into the ground. Holy, what is this ancient method of stationing a hoe? This can be ancient? Jian Shen sighed in awe while Su Han on the side introduced himself. It's the artillery priests of the mechanical theocracy, and they have to perform rituals to please the machine spirits. But I think that's all a self-defeating trick. As he spoke, the priests had already begun their work. To the tune of a majestic hymn, someone scrubbed the barrel of the cannon with water, and later pushed a dreadnought, captured from who knows where, in front of the cannon and cut off his head with a single slash. The priest grabbed the still dripping head, soaked the prepared rope with blood, and wrapped it around the cannon again. Su Hunter scat and said, "They believe that the nourishment of blood will keep the guns from ever blowing up, but at least from my experience, there are still not a few that do. Isn't that bull asterisk 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 asterisk? While it's true that these old front-mounted guns are still very forgiving, having a mess mixed in with the firing environment will more or less increase the chance of blowing up the chamber." Hey! What blasphemy! What blasphemy! If Firecracker really had an organic soul, he would probably hate to spit in the face of these cultists and heretics. However, Jian Shen could also see that their ritual of pleasing the soul of the machine had probably evolved from some formal cold gun firing process, like cleaning the chamber, pulling the hair test, etc. Just don't know how it got passed around and got into this mess. Jian Shen continued to observe, and at this point, the ritual of pleasing the machine soul was finally all but over. The priest removed the gunpowder, scooped out a sufficient amount of gunpowder in a specific container and poured it into the chamber of the cannon, which was then compacted with a wooden stick and stuffed into a cloth bag for sealing. Next, it's time to load the shells. Jian Shen stared expectantly at the movements of the priests, but immediately afterward, instead of lifting out the shells, they cupped a handful of them from the box, bearing steel balls. Man, that's what you guys do with this, right? The priests mixed bearing steel beads with some sort of sticky material of unknown composition and stuffed them into the chamber. At this time, the pre-launch preparations are finally all completed. Chen Jian looked at the table. 10 minutes have passed. Even taking out the time spent on the previous ceremony, it took them a full 5 minutes to complete their preparations. At this rate, in my own time, the entire gun crew would have been promoted. And just as Jian Shen hated it, the 3 rows of line infantry in front of him had given way. As we all know, a bridge across a river is often an inclined plane, and from the end of the bridge on the other side, you cannot see the end of the bridge on the opposite side. The dreads still trying to attack thought they had finally waited for a break and instantly swarmed. The infantry kept retreating until they were behind the cannons. The muzzle of the cannon went up at a slightly higher angle than a flat shot, and by the time the dreadnoughts rushed in and out and found the already lit fuses, it was too late. Boom! Simplified anti-infantry shrapnel swept through with a roar, and the foremost rows of dreadnoughts fell like cut grass. Immediately afterward, the dense projectiles continued to fly backward, sweeping down another swath of dreads crowding the bridge. The dreadnought's charge was instantly curtailed, and after a short period of confusion, the vast majority of the dreadnoughts began to retreat in panic, and some even forgot that they weren't water spirits and jumped directly over the guardrail into the Yangtze River. Jian Shen keenly realized the other party's intention to retreat and then said, "Su Hunter, signal and identify yourself. Let's take this opportunity to rush over." Chapter 41 Uniting What Can Be United. The process of traversing the defense zone went quite a bit smoother than Jian Shen expected. After identifying themselves, the Holy Blood Great Hall, which was still in a cooperative relationship with the mechanical god cult, quickly arranged for someone to meet them, and while the dreadnoughts were still in a chaotic stall, the 8 of them broke through the dreadnoughts' defenses in a swift manner, and returned to the east bank of the Yangtze River in a single bound to enter the control zone of Hanshui City. There were no unnecessary interrogations or inspections, which gave Jian Shen a new perception of the strength of the Sacred Blood Great Hall as well. Although Su-Han said that the mechanical god cult was the master of the city, it was obvious that the influence of the Holy Blood Hall had long penetrated every aspect of Hanshui City, even to the extent of forming a shadow council. This caused Jian Shen's vigilance towards the Great Hall of Sacred Blood to rise further. After all, there is always a way to deal with an enemy in the open, but if someone has a stab in the back, that's pretty much a defense. Jian Shen had a bit of a headache. He really didn't want to put his energy into hooking up. After all, in the future, he still had to do archaeology, hunting, and climb the technology tree. He had less available manpower on hand in the first place, so how could he just waste it? So the best thing to do was still to set up another center. Start a separate center. Find a way to establish a stronghold of their own. strictly screen the indigenous residents who have defected to them with sufficient resources, and establish a comprehensive basic education system to ensure the purity of the team. The forces established in this way will be able to fight well enough, and will be able to fight all the threats in this wasteland, and victorious. It seems that a reconnaissance mission to the School of Ordnance Engineering is imminent. While walking in the direction of Hanshui City, Jin Chen was silently making plans in his mind, and when he returned to his lodgings and the Sacred Bloodsucker Squad was ready to leave, Jin Chen called out to Su Hun. He then spoke. This operation is bound to be exposed, and it's impossible for the administrators of Hanshui City to ignore the Blood Skeleton's perverse descent. They must have sent someone to scout the Bloodskull camp and found General Bloodsun's body. We can't hide it and we can't explain it. So, if you need to be exposed, you know what to say, right? Su Hunter froze for a moment and asked back in dismay. You expect us to take this credit next? Yes. Jin Chen nodded and replied. The fame is yours. The profit we want it all. Let's not talk about a 280 split. All the rewards go to us, but you guys get a title of hero. The people here will remember that it was your heroic actions that took care of the threat of the Bloodskulls near Hanshui City. The prestige of the Sacred Blood Great Hall will rise even further, and you will be able to receive even more potential benefits. How's that for reasonable? Reasonable. Su Hunter replied without hesitation, bending down to perform a holy blood salute to Jin Chen. Jin Chen similarly saluted, and after lowering his hands, Su Hun turned to leave with the others, but Li Shi stayed where he was. Chosen one, my shield. Jin Chen then remembered that he had asked him to throw away his steel shield, and now he still owed him a shield. He thought for a moment and spoke. If I had to take it out now, I sure as hell wouldn't be able to, but I promise I'll give you this thing. It's definitely better than your original shield. If you need it now, I can make a payment up front as compensation. Is that okay? No, I'll wait. Li Shi waved his hands in succession, his face smiling. In fact, what he cared about was not an ordinary shield, but a shield from the hands of the Chosen One. Although he was simple and even a bit naive, he still understood many basic truths. He had only done a small favor for these chosen of God, and he was willing to give himself a new shield. In these last days, this is already a heavenly favor, a heavenly kindness. In that case, what's the point of waiting? If need be, the big deal is to go back sometime and get that shield back first. Li Shi happily left, and after closing the door, Jin Chen let out a long breath of relief. Looking at the equipment all over the ground, the long-lost sense of security in his heart was finally sort of made up a little. But before he could say anything, he Shua, who had been standing nearby, lowered his voice and said, This Li Shi, I think we can fight for it. We've got too much gear now and no usable combat carriers, and we can't really carry that much on our backs with just a few of us. Li Shi is a sacred blood. I've observed him. His strength and endurance are quite strong, so he's more than suitable as a logistics soldier. Most importantly, I feel that he's different from Su Hun, and his faith in the Great Hall of Sacred Blood doesn't seem to be as strong. It's not just him. Ray J interjected. Xia Lu, Zhang Yi, and Li Shi are three people who are not quite the same as Su Hun. Li Shi is just one of the most prominent, but if we really want to talk about it, Xia Lu and Zhang Yi can also be on the watch list. I think we still can't be blindly xenophobic. We have to unite all the forces that can be united, polarize the potential enemies as much as possible, and resolve the main conflicts first. Agreed. Jin Chen and Xin Yu opened their mouths one after another. So the four people of the Sacred Bloodsucker Squad were instantly prioritized in their hearts. So for the next reconnaissance activities to downtown Hanshui and to the School of Ordnance Engineering, we can invite their four-man squad to join us as well. This is both a collaboration and a test. If we can pass the test, we'll stay. If you don't pass the test, or even do the wrong thing. Jin Chen didn't finish his sentence, but everyone understood what he meant. His proposal was approved unanimously. The plan was confirmed, and a few people's moods relaxed a little, and they crouched down on the ground, organizing their newly arrived equipment. The most troublesome task was undoubtedly picking out the bullets, and several people went blind picking them out before finally picking up 160 rounds of 7.62 bullets, as well as 120 rounds of 5.8mm bullets. Not a huge amount, but at least it's not a loss and there's a profit to be made. One of the 12 mortar rounds had been damaged and unusable, leaving 11 rounds, 5 allocated to Jin Chen and 6 to Lei Jia. As for the grenades, they were distributed evenly, with 6 in each hand, just the right amount. 2 rounds of barrels definitely went to Ray J, no argument there. With their equipment largely distributed, the 4 were satisfied to sit cross-legged on the ground and rest. Jin Chen was really thinking about whether to continue eating the dried food Li Shi had sent him earlier, or to go out and see what kind of catering services were available in Hanshui City. when the sound of cannons suddenly came from outside the main gate. The men leapt to their feet and swooped into their respective combat positions once more. But it was only a moment before Reggie gave the safe command. Not shelling. It's fireworks. Jian Shen walked over to the window, and a few bright yellow flames bloomed in the soon-to-be black and dark blue sky. In the distance, the triumphant hymn of the mechanical theocracy drew closer. Apparently, the blood skeletons that had tried to attack Han Shui City had been eliminated. The inhabitants of Hanseatic City had the luxury of lighting candle fires, electric stone lamps, and electric lights. The town was brightly lit, and the people stepped out of their quarters and onto the streets that were supposed to be quiet. The holy words came from the council hall at the highest part of Han Shui City, and that grand voice reached every corner of the city. In the name of the Holy Trinity, with the holy blood as our witness, we make the blood of heretics stain the Yangtze River red. The vile, lowly blood skulls melt in the glory of gunpowder, and vanish without trace in the splash of holy blood. Rejoice, children of the waters of Han. Tonight, we will revel in victory. Jian pushed open the door and walked out of the house. The struggling inhabitants crowded through the streets with cheers, as if they had really achieved some marvelous victory. The festivities have begun. Chapter 42 Batteries. With Su-han as the tour guide, Jian brought his own team members into the festivities, the purpose of which was of course not to revel in the festivities, but rather to deepen their understanding of Han Shui City, and of the social conditions of humans in this post-apocalyptic era. Through this large-scale event, he'd seen a lot of celebrations, and to be fair, this one, which took place in a human colony in the post-apocalyptic period, wasn't too different from the others he'd seen. Cheering crowds, lighted lamps, trade flourishing as never before, entertainment of all kinds. If there is a real difference, it's mostly in the content. There's no ballooning or lassoing here. There are fenced-in boars on spacious ground, and for 2 pounds of rice, or a bullet, you can get in the fence and show off your skills. The reward for catching the pig is not a pig either, but a double admission ticket returned by the owner. A few people watched from the sidelines for a few minutes, and Jian realized that the return rate of this thing was still quite high. On average, 1 out of 2 or 3 will be able to hold the pig down for the allotted time and take away their reward. The owner doesn't lose money, but he doesn't make much either, and it's clear that even the difficulty is carefully tuned. Beside him, Su-hunter looked eager to try and turned his head to Jian and asked, "Chosen ones, don't you want to give it a go? The boars here are domesticated, not real boars, and with your physical strength, you'll have more than enough to deal with them. Or not." Jian waved his hand and said, "Just take a look. I'm kind of curious as to where this kind of activity has trickled down from." "North," Su-hunter replied. "There is a city in the snowy plains of the north called Liaodong, and it is there that the people eat wild boar and deer as their main meat. They hold a similar roundup every year, specializing in wild boar. The one who accumulates the most boar skins is known as the first bachelor, and will not only receive various rewards, but will also be qualified to serve as the city's lord. The owner here is from Liaodong. He was in Jinling 4 years ago, and 2 years ago he came to Hansui and brought their games here as well. Nice one." And the first Batulu. With the term boar skin, it's a bit of a facepalm. On the other hand, however, it is also clear that the socio-ecology of the land has indeed regressed to a rather primitive level, and the importance of fishing and hunting as the primary means of obtaining food has increased dramatically. So much so that the game itself is filled with a savage, martial flavor. So what is it, exactly, that has led to such a regression? From what Jian had told everyone else so far, no one had been able to make this clear. All they could remember was that about 200 or 300 years ago, a cataclysm almost completely destroyed civilization, and the human community was almost extinct. No one remembers the cause of the destruction, and no one even knows how those who survived began to reproduce again and re-established a relatively primitive civilization. If one wants to know the truth, perhaps the only way to find written clues is to go into the real downtown area of Hanover, to an official agency. Jian was calculating the direction of focus for the subsequent reconnaissance of downtown Han Shui in his mind, and when Su-hunter saw that he looked like he had very little interest, he opened his mouth and said, "Actually, I already knew you wouldn't be interested in such a celebration, but that's beside the point. The point is, every time we have a celebration like this, there are a lot of new items on the market, including the people of the mechanical god cult. They will bring out their treasured treasures and try to sell them for a good price. So, do you guys want to check it out?" "Sure." Jian immediately nodded his head. "I've seen enough. It's time to get down to business." So a group of 8 people, each with a cup of sweet rice wine in a bamboo tube, pushed their way through the crowds and into the depths of the market. Unlike the markets Jian had seen during the day, the night market here was more chaotic, and the variety of goods was more complicated. A cold, slightly dimmed light radiated from the electric stone lamps dangling overhead, shadowing the merchandise on the ground in a way that made it hard to see. A few people looked over one item at a time and did find quite a few interesting things. Still glowing LED strips and old hand crank generators, loose black powder, kerosene lighters and matching kerosene, and so on. I don't think this stuff is kerosene, is it? Looking at the small amount of kerosene used for the demonstration that the stallholder had lit, Jian Chen suddenly understood what the mechanical god cult was using the recycled plastic bottles for. Dude, the oil industry didn't come up with it, and you guys came up with hydrocracking? It is also true that polyethylene plastic degrades over an inherently long period of time, and the hydrocracking process is not that difficult, and with a recovery rate of 60% or more, it is indeed a good way to refine oil from waste soil. But it was a surprise to Jian Chen that this thing could be taken out and sold. Possibly, the mechanical god cult's research in this area had already reached a relatively mature level. Buy some. Jian Chen signaled Su Han to negotiate the price, and finally bought it. Less than 50 milliliters kerosene cost 10 grams of gold. The price is frighteningly high. Okay. Jian Chen let out a sigh of relief. It is not that he does not want the technology to be developed. The main thing is that the gang of mechanical god cult is really too abstract. This kind of technology is placed in their hands. Jian Chen is really afraid that they will then come up with some unlike. Looking all the way over, Jian Chen didn't find anything particularly worth getting his hands on. The vast majority of the things that seemed magical and valuable to the indigenous population were nothing more than children's toys with no practical use in the eyes of their small team of 4. He was already prepared to return empty-handed, but when he had almost strolled through the entire market and reached the last few stalls, Jian Chen suddenly had a flash of light in his eyes. He saw something good. A launcher for the sleeve arrows, and a couple of miniature missiles that looked good in character. This one we'll take. Chen Jian decisively opened his mouth. Su Han also did not have any unnecessary nonsense. Went up to cut the price boldly. The identity of the stall owner was obviously unusual. He even knew Su Hunter's name, and he also knew that it was the squad led by him that had ended the nearby blood skeleton's lair. In the end, the stall owner closed the deal with Su Han at a rather favorable price, and after the deal was closed, he continued to speak. I actually have some other goodies here, but you guys probably don't need them either. Hey, what about your friends? Do they need it? Su Han turned back to Jian Chen, who nodded and replied, it's okay to look. The stallholder beamed with joy and lifted the canvas behind him, exposing the things that had been covered. The moment he saw the pile, Reg's eyes changed. He took a step closer to Jian Chen and lowered his voice to speak. Batteries. Lithium air batteries. Chapter 43, this one's a sure thing. Half an hour later, the small group of 4 returned to their quarters. It was 10:30 and the festivities were still going on outside, buzzing with excitement, but the look on a few faces wasn't exactly relaxed. Lei Jia opened his mouth as he examined the 3 still intact batteries he had just bought. It's new in color and should have been removed from some sealed gear. I just powered up and tested it, and the voltage and current output are stable, and the performance should not be too much of a loss compared to a brand new version of the battery. All 3 of these batteries will work in the exoskeleton we found. And I even suspect that this was originally removed from the exoskeleton. If that's true, then the situation is a bit complicated. Is the Sacred Blood Great Hall borrowing the mechanical god cult's hand to feed us? Or has the mechanical god cult already discovered what happened in Lower Horsetown and is using these 3 batteries to test us? After Lei Jia's words, Jian Chen shook his head and replied, I don't know, but that's not the only 2 possibilities. The Great Hall of the Sacred Blood has the motivation to do so, and projecting from the time, it's about time for the news from Lower Horsetown to come through. However, their actions are a bit too raw. What era is this? A casual night market can find out 3 intact and usable batteries. Don't they think it's exaggerated themselves? Hell knows. Shinyu continued as he tried to fit the sleeve arrow into the launcher. Trying to understand them with our mindset is impossible. But what if we think differently? Maybe those miners in Lower Horsetown don't matter to them at all. What matters is that someone ransacked Lower Horsetown and took certain things from it. And those happen to be the things that they find useful, but don't know how to use. If it were me, I'd probably try the same way. But of course, I'd do it in a mellow way. Indeed. Jian Chen pondered for a moment and continued to speculate. If that logic works, it means they still have similar exoskeletons on hand that can be repaired after mastering our technology. It's the only way to rationalize their series of movements. That's what I thought. He Shuan nodded and then asked, so is there any chance we could just work with them to get our hands on the remaining exoskeletons they have? If the problems in Lower Horsetown are no longer a problem, then I don't think it's actually out of the question to work together. Jian Chen shook his head and replied, the premise of cooperation is exposure, which is not good for us holy blooders is fine. There is no conflict of interest between our 2 sides, and the mechanical god cult's philosophy is fundamentally convergent with ours. But I do have a compromise for the Holy Bloods to go and get the stuff. If they don't give it, then their intention to send the batteries is clear. And it means that we've been targeted and it's time to prepare for a confrontation. If they give, that's even better. Maybe, it's all in our heads, and they simply just don't realize how important this stuff is, and it's being stolen and resold by some insiders. Is it really that stupid? Shen Yu asked incredulously. What is this? During the Qing dynasty, even cannonballs and gunpowder from cannons could be put up for sale. Don't overestimate human nature, especially in troubled times. Jian Shan waved his hand and said decisively, 2 legs. I'm going to contact Su Hunting. You 3 study and research the equipment. Reg, see if you can fix this exoskeleton. Hosako, take the sleeve arrows apart and straighten out the launcher. Shen Yu gave them both a beating. Let's try to spend a day or 2 getting everything ready, so we'll have a better chance of winning when we go downtown to scout. Understood. As the 3 replied one by one, Jianshan pushed open the door and hoofed it towards Su Hunter's few people's residence. 2 hours later, Jianshan talked over the details with Su Hun and concocted a story that was convincing enough. Relying on this story, Su Hunter didn't waste any more time, and immediately reported to the Sacred Blood Hall, intending to use his own squad's credit for slaying level 5 monsters and creating the opportunity to exterminate the blood skeleton campsite to exchange for the equipment that Jianshan wanted. The rest of the day was nothing but waiting for Jianshan's squad. But the good thing is, it's not boring to wait like this. Several people first spent 4 or 5 hours disassembling all the sleeve arrow missiles on hand, finding the parts that worked properly and then reassembling them, finally getting 6 sleeve arrow missiles that should work, skipping the difficulty of repairing the sophisticated electronic components. They then spent nearly 10 hours taking the exoskeleton apart into its parts and figuring out how it all worked. This step was quite complicated for both Jianshan, Shen Yu, and He Shua, but Lei Jia was comfortable with it. That's what he does. He was originally a senior student at the University of Electronic Science and Technology, studying electronic engineering. Enlisted in the army is also a direct recruitment. Originally as a technical soldier training, can't help but his all-round development, and eventually to the team. Demolition of such gadgets to him to count the challenge. Jianshan had even seen him before with his own eyes to take advantage of the maintenance of the reason to the team slugger on the remote-controlled weapon station dismantled or broken. When the team's combat commander is a major general. What a big scene, have seen a lot, but is still angry enough to be him? Said that the weapon station cannot be restored to let him demobilize, but obviously, since he stayed, that certainly means he was successfully recovered. So even though the parts scattered on the floor nearly covered the first floor living room, Jianshan still had confidence in Lei Jia. How's that for a good fix? Jianshan opened his mouth and asked. It's not good to fix. It's missing parts. 2 bearings are bad and completely unrepairable. 1 multi-stage hydraulic cylinder was a little cracked on the outside. 1 swing hydraulic cylinder was rusted, and we didn't have the tools to finely grind or weld it. The motors are all working, but I'm really not familiar with this stepper motor model, so I'll have to take it out and study it thoroughly to figure it out, so I can fix it later if it breaks. But for now, let's let it go for now. There's a problem with the cable, but it's not big. The computers have been known to not work for a long time. Don't want them. The sensors all still work very well. There's basically nothing else wrong with it. It's full-frame titanium. A little polishing and lubrication and it works. But to put it bluntly, for us now, to go from being unable to move to being able to move, even if it's just 1 step, is actually 2 whole eras away from industry plus information. Lei Jie sighed and Jianshan patted his shoulder and said, think about it, maybe it's 3 eras? It's okay, you can always find replacement parts later. There's no rush. Duck duck. Before he could finish his words, there was a sudden knock on the door of his residence. After confirming the identity of the visitor, Jianshan opened the door. Standing outside the door were none other than Su Hun and Li Shi, and behind them, they were dragging a rather heavy, canvas-covered crate at a glance. Is it something I want? Jianshan asked. Su Hunter nodded and replied, yes, a lot. Jianshan gently breathed a sigh of relief and continued to ask, what did they say? Su Hunter beckoned Li Shi to move his things in, then replied, they said they were broken, that the most valuable batteries in them had been lost, and that we could have them all. They also asked me what the point of having all this junk was. After all, even the cathedral of the mechanical theocracy hadn't been able to figure out how this stuff worked. These particular metal materials aren't worth much either. No way to make them into weapons. What did you say? As you taught me, I told them these could be put together as armor hangers for our own use. Very good. Jianshan nodded his head in satisfaction. And by now, Li Shi had already begun to carry the damaged exoskeleton into the room. A quick glance at the exoskeletons on the crate showed at least 10 of them. Lei Jie stared closely at the things that had just been moved in, and after a slight inspection, He gave Jian Chen a thumbs up. He then spoke. This one's a sure thing.